Good afternoon, one and all. Well, we've got a lot of thirsty people. How's it going? Happy Tuesday. Wow. We're not doing the variety stream today. We've got a bunch of AoE4 to slam into. So, got quarterfinals, which means we're going to be doing Beasty versus Jiff. We've got Wham versus Gento, Corvinus versus KnockKnock, and then Vortex up against the winner. I also thought I'd wait, did I not update this? I'm almost certain I updated this. 1 second. Also, good lord, let me turn down the music. Sparrow is very hardcore loud in my ear today. So yeah, we already knew the outcome of Creator. Creator is going to be going up against B, and Vortex is waiting for an opponent, either Corvinus or KnockKnock. So there we go. Just hit that save again. And that should now come through. Oh, for God's sake, I know what it's done. I'm saving it in the wrong place because, like, Photoshop is stupid. Like, if you... So, it will always remember where you saved, but if you export, it gets confused, and it will update the location to, like, wherever you exported last. So, you can just end up exporting to the wrong file, which was basically what we were doing. But, yeah, so... Great. Beasty did not make his profile public. I'm getting tired of this crap. Good boy, Jiff, though. Jiff, shout out to him. He's got us covered. So, we've got Dry Arabia G1. And then, we'll see. Do we have a re? No, we're good. Should be Dry Arabia 1. Yeah. All right. Delhi versus French for game number 1. So, we're doing Beasty. Oh, my back just tweaked. Oh. Then we'll be doing Wham versus Gento. And then we'll see if we can squeeze Corvinus KnockKnock in for our next live series, and then after that, probably being Creator. So we're trying to like smash through all of them. But damn, what an amazing song. One, I need to get myself a brewski. I guess we'll do grapefruit today. Actually, you know what? I'm a good boy. I deserve iced vanilla berry. All right, let's get to it though. So, we're going to be checking on Beasty. We've got the quarterfinals here, and of course, I totally forgot to do that. Yes, the quarterfinals are not going to be Magic 3. They are actually going to be in Age of Empires 4. We've got Beasty starting with the French up against the Delhi, a matchup that in more recent times has felt, I'll say like 50-50 or close to. So, let's see how Jiff can do, because Jiff is definitely the underdog going into this. Beasty, known quantity, many people familiar with him. But Jiff has been kind of a rising star. A lot of potential coming on. Only really started to take Age of Empires 4 seriously, thinking about it from a competitive standpoint about, I'd say, halfway through last year. Already seeing good progress, right? Like, when I see Jiff in these type of sets, I wouldn't be surprised to see him taking games from people like Beasty, from people like Wham. The question mark is whether he can take the entire bloody series. Yeah, I believe he's been more consistently making it to quarterfinals, but maybe struggling beyond that. The thing is, this guy is just so clean in best of threes. Like, he's 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. I think we had the series up against Tyrus, if I'm not mistaken. I have to double check. That was a 2-0, right? And not a 2-1. Yeah. He was very clean on his execution there. On the other side, Beasty, with the French, is going to be an opening onto the deer. Even though it's a 4th deer, I mean, this is a great play either way. You know, you're playing against Delhi. You know they're not going to aggro you at all in the Dark Age. So you just want to milk the fact that you can be out on this resource pack before Feudal comes in and pressure arrives. And the cool thing about doing this is by the time the pressure is going to be in, you would have probably exhausted, like, potentially 1,000 food when you have to start worrying about pulling back. Yeah, so it seems like with this type of play, BC's not going to be going pro scouts. Already has the wheelbarrow primed, which does make a lot of sense here. The cool thing about doing this play is that by the time, there's a threat, you're going to have wheelbarrow to run back. So you shouldn't really be losing anyone. Especially considering, like, one Ghazi shouldn't be that capable of achieving kills. The more interesting part, actually, is, like, by the time you get a Ghazi out, French can have a night out because of the dynamics of their landmark being the production building. So they're already 30 seconds ahead of you on the pacing to producing. I realized, like, when we have longer casting days, it's, like, chill and somber and okay. When we open up the first game of the day, it's like, all right, it's early game. It's going to be vibing. But then, like, at some point in the day, we will get the most explosive 40, 50-minute game. And that's when we're like, oh, no. What do you mean we have to reset back to 0? We built up to the high. We can't go back from here. Anyone else notice that? It's like a very weird feeling now that I think about it. So what I'm saying is we should basically just stream one game, say GG, close the stream, we're done. Dome of Faith coming through, School of Cavalry. So pretty much everything standard you expect to see. How did the sheep haul go? 10 sheep? Whoa, okay, so Jiff at 14, like, you know, considering BC should have been able to stay out longer because he wasn't gathering sheep at home, this is pretty good from Jiff. Because, like, normally you'd expect Deli to get an advantage because you have to take sheep home. But the whole point of what BC done was to not require them. The other thing I like about this type of play compared to just going pro scouts is you holistically just get more food off the map, and you are taking more food away from your opponent because you're getting more sheep in your favor. So what's French going to be looking to do here on the opening? Presumably, it's just going to be pumping knights only. The cool thing about French in this matchup, it definitely gives them a bit of tempo to begin with, is that your opponent gets forced into spears. You know, you can't really justify only building guards against knights. It's not a very fair engagement. I've seen people trying to argue before, like, hey, but I get healers, so I can just peel back my ancient guards and heal up. That's cool, and that would work against, say, Rus to a certain extent. But against French, they have the ability to also heal their cavalry. So you just turn it into kind of a moot factor. Yeah, and the other thing to keep in mind is if you are stuck in this cycle of, I'm going to go home and heal now, then what you're essentially saying is, I'm not getting techs that quickly. And that just kind of impacts your times in a very negative way, especially against a civ like French, where they get eco techs cheaper, and they also get one of their blacksmith techs for free every time. Beasty, first night coming in. Remember what we said about this timing. First night is already out, and the stables isn't even complete. And Jiff is building it with 2 villagers. He could have definitely done this a little bit cleaner on the timing, I think, in terms of like the wood gathering, but this is just the nature of the matchup. Like, you're always expected to be behind on the initial cavalry count. What I am shocked by is the fact that he's just going straight into the stables. Presumably, this is because he's going to keep his economy underneath the TC at the start, but we should quickly see him switch into Iraqs. The trade-off of what he's doing here is technically he shouldn't be able to just hang on the gold infinitely, which could impact his ability to non-stop pump scholars. Knight is going to intercept the scout. Second one queued up. I wonder if Jiff actually made this choice to go Ghazi because he saw the deer. But that to me feels like kind of a beta detail, no? Your Ghazi's going to take several wallops to get a worker kill, and those workers can shiv you when you come in. And this, I mean, this is the type of start I was not hoping to see from Jiff. Heavy damage on the Ghazi already. And yeah, he can heal it up, but reminder, once again, it's now going to slow down the arrival of your horticulture, your specialized picks, all these little techs. Techs, which, by the way, Beasty already has. He went for the broadaxe, he went for the mining, and he also already has got into the survival techniques to buff up his food gathering. Knight's just going to guard, right? Like, Ghazi kind of have to come and apply some sort of pressure. That's finally one villager exposed, though. That could be really good. Yeah, Beasty. A little bit delayed on the reaction. Wasn't expecting it. Great move. So Jiff actually does get a kill. Beasty, I think maybe he just got a little bit greedy about this. He's trying to exploit the entire deer pack. Originally, I thought he'd take like 4 deer and go home. But he's not going to be happy until it's all been drained. Now, a worker loss is a little bit annoying, but remember, as long as your opponent can't get sacred sites, you're still happy. Because at the end of the day, you produce villagers quicker with the French. And the problem I have, like, the concept of what Jiff's doing here is it shouldn't really be that feasible to get sacred sites, you know? If you're just producing Ghazi and he's just producing knights, there is like a point you could argue where the healing can win out against the knights, but I think the counter to that is like 14, 15 scholars. It's more into the breach. Beasty still hanging around greedily. He's got 200 food left to get here, and then he can get home. And the good news for him right now is like Jiff is very focused on the front side. He's not even trying to tap into the gold. And he won't be able to now either. Beasty getting an outpost up just to make sure he's secure in that area. Triple sacred site now getting locked in. Beasty goes to the clash. Garciaga's trying to micro away. Beasty will come out in better shape as expected. Has Chivalry already in the way. He was anticipating this very fight. Like, this is a very great read. Like, when you're playing a game like this and you see the direction it's going in, like when your opponent's going mass guards, you're going mass knights, there's going to be skirmishes. There's not going to be burst damage. That's great value points for Chivalry. And the other thing is, because your opponent's now on the map, you know there's going to be a lot of running around. So when you start to understand that this is coming, you can preordain the requirement of Chivalry. It means that Beasty has less downtime before he's able to juice up. And we do see Jif now with a pivot. He's finally steering into Spearman. He's waited a long time for it. Knights will not get surrounded. That would have been a great grab, considering that Beasty was split. This very moment, he was actually cycling to the outskirts of the map, denying the play onto both of the sacred sites. So only one being acquired here. Ghazi, continuing the chase. Do snipe on the Knights? It's going to cost him in response, though. Beasty, I don't think he's going to switch archers at all. Wait, he just queued up Undermesh. I think this is because he wants to start diving the enemy base, because like you don't have any reason to need archers. You know, you're only building knights, so your opponent technically shouldn't be building archery. So if Jif can get 3 sacred sites locked in, his game can start to look pretty good. The switching to Spearman, like in theory, should force a reaction out of Beasty, but I think when you've got this many knights against so few spears, it's a little bit of a shrug. Because they can just get sniped down easily. Yeah, I've got to creep out. Now, this is the type of thing that Jif needs to be looking for. DC is weirdly kind of leading him there. He's trying to creep in with his knights. Managed to find a worker kill, but does end up costing his scout. And the wall's going up. So BC, he's going to play this safe. Yeah, I think he learned his lesson from the 4 deer. Like, it's just too risky with Ghazi. Even if you have got all these knights, like the speed of Ghazi, yes, they might not be able to beat the knights, but they can easily deal with the squishy villagers. Third sacred site not going to be a lock-in, but that's 2. So that's going to be, what, 250 gold? So you're essentially getting, like, what, 6 villagers worth? Technically, he's ahead right now. The gathering rates should matter on food. Beasty is being idled out, but that's about to be fixed with the drop-offs. But Jif does also now have Pro Scout, so he can start looking to siphon the deer from the map himself. You're probably wondering, like, why did BC not just build spears? The thing is, like, he just wants raw pace, and knights are super expensive. I think for this comp to work, like, he just has to raw knight. I like the fact that he just set up walls and outposts instead. It's like a classic one. You've seen it in French matchups before, where, like, one player will go spears and the other will just wall. And the guy who walls tends to feel a lot better, because then, if a raid comes in, you can buy enough time repairing the wall for your knights to come back and defend. And in the meantime, you're able to threaten more on the map yourself. Ghazi, just trying to sneak in, but, I mean, you see the issue. BC can be out wide and then arrive quicker due to the gates. Villagers are going to be harassed off the tree line. Goes for a short wall there. Knights trying to arrive to assist. We'll be there just in the nick of time. Good move there with the shivs out. Yeah, apes strong together type motion. Jif, like, what's he really got going for him here? The spear count does look a bit threatening now, but it's still 10 to 15 knights. The other problem you kind of have here is, like, it's cavalry on cavalry, right? So, like, mobility matters a lot. The spearmen can't necessarily be where they need to be. The other thing is, because he's expanding out into these areas with, like, double the workers to outposts, he's going to inherently start feeling the need to leave spearmen at home to defend. BC has seen a requirement for archers now. Makes sense. We're up to like 10 spears, right? I think for like the next 2 minutes, Beasty's goal is going to be to just play wide and distract. And then when it's time for a big fight and you have, you know, 15, 20 archers, that's when Jif's going to have a problem here. He also has been sacrificing his scholar production. Well, not sacrificing. It's more the scholars themselves, right? They keep getting caught on the flanks. Ghazi's still trying to be a nuisance. Does scout out the archers, though. Okay, so that should inform Jif. The question now is, does he have the capacity to go more spears? Or does he just now steer into Mass Ghazi? My concern is, like, if you don't add in more spears, this knight count is getting out of control. That was a nice hit. Unfortunately, Beasty mirrored the move on the south side. The one knight. Rallies in, finds the kills. Jif, he doesn't even finish the tower. He looks to bail. The rest of the knights are on the way. Beasty about to take a slight advantage into an insane lead here. He's up 10 workers and soon to be more. It's a butchering to rush an end for game number 1. I mean, the crazy thing is that Jif has got 18 spearmen. This is the exact thing that spearmen are built for. But because of the fact he's playing wide, he has no way of defending them. He was trying to posture aggressively, and this is going to be the price. A 16 worker lead now for Beasty. A big clash coming in. The Knights go for the clash, even though they're spinning in there. I mean, they're just so tanky. And just look at the health bars. Microing away one by one. Beasty will be pristine with it. The new wave of spearmen arrive. That will finally dictate a runaway, but the damage is already done. He loses 4 Knights, eviscerates the Ghazi count, which means now Jif, when he needs to raid most, has got literally no way of raiding. And that was rough. I mean, the difference is the defenses, right? Like, Beasty planned around a way to have defenses that wouldn't have forced him off the mobility comp too quickly. Yeah, he has archers now for, like, a full-up fight, but in the meantime, he always understood that his Knights are better than Ghazi, and that with a few walls, he can slow down the Ghazi long enough. Meanwhile, Jif, he blinked first. Like, the spin and switch, I'm not going to say it was a mistake necessarily. You kind of need them. But you also need walls. Like, I wonder if this game could have looked different if the spears were, like, for example, building walls on these flanks. You know, building walls towards the sacred site type play. It's an expensive investment, but it does feel like a game where Jif has been left a little bit too open and exposed. The alternative is just keeping your Ghazi more upfield. But I think because his spear count was so low at a point, he got worried that they wouldn't be able to win a fight. The problem is, the moment he stopped trying to pressure with Ghazi, this entire game began down. Now the archers arriving. It starts to feel like the inevitable writing on the wall, even in a fight now. The raw quality difference here. You see it in the army value. Almost a 50% increase for Beasty, despite the numbers being comparative. They won't be for long, though. Knights brute force it. Ghazi have to engage as well. The Scholars now frontlining. Usually a sufficient strategy against light cav, but these are heavy cav units. They wallop way too hard. Jif is going to fall far too fast. Archers just kite back to finish off the last of the spears. The remaining Knight should easily be able to run away from this. I mean, he's got a second line of reserve that aren't even here yet. I don't think they're going to make it in time for the finishing shot. Game 1 will go to the Beast. For some reason, pros still see walls as not worth it early on. It's because it's expensive investments. Like, it takes time, it takes resources. The difference with Delhi specifically is if you're adding an infantry, it doesn't take that much time, and the resources, like, lost is made up by the fact that villagers aren't having to sacrifice their gathering to build it. But no attempts to wall here. Beasty with the French walls, enough to keep the barbarians at bay. But Jif had no solution to the French Knights. Beasty's best civs are feudal knight civs. Is that true? I'm not sure in recent times, maybe. Historically, his best civs have been like civs that are very good at pumping non-stop horsemen, right? So, game 1. One sec, my brain. Okay, so mark in French, mark in Delhi. Let's see. G2, where are we going? It's going to be Chinese versus Sengoku. Which map is this? Ah, it's the New Tundra. When we made new maps, I don't think what we envisioned is they would be really, 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 really good for Sengoku. But that is where we are. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Game number 2, Beasty with an early lead, is looking to extend it with the Chinese. But Jif, he might have the answer to make Beasty face the music. It's Sengokuing time. Good map for it as well. Tundra, remember, it's this map where you spawn tight in a corner with a lot of food surrounding you close by. You've got triple deer stack, a boar close in range, and these are all valuable things for the Yatai to use. Yeah, the Yatai that's going to be able to inflate like 60 food income per minute in these type of packs. Like, for example, here, the deer plus the berries should get you about 54, I believe it is. Actually, might hit 60. Even this, oh my god, this spawn is great. Like, what? Talk about the beaut that you're looking for. If there was an aggressive plan from Beasty, he's now going to struggle. Sengoku loves utilizing berries, and he got all of them in the back corner. I don't think you really asked for much more. China will probably be looking at a Pro Scout play here. We have seen a few Chinese picks here. We actually saw one just the other day. It's a little bit of a weird one with the Pro Scouts detail, right? Like, it's still decent value at 15 deer. But you kind of feel like you want to get your opponents as well. Because everything does feel relatively close to the base. Like, civs like French, for example, could probably play this map without needing to Pro Scout. The difference with China is typically they always go Pro Scouts because you don't like moving around. You want to condense your economy onto like a single mill. So the tax man can A, supervise, but then B, quickly drop off what he's supervising. Because the taxes, remember, you have to return them to a TC. If you walk out here and you set up a mill, that's really far off. It's a long walk back. Yeah, and that means it just takes an insanely long time to retrieve what you're looking for. Wow, you know you got a cringe person when they're homophobic about a keyboard. Just noticed that one. I feel like in the 21st century, it is baffling there are still people that are offended by the color of anything. I still remember going to this wedding and there being this old guy like wearing a pink shirt. And someone said to him, "That's a really nice pink shirt." He's like, "It's not pink, it's salmon." So remember, guys, when you see a player in Age of Empires 4 using pink, it's salmon. You must not offend their manlyhood. So Imperial Academy coming in line. At the same time, Jiff is obviously going to be slaughtering his tech up, but that's to be expected when you're just inflating your tie. He went triple. So you got the one on the ball for maximum at 60. Then you got one at the back for 52. And then did he just keep the other one in the base? Yes, he did. 54. He could have went over here, though. If he goes over here, he has the range to get all of this. So he'd get the 5 deer plus the 8 berries. So that would end up being 16 for the berries, and then the deer, I believe, a 4 each. So you get 36. Yeah, he'd actually get more. He'd get 56. And that would then mean that he could move this Yatai down to get 60. So like in terms of efficiency, there's definitely a little bit of extra food left on the table. Where that will definitely start to impact him and won't seem so nitpicky is that because he's eating this food here, this Yatai is going to get worse. So if you just have it out here, it consistently remains high. And then this one will just get the extra trimmings until you finally start eating these outskirt berries. Yeah, and like that's the type of thing you can easily forget about at 6, 7, 8 minutes into the game, because at that point in the game, you have so many things to focus on. You have to deny your opponent. You have to build all this extra infrastructure. It's very easy to forget exactly what number this Yatai is giving. But you know, it's the type of thing I think like most people agree they've had this moment in their games where the Yatai is a dynamic number. It doesn't stay still. It changes based on the resources around it. And it's very easy in the moment to forget that you just took away a bunch of those resources. I think the cleaner way in people's mind is like, imagine if hunting cabins organically updated the amount of gold they gave you on the trees nearby. You would start to think about what you're doing with tree lines and where they are a lot differently. Of course, they'd never make that change because it would make them so bad. But the idea is you would change your behavior. And I think that's where like Yatai min-maxing is really going to start to show its beauty as time goes on. Because this Civ does have some crafty creeping to it. Love talking a hot girl out of the bar wearing a pink shirt. It's the manliest way of doing it. Beasty. Are we just seeing a fast castle build? No, he's pro scanning, right? So we'll be adding in spears because he's probably expecting Yadi cavalry. But he's got a decent amount of gold already. He can tax the last piece here to go for pro scouts. Oh no, it's a Barbican. It's actually a Barbican. Okay, that's cool. We don't see this on many maps, but theoretically, this is a really good map for it. You drop a Barbican here, you pull the boar in, you've got the deer stacked already, and then the gold is close enough that if it gets harassed, the secondary, you can just kind of run back to this. I like this play. This is really cool. I like this a lot more than pro scan. Because the thing we said, like the negative of doing like standard deer gathering is the taxation, right? But remember, the Barbican is a tax drop-off building. So you can deal with that inefficiency just by having your taxman stand here, drop, drop, drop. Whereas if you just built a mill and he wants to drop off, he's going to have to walk all the way back. Shinobi, they are forced to be summoned defensively. Wait, oh, he was trying to get the scout. Damn, good idea, but unfortunately, it's difficult if you don't connect with that first frag grenade. The Yari have been revealed. Yumi as well. Beasty only going spears so far. He will be securing that backside deer and berries for later, because if he's going to go into like a big horseman pump, he's probably going to have to consider it. Because, yes, you could have more than 8 villages out here, considering there's deer and boar, but you'd only have garrison spots for 8 in total. Yeah, like arguably the efficient player here is 7 out here, and then 1 Imperial efficient. So you have 8 for garrison. Let's see if he goes for it, actually. So far, it's only the 3 workers on the front side. Maybe the plan is to get wheelbarrow and then move the workers out. The problem is, because he doesn't have an Imperial official here, he's already missing out on extra food. And there you go, there's the pull. Oh, wow, he's going to heavy-hand it. So he's going to put 10 villagers plus the Imperial official. So possible we'll see an outpost come up if there's a lot of bulk from Jif. But I don't really know if you want to bulk this. It's really hard to break a Barbican. The Barbican is one of the most infuriating landmarks in Feudal Age to try and breach. Same as the Kremlin. You know, if you think about Kremlin and Barbicans, how many of you have actually had games in Feudal Age where you break it? You know, right now your Flexiguard, yeah, I was able to destroy that thing. Okay, but let me ask you a different way. At what cost? Was it worth it? And I love that. Yeah, he goes to the village. Sometimes I forget about this, which is weird considering how much we talk about optimizing placement. But it's because, like, by now, a lot of the time, people just haphazardly drop the second. Beasty didn't. And he double housed into a village. So now he's got plenty of room. He's got 8 in the village and then 8 in the Barbican. Yeah, so he pumps out 15 workers plus taxman. And it's going to be a Chuk new build. Oh, Yari, they do get in, though. It's going to be 1 worker kill. We'll just have to shift away. Yeah, good read there. Good tempo by Jif. It wouldn't have been worth hanging around longer. We'll find the straggler worker on the blacksmith, so that works out nicely. And wait, they'll back to work? So the thing I was saying here, the reason you don't hang around this area, the village just makes it way too easy for Beasty to dodge death. This is the thing that's really frustrating for most people when they try to deal with China or Shushi. The village is just such an easy cheat code for not losing villages. It's just so much safer. You know, at this stage in the game, like we reviewed Jif's base. Let's say he was under pressure in this field. He'd have an outpost. That's 20 workers of garrison spots. Beasty, even if he didn't have the Barbican, he'd probably have 2 villages by now and a TC. That's 31 spots of safety. And the crazy thing to me about a village, by the way, is it's already an efficient choice. You can either pay 50 wood for a 10 pop, or you pay 100 wood for 40. Jif, now with the Sake Brewery coming in. He was rushing the stone to get the Takeda online. Only tier 1, but he's about to be able to afford tier 2. Might be worth it just for the raw health, because I'm expecting this to be a mounted samurai strat. The danger alert is how big Beasty's army already is. Robbie predicting a few things we'll do in the future, like walling. Yeah, but the walling isn't done as much anymore. Walling got nerfed pretty hard. Spears. Nerfing the entire placement quite hard here. Now, he did creep out onto the west side, so that'll give a new target for Beasty. Can he all in this? I mean, it's 4 gold. I said this spawn was a blessing. And the funny thing is, like any other Civ, this would kind of be cursed. But remember, with this Sake Brewery comes gold. Even though he won't be able to touch a vein, he'll still have gold influx to afford units. It's just such a hard Civ to starve out, really. You know, if you think about a lot of the other Civs, like even the originator Japan. Japan, in this situation, you just deny their gold, they don't have a game. They can't build Mounted Samurai. But Jif, he can afford the Veterancy into Yumi, spam them up, but then still be able to afford Mounted Samurai as a sufficient front line. Great denial on the front side, by the way. Beasty taking advantage of this Takeda clan's placement to deny an estate. I'm coming in. Yeah, all the infrastructure on the front side. He wants to pummel this. Jiff, he's going to need to rush up additional ranges at the back. Gone for it just yet. And also, the debate about whether Kremlin or Barbican is better, I'm pretty sure that is more deeply informed by the unit type you're against. Barbican is holistically more effective because it deals heavy units very well. But if you're talking fully lightly armored units, Kremlin is really good. Especially because it has the castle turrets, which increases garrison. Beasty. Flying a little bit of extra food here, but we're moving towards gold. Good intercept, though. Jiff. He knows he can't take on the main army right now, so he cuts the reinforcements. Army is rallying back to defend, but he has got the scouts, so Jiff reacts quickly. Mount Samurai will then jump in to push the ram away. He's still finding the reinforcements. Imperial Palace is on the way now. Jiff should be ready for a fight soon. Yeah, like the Yumi are very, very quick compared to Chug. With the extra slight range, you can just kind of poke in, take spears, move away. Which should be his overarching goal. Especially now that he doesn't see more troops coming. This should be alarm bells for Jiff. Either Beasty is holding back this big wave, or he's teching. I think you have to weigh up which one's more dangerous. Either way, the answer is try and cut this army down if you're ready. Because if there are reinforcements waiting, they will not be able to arrive quickly. And I think this is where Jiff, yeah, the confirmation comes in. He probably knew just before that, because why else would Beasty be running away? Just going to try to engage the bait. Spear upgrade has been queued. This is a little bit weird with the food income, isn't it? Because he needs to get veteran seeds with this type of comp. So all your initial gold can't even go into Lancers. You're just flowing a lot of food. Now fight, Mount Samurai. They bait him to defend. Spear count relatively low. Not the cleanest engagement. Jiff even hating dogs. Clearly a cat person. But he's not going to pussy out of this one. No, instead it is going to be a full erase of the army. He baits the Chug with a drag back. Meaning Beasty doesn't even get any remaining trades there against the Yumi. Great fight for Jiff, and now an opportunity to push, and a needed one. Yeah, he took a little bit of eco damage in terms of idle time initially in a game where your opponent's playing Song, so you know he has more villages. Even though Jiff got those early worker kills, like that's where you just get offset by Song so early. But now he can play towards the relics. He's got the Sake Brewery to inflate gold. Like the idea of just massing knights here is super effective. And it does make me a bit skeptical that Beasty's going into Palace Guard. But I think due to the amount of food, he kind of has no choice here. Knights, they get in again. Hello? Do you care about your workers? No textiles either. They drop like flies. Oh my god. You can just hear the clapping right now. Fly dead. Fly dead. Fly. Actually, no, that's just the hand cannons that shoot. But in the end, he's able to carve him up like a turkey. Look at the count now. Neck and neck, but remember, three of those are going to be taxmen. Not just that, the Yumi dive the other side. They could idle out the workers. Like this, he sees it, right? Yeah, he sees them. And you're fast enough to hunt this. Yeah, the wheelbarrow's not going to stop him. Moves in for a few kills. I mean, you just ignore the army. You go after the workers fully. Jiff does have to resolve his food issues. He just moved out to new resources. And he also does have the Tanegashima Ashigado coming as well. So he's aware of what he needs to answer out the PG. There's nothing PG about this violence. Villagers end up running back towards him. Yumi count is high enough to instantly get kills. This is what makes Yumi so damn good. This is why they got nerfed. They got put back up to 65 cost. Because they were way too effective at such a low investment. By God, I think he might have it, folks. Jiff. What a ton of events, man. The patience shown there. And it just kind of shows you, like what we said earlier, if you think about what really won that fight, yes, the Yumi were critical, but the mounted samurai count, getting up to 7, with the diamond included, really was necessary for that hold. And the only alternative he would have had would have been to build a marketplace if it wasn't for this sake brewery. It's a saving grace, man. Just look at the gathering rate. It's just insane. Fully Matsuri buffed up. Like, watch how quickly this villager works. Easily one of the best castle age landmarks in the game. So, Beasty, what now? Part of the problem with this comp choice that he's made, he doesn't have action on the map. You're pretty much stuck in your base. Yeah, you've essentially created an advantageous vacuum for Sengoku. If you compare these two comps, the Ashigaru are going to slow him down, but like the Yumi and the Mounted Samurai, it's as fast as the Palace Guard together. And of course, if he just splits up the Knights, remember, he got the Takeda movement speed increase. So he's zooming. 1.8 movement speed on heavy cap. Relics is why Cav is meta. Pretty much. Like, it's very difficult at an early point in the game to guard multiple relics if you've got a static army. Because, like, if I'm going mass heavy Cav and you're, say, doing Palace Guard and crossbows, you know, right now someone's gonna be like, why is Beasty throwing the game? Why doesn't he just put a bunch here and, like, a bunch here? And he's good to go. Because if he does that, what ends up happening is all the Knights go to one side, kill them, and then go to the other side and kill them. You just lose the whole army. It's kind of the negative of infantry currently. It's why I feel like I would kind of like to see a few more maps that hybridize relics with the excavation sites, the point of interest. Because that did create a compelling element to Age of Empires. Especially in the middle of a fast castle meta. Full gather rate for sake fields is something like 420 gold per minute. What, for the 5 total? I think it cracks 500 if I'm not mistaken. As long as you've got, like, the gathering text. I think specialized pick buffs them if I'm not mistaken. I have to double check that, though. It is really fast. Jiff. Third relic now being picked up. Fourth to be picked up soon. Yeesh. Things are not looking good. Before it was Jiff with the food issue. Now look at Beasty. Yeah, wait, what? No. Free TC song. What? Brother, I don't think you got the food for that. The deer's almost dry. The other deer is forward. The berries are out of your zone. Nah, man. This is unhinged China gameplay. Goes in for the clash. We talked about the difficulty of this, though. Breaking the Barbican is hella hard. I'm going to stop Gift, though. Now guys past the Yumi, scares away the army. The Beasty's going to have to sack it. Got this. Yumi also just getting good trades. They're taking out the Spearman. Now looking for the dive forward. Ashigaru. We'll just split the damage between Spear and Palace Guard. Barbican is almost down. One or two Knights are going to creep in. Jiff will look to reset the army. Ram was slowing him down. He's going to turn around now. The Mounted Samurai, they jump in! Willing and able. And Beasty fully disabled. I mean, he just has no way of holding. There's simply not enough spears, not enough Palace Guard. Just too much composite damage coming out from Sengoku. And Nesta B's idea would have been cool if he had a front line. But it doesn't exist anymore. GG gets called. Jiff shows you the power he is flexing. The blood running through his veins as he can slay some of AoE4's best. The question now is whether he can take a whole set. Jiff's cooking. I think that one's like, normally civs die at this point. And it'll just be like a picture of the gold vein being blocked. Just shows you how different like Sengoku is with that detail. Fast castling just doesn't really feel as risky for them because of the sake brewery. They get away with it very easily. Flashback to when Jiff beat Wham and Cape. Yeah, dude. Like, I mean, was it week 13? Like, he's got some good results. And thank you for bringing that up, Zen. By the way, guys, reminder, we are raising some money for a local cancer ward. So, unfortunate, shitty end to 2025 for me and my family was my mother getting diagnosed with ovarian cancer. So she's currently undergoing treatment. She's had the first chemo blast. She's going to be having the second one in about 2 weeks. And my nephew, little 12-year-old boy, is raising money for the local cancer ward. He's going to shave his head bald in unison with my mom. That's probably going to happen in like a week. Is when he's gonna have it shaved. It's gonna be like done in the barbershop and recording everything and put up on the Just Giving page. So if you guys want to donate a little bit of money, the money all goes to the local ward, which helps treat all people that get diagnosed with cancer and all the different forms. Go ahead, go across there. I think we're up to, nicely done, guys. We're up to 167 quid. Keep pushing. I know you guys can level it up. So if you got some money to spare and you want to do your good deed for the month, go ahead, go across there and donate to the local ward. What kind of cancer is it? Was it discovered early? Probably not as early as it could have been discovered. The doctors seemed positive, but we'll have to see how things go. Basically, she discovered it because she essentially was getting this very big. Also, I guess push-up cam gets used for it. Oh, no, push-up cam's too low. It's not going to help at all. So basically, she her stomach started to kind of grow. At first, she just thought oh, I'll just put on a little bit of weight. But what was happening is I don't know how much you guys know about how tumors work. They love water apparently. So what was happening is as she was consuming more water, it was inflating the size of it. I think they said it was a cat 4. Categorized as 4, close to a 5, but has been proven to be a little bit smaller now with the drainage or whatever. So the goal was basically to get her blasted full of chemo and then see if they can operate and remove the tumor. So we're optimistic. It's just a really crappy way to end the year. And 2025 felt like a rough year already. What's up, Milk Durbo? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub and welcome back to the Swarm. Yeah, goal is to have that go positively, and then everything else we're doing with our channels and our content. I'm trying to think of every way possible to make 2026 a good year. Instructor to drink less, kind of the opposite. She needs to drink more, because when they were trying to find a vein, her veins weren't very clear. So yeah, it's kind of a rough one. Because I think they were talking about having. She was saying they were talking about having a pick to put in. Which is that's it's I think it's the tube, isn't it, that goes in the vein all the way to the heart. But that's an additional ball ache, because apparently if you have one of those, they have to clean it every week. So she's currently just trying to increase what she's eating and drinking, so she doesn't have to go through that. Thank you guys, appreciate it. So game number 4, it's gonna be an English Malian matchup. Is this... What map is this? Oh, it's front range. Okay. Yeah, you don't see that many Malians here anymore. Then again, the map doesn't frequent too often at the moment. Oh, and it's a reverse of what I would have expected. All right, this is crazy. This guy came onto the scene in our eyes as an English main, and he hasn't been able to get it. It's been taken away from him. Game number 3, Beasty snatches the English in his best of 5 up against Jiff's Marlians. But guys, ain't no pushover. Look at the score. Jiff proved that he can bite back fiercely. 1-1. We head into game 3 to break the tie here. Beasty, it is going to be an immediate pullout for the boy. He didn't really know where it was. Yeah, a little bit tricky. Sometimes the balls spawn kind of central bound. They can actually occasionally spawn up here. Most often, I think it's center and then southern side. So we'll be able to scout it. He even drops the mill right next to the berries. You're going to eat that. A self-respecting Englishman would lower himself to berries. No, we want more pig. We'll accept beef as well. Ooh, double villager low. Makes the right call. Pulls them back. Yeah, this is a very, very important detail. We've seen players this week already in KPMM lose games because they let villagers stay and get sniped by a scout. And Jiff was already there, so 100% the right call, runs away. Yeah, I mean, this is pre-super scout, right? He's only got the 1 damage, but it only takes 5 hits. You end up losing them easily. Other side, Jiff with the Marlians. So, when this map first got introduced, I'd say Marlians was fairly popular, but people seem to shift away from it. I think they just kind of hit that acknowledgement point, like, okay, like in theory, this should be a really good civ, but it felt a little bit off on the timing. I think the big problem you actually ran into is that it wasn't a civ that moved quick enough. Like on this map, when I think about the way that people play Front Range, is a very aggressive map. And sitting at home, trying to build up your pit mines, as well as boom your cow, while your opponent is tapping into boar, etc., pushing towards your base, like it sounds like a recipe for disaster. So we'll see how Jiff wants to play this, because like one of the big negatives of this map for Marlians is the boar play is so powerful, but you can't do it. It's literally impossible. Beasty. Another cool thing about English is actually since we last had Front Range, English have been buffed for this map. Yeah, they changed. They now have the efficiency coming in from the campfires. So once he hits the feudal age, he can pay 25 wood to drop a campfire and buff the gathering rate on the balls, making it even better. 10% extra goes a long way. Jiff. Be ready to take up Mansakori to come in. A little bit delayed on his timing there, not the cleanest. Beasty, of course, is going to be slower, as you'd expect when pulling out towards the ball. He also did choose to stop off the wheelbarrow, which does make sense, considering there is a risk you'll have to run home. Why no campfire? You guys, you can't build a campfire until the feudal age. That's right, people did not know how to build campfires until about like the 8th century. In the Dark Age, there was no fire. Prometheus didn't save us. Yeah. I think it would be too good if you could do it in Dark Age, actually. 25 wood would be like Omega busted. Wouldn't it? Like, I think so. On some maps, it definitely would. Because Survival Techniques is, what was it, 75 resources, I believe?
Yes.
Sorry, no, 75 gold and then 25 wood, right? So it's 100 resources, and you'd have to build a mill. So that's 150 investment versus, let's say, like a map like... I'm trying to think which one would be good for it. Maybe like Altai. Maybe you could shove the deer in there, and only 25 wood. But even like with a mill investment, because if you think about most people's survival technique strategies, usually revolves around like just playing one pocket deer or something, and that's kind of what you get. So like just placing 25 wood and saving 75, sure, it's slightly less efficient than survival techniques, but yeah, it just feels very powerful. And if you combine those two together in the Dark Age, I think it would just make your tech timings way too fast. And the accountable build, by the way. Not too surprised by this. I think a lot of players tend to lean on the idea that you aggro here instead of playing defensive. 2TC is kind of weird because, yeah, you can set up infinite food for cheap. Your farms are half price, but you don't actually have much wood. Resources in general are quite scarce in your starting base. Tiny tree lines, limited food, tiny gold. It's not to say that you can't play the Abbey of King strat, but if your goal is to play boar, and push, Wombo opening makes a lot of sense. We'll need to accompany it with something, though, as we already see Jiff adding in the javelins. I wonder if this will be like a bait and switch from Beasty. Like, force the javelin investment and try to play for attack. Difficult to do, though, because you've chosen to play up onto the ball. So what would seem more likely here, and there's your campfire you guys are asking for, is now a roast ball. What seems more likely here is probably using that food to just go into a horseman switch, which should then force Marlians into a Donzo switch, which then enables Lombos again. So it's a very kind of complementary element when you have the extra food income, which you realistically should. You know, like Jiff should be forced to start eating the cow instead of just garrison. Is this the fastest you can gather boar, survival techniques plus a campfire? No, it's not even close. It is substantially quicker to play HRE because they get Prolo buff. I believe HRE are the quickest boar gatherers that exist in AoE4. Made you hungry? Can you just hear the crackling of the boar right now? I'm always impressed with how quickly they skin the thing. Also, like, okay, here's another thought for you. This is a universe where Omega boars exist. If it takes you 20 seconds for a life to be conceived and then grow to the age that it can work, which, if you like me, play a lot of Frostpunk 2, is probably the age of 9, then that means 9 years have passed in 20 seconds. Meanwhile, in that same time, you probably are able to consume, like, maximum, what, a 12th or 14th of that boar. So in 9 years, you get less than 10% of the boar. Just process that. That's a very big pick. Alright, jab count and flaying. We have got surface added in now. Okay, I like that. He avoided the Gonzo problem. Although, I do question, like, how effective is it against Lombos? Because Lombos have higher base damage, actually. Does Horseman Lombo beat Javelin so far? I feel like it could. You need to get the numbers right. If you have the attack speed, I definitely would favor it. Yeah, just look at the damage done there by a handful of Lombos. Sure, it's not an insta-kill. You see the threat point. I'm telling you, the Ambassador age up takes almost 60 years, every 4 years. Of course. Well, that makes sense. Like, you're going from the feudal age to the castle age. That's a few centuries. That scaling logic is reasonable. Dark Age, feudal age, castle age, imperial age. Those are centuries, right? But the boar taking this long to be consumed. It's not like it's a flock of boars and they're mating and then you're just being efficient on gathering of the horde. Right? You could argue with the berries, it's like, oh yeah, they're foraging them, but they regrow. Explain to me the boar logic. Right in, horseman. Going for the workers, just ignoring the sofa. Double kill successfully. However, there will be a trade. If able to get one in response. And remember, he's got double ranch already now set up, so he's supplementing his economy. While the boar, it has been many years. It has almost been consumed. Yeah, this is like the Marvel story. Like, you know that big dead chitin that they all live in? I think that's what's happening here. How many years does a crossbow need to reload? Look, let's not judge crossbowmen. Okay? Like, I'm going to go on a whim here and say not many of you are like Olympic weightlifters. It's really exhausting to wind up a crossbow. At least, I would say 35% of the people in chat get out of breath grating cheese. Let's not be hard on them. Horseman, oof, not quite going to be able to get that extra kill. Century salami from boar. Yeah, it's just maturing the meat. Maybe that's what we're missing. It's like part of the process is like drying out the meat and aging it. You know, there's people like, oh yeah, you just got to age it in the right condition. Like, bro, it's got fungi on it. It's like, but that adds the taste. It's not the eating that tires you, it's the opening the package, right? Like, you guys ever get those vacuum sealed cheese and you don't have a knife on hand? You're screwed. You're absolutely screwed. What are you going to do? Eat your way through the packaging? You think it's a boar living in a forest that gets slowly hunted and eaten to extinction? Oh, a boar herd. Yeah, but there's only one boar. And by that logic, they should regenerate. So, like, if you don't eat them too fast, they come back. Horseman again. Beasty's proven to be a pain in the ass here. Now, the negative you got is because your opponent was, like, spamming Horseman, you're paranoid about coming out with your jabs. We do have a spear switch, heavy-handed by Beasty, that has encouraged Jiff now to go into archers. The first bite's a sacrificial bit of plastic. Wait, like, how are you getting into your cheese? I thought you just struggled to open it, maybe, like, bite at the plastic to rip it open. You're legit just sitting there, like, masticating plastic? Boar invasive, so ridding them is very hard. No, I don't think boar aren't invasive. They're territorial, no. You're thinking of wild pig. Wild pigs are invasive. They destroy any habitat that they like enter, and you can't eat them either, right? Because like the meat is way too tough and contaminated. So just nice hit there. Jiff, whoa, boy, whoa, hanging around way too long. Wait, he's going for more? Okay, that was not worth. Sofa's barely make it out in one piece. Last the horseman gone. It's gonna be a reinvestment though. Now that he sees the archers. Wild pigs are essentially bought, but they're not, right? They're different. I thought they were the same, but apparently they're not. So like a boar, you can hunt a boar, cook a boar, eat a boar. But apparently with wild pigs, the meat is so contaminated that like you don't eat it. You guys remember that controversy over like, was it one of the Paul brothers that like hunted wild pigs and shot them and then like was in tears? And people were like, that's just barbaric. I can't believe you do that. The problem wasn't necessarily like that he was hunting them, it's that he was really bad at actually eliminating them. Because like hunting them, you have to because they basically destroy everything around them. And then other people were like, I can't believe they just leave the food there. And I looked it up, and apparently wild pigs, because of the way the meat is, you can't eat it. So how are we looking here? Cow count's almost full. Wild pigs and boars can have viable offspring. What does that even mean? That makes it sound like, that just makes it sound like they can actually get laid. They can. Well, of course they can mate. I don't think we were saying they couldn't do that. Like when I just want to clarify, when I said you can't eat the meat, different kind of meat. Clash coming in, Spearmen are going to charge in. This is perfect actually. There's not many archers. The javelins. Oh my god, they're wasting so much effort here. He's not even attempting to shoot the longbows. Finally does it now. But look at the numbers. Right now, Jiff is squealing like a piggy. Has to run away. He's going to have to bail on this. You can keep the sofa alive, but everything else is dead. The recharge questionable. Doesn't really change anything. And what a ton of events. Beasty now with full control of the game. And he needed it. Economically, he's at a disadvantage in the coming minutes. Needs to find some worker kills. Horsemen are going to peel off looking for it. Does expose his Spearman. I'm not sure if that was actually worth it for Beasty. Still, his longbow count is good enough to keep threatening the archers. Because like the problem there is if you steer off your horsemen, the spears get sniped by archers, and then the horsemen get blocked by Sofa. So you kind of give Jiff the only fight he can win. Turkey, they hunt defeat to the Kangle? What's a Kangle? Is that a thing? Or is that just like something lost in translation? I don't even know what a Kangle is. Oh, a shepherd dog. Yeah, but dogs have very different stomachs to human beings. You know, we're ruining dog food. You know when they make it like human grade so you can eat it? That's us ruining the dog's food. We're terrible. He's going to be shifting back here. Jiff with the sofa. Now, hold on. This might not be over just yet. He chooses to engage. Horseman. Wait, she lets him through. Wait, what? Okay. He was trying to invite him into the Spearman. Yeah, okay, that was dirty. Beasty was trying to envelop him. He's like, yeah, come on in. Then the spears would hit you from one side, and the horseman would block the retreat. But Jiff read it. We got to push back. We have got the aura attack speed there to assist, but Beasty not choosing to engage just yet. It's a lot of Sofa. Horseman able to brute force it through. Spearmen do get the engage now up against the Sofa. Numbers are good enough to scare Jiff back, and the Horseman just surged to the backside of the fight. Longbows now to stand their ground. A reserve of Spearmen held behind the tree line will protect the Bowmass. I mean, Horsemen are going to get sacked here, but considering the numbers going into this with a tech choice, I don't think Beasty can complain too much about that. We'll have to shift away with the workers now. He is yet to add in farms, by the way. This has been raw, no farm gameplay. retreat to King's Palace. Jiff will play catch up with the age up now. Should be able to force some big idle time here. No white tower surprising. I don't think it's too surprising here. If you go for white tower, you economically lose because Marlians have Fulan. It kind of feels like a necessity, really. It's like, otherwise, how are you competing? When you go to Castle Age, you're going to be less ball play. You probably can't hang out here anymore, right? So, like, what do you have going? Also, what is going on with you? All right. A little bit of a misclick. He's now being produced by Beasty. Limited food at this stage, though. Remember, he invested in a lot of longbows, which has left him with little wood, really. Yeah, only one cluster left over at the start. Knights will be able to push this back, though. Jiff? What? No. He actually stuck to that fight the whole time. He was diving a King's Palace fully garrisoned. He was dealing with knights and longbows, which are higher base damage anyway. A questionable choice by Jiff. Yeah, it's not like he was throwing away an army he wouldn't want. He threw away a bunch of Sofa that he would have happily upgraded in Age 3. They don't exist anymore. I don't know about Warthogs. Are Warthogs contaminated meat? That one I'm not so sure of. I assume Warthogs are edible. Knight's going to trade really well here. The Sofa haven't even been upgraded yet. Once again, he gets forced to fight before he has the upgrades for it. Now the farm clusters. Look at the rush. We talked about this. They're very cheap. Early on, it can be pretty painful to do this, but you're at 60 plus workers. Justifiable play at this stage. And on top of that, now Relic's coming home. Really powerful maneuver on this map, considering how hard gold can be to access in the mid game. Because you have to head into the mountains, where the weird men live. Good intercept. Wall will be stopped. So Beasty makes it home with one relic so far. Walls are going to be coming up. And this also will secure additional wood alongside that gold. Mirrored move by Jiff. I mean, of course, he's going mass Sofa. It's going to be way too much gold. And this is the point where Malians feel a little bit poo-poo. Like, early on, okay, the pit mines are fine. They're very close to your base, so cool. The problem is when you go into the mountains, it's very hard to get good pit mines. There's like one gold vein, this one that is usually far enough away, the 4K. All the 1600s hug the mountain lines. And it's kind of anemic just how small the Malian army is here. It's just not really the Malian gameplay you used to, but it's the nature of that gold move out. Like that long walk of shame without wheelbarrow, by the way, is kind of part of the reason why we didn't really see more of a pump. Now it feels like he's overcompensated with this many people in gold. And he agrees. He's even dropping a marketplace, so it'll be a buy and sell into food. Wall's going up. Beasty will be safe in the corner. He got a really nice spawn for this. Quadruple gold behind the wall. Yeah, he already has the secondary wall, so any raid attempts can easily be reacted to. Raids on the other side of the map, not so much. Jiff being forced into Donzos. A slow process, though. Nice. Funnily enough, actually not going for targets here. I think that was just like a distraction. He wasn't looking. He got distracted by this. Because he really should just have been driving those knights into the workers and then move to the gold. In fairness, Jiff did raid about 4 different locations at the same time. And when you've got farms this exposed, it does kind of take priority over killing 1 or 2 workers. Yeah, because although you have an ability to replace workers more easily, you don't have the food if you get idled out in the farms. And he still has not dealt with this. Oops. Yeah, the Knight's also not having a great time. Jiff, he's getting the necessary kills to remain in control. These numbers, I mean, his army should be floating so much quicker than Beasties at this stage. I'm trying to figure out, like, why it isn't still. Might just be a lack of production. I mean, it should. But let's have a look. How many of each does he have? He's got 5 stables, 4 archer ranges, 4 raxes. So the production is fine. Something else has really just been going awry. Maybe just inefficient trades leading to this. Maybe a fixation on upgrades first. We do have a switch into veteran warrior scouts. Kind of a more rarely seen strategy, actually, out of the Malians these days. Most prioritize so far. Has me intrigued. Beasty just gonna be forced to drive his troops to the backside of his base again. The wall attempts are not gonna work. This is the thing that just made the other games look really good for Beasty. Like game 1, it was the walling situation. He's done it again, but this wall is quite difficult to achieve. And also the impact less felt at this stage when you're talking about like 40, 50 army plus. Jiff, I do like these walls though. Unfortunately, it looks like a few Lombos did creep in ahead of time. Oh no, someone's in ad break. Quick, someone tell him something insane happened. He needs a sub. Oh, the fan love already did. There we go. There's the thing. If you're gonna go, like, if you're gonna go to the football game, you're not gonna like buy a seat where like a flag randomly rotates in front of your seat every 2 minutes. You're not gonna risk missing out on that epic moment. You'll buy the good seat. And those who are subbed have the best seats in the house. Jiff now ramming it up. Why the rams, actually? I mean, you're building mass melee now, so, like, just burn things, really. I guess the thought here is that he takes a fight, distracts, and while the distraction is happening, the rams are killing things. He needs to be fast, though. Like, he may have left this too long between raids. Look at the food income. Beasty up to 2,500 now. Those at the back are at least going to be found out easily enough. More walls intercepted to stop. My chief concern here is the food income. You have to go now. You give Beasty any more time, he'll be able to start matching the military count. Love this Boy Scout idea. I mean, they're worse than standard, but they are much, much cheaper. And bonus damage is still really high. Just wait for the ramp, though. We're going to have to see if it pays off. Jiff, with the quad ramp pull, is looking to destroy the TC. Slow shuffle into the base. Beasty. He's got ranged advantage. He can try to poke from afar. He's going to force Jiff into a brute force maneuver. Tries to go for the concave to surround on both sides. The spear is spread out, though. Great contest into the scouts. Healing. Helping here. Actually, there's a few healers here. Remember, scouts have low base damage, so it's making a difference. Archer's trying to clear that up now, but look at the military count. I said not many people build warrior scouts, and I'm starting to realize why. The lead has completely evaporated. King's Palace is about to go down, so he at least achieves that objective, but how now? Do you keep the death push going? A villager pull from Jiff for reasons? I don't even know what happened there. So more idle eco in a situation where you just took a losing fight. Ay, ay, ay. Beasty able to hold on firm. Not only that, he exposes his trash units, dispatches them, but keeps the core alive. The crossbow count still strong at 40, meaning that you now can't play into Sofa. You're forced even more into Arch. Like, technically, Beasty could just now go back for Mass Horseman to get the dub. 5 relics are pulling their way. Absolutely, the crossbow count. I mean, also just the clutch play into the corner so quickly. When your opponent's trying to play cavalry, just that kind of denial. Like, I do wonder if maybe it would have served Jiff better to focus on denying the gold instead of the farms, but I think he was just a numerically awkward position in the game to do so. So he just tried to make the best of the weird situation. I mean, his early raids under his back farms were impactful. Problem was, I think, like, looking at this game, the big issue for Jiff is that breathing moment You know, when he went from like 0 military, rebuilt up, it's going to take time to get the numbers up. But it feels like there should have been a point to maybe go just a little bit faster there. Instead, he shifted his mind from raid economy to destroy base. I think that's like a moment that he's going to want to review and think, okay, was it worth it? Should I have respected the food economy of Beasty a little bit more? Sitting pretty and cozy at 32 villages on farm now. It was just kind of an insane inflation, though. Like, I'm trying to figure out what happened there. It was the berry gathering, right? It must have been. The number just felt so high for the number of farms it had. Some extra range damage in his archers that whole fight. Finally fixes it, but that's another thing Beasty's done very well, like the leverage of gold. He arguably has too much gold gathering. He has every single tech upgrade that he could possibly get at this stage of the game. Other than, you know, mining tech 2 because no one ever bothers. Yeah, he went for that classic strategy of select all buildings and drag face across keyboard. An all-time classic for every English player ever. Normally they do it just to build loads of men-at-arms, but sometimes they occasionally hit technology. Yeah, it's usually the nose. The nose is very big or bump onto the tech button. Crossbow spears pushing in. Yeah, he's still trying to leverage Warrior Scouts to get back into this, but one of the big problems with Warrior Scouts, like in theory they should counter crossbows, but they have no ranged armor. Yeah, he only has the blacksmith decks. Compare that to standard horseman, they'd be up at what, 5 armor? The crossbows actually don't get counted as hard as we'd expect. Warrior Scouts is always a weird form of cannon fodder. I think for Warrior Scouts to work, you have to have an insane abundance of food. And Fulani gives you a lot, but it doesn't give you absurd numbers as the game scales. Like we can see right now, Beasty has better food income. And a keep drop now in the center. A double castle like that. Okay, this is looking pretty over. Like, the only reason Beasty isn't Imperial Age is because he just built double castle. But he's practically at max pop. He just needs to build another house and build 10. At which point, he'll be able to hit Imperial Age in, like, the next 2.5 minutes. The army quality really matters. It really shows you how crappy Warrior Scouts can feel. He's built this many, and Beasty still every time has looked at him gone, I'll just give him more crossbows. Oh no! You built a light cav unit? A very light cav unit. Anyway. And the men-at-arms wave now. Jif doesn't have an answer to that. He's switching Musafati, but far too slow. 55 crossbowmen with the attack speed buffer at that. Ain't no doubt about who's coming out victorious here. A sacrificial trebuchet ties to crossbow fire. Frontline dead. Jif done. One game away from being eliminated for KPMM. Ah, this is brutal. This is the type of game I look at. I'm like, do veteran Warrior Scouts need a buff? Or was this just a misplay or just too well played by Beasty? Let me know what you think in the comments down below, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Yeah, like they... I just called that one the anti-range unit that loses to range units. Poison arrows might have helped. Like he was losing that game before the men-at-arms point. I feel like the part of the problem is just the Warrior Scouts are just weird. They don't feel... I mean, they can't feel much better than what they are because they're only 90 food. They are really cheap. But it's like, I guess at that point, if you compare like Warrior Scouts to Hobblars feel better, no? All right, Phrygian Marshes, Macedonians versus Japan. for game number 4. Ooh. Macedonian time? Oblars cost more. They don't cost much more, though, right? Is it 90 versus 70? I think. No. I'm not getting... Like, it's 90 for Warrior Scouts, right? Yeah, it's 90. They're the same price. They're literally the same price. Yeah, like, I'm like, all right, like, stick to my guns. I am right. Yeah, it's like, when you said that, I was like, am I wrong? They're definitely 90. It's just like one is only food, which is meant to be easier than having to afford gold. All right. You asked for it. We're here to deliver. Macedonians, rarely seen in AoE4 Pro play. Let's find out why. Okay, that's unfair to him. Jif has proven he can take games, guys. He actually has a game on the board with one of the new civs. He was able to win with Sengoku. Macedonians are a bit of a weirder one to play with, though, man. This civ simultaneously feels way too snowbally and not good enough at the same time. Like, anyone else noticing that with Macedonians recently? The elements that feel snowbally would be things such as their ability to just inflate extra blacksmith techs and have units that don't die. Like, we've seen the unlimited Varangian feudal strats. We've seen the Masridari strats. But then on the flip side, they feel very, very linear. Like, they can only do one thing and move in one direction. And the other thing that can feel weird with them is they haven't got any economical upside. I almost want to say this civ should, like, maybe get a better gathering rate off of gold, or maybe they should have the bounty ability that the Mongols have, where they burn things to get gold. Like something. Maybe, I don't know, you kill units and you get 2 gold, or something that kind of attests to that. Like, they even have an ability that allows them to get silver when they burn down landmarks or town centers, but it's so niche, it rarely comes up. It looks insane when it does, but it rarely comes up. Yeah, it's a weird one. I feel like this civ is going to go through multiple iterations in 2026. Even more because Vikings will eventually be introduced. And I think at that point, the devs will be like, okay, we kind of want to make Macedonians and Vikings feel even different. So how do we change them further? Beasty, on the other hand, Japan has a very obvious opening here. Frisian Marshes has been a good map for them for quite some time. Because the fishing play, like, you know, you pay a little bit less to get the fishings out. 56 wood instead. Also, kind of the corner anchored spawns can be really nice. As long as you don't get, like, ego rushed in Dark Age with an outpost rush. You just get the gold, you fast castle up, and that extra food comes in pretty clutch for the Mountain Samurai strats. Even if you don't fish, because Frisian typically has more sheep, that enables these fast castle builds without as much threat. With the exception being if someone does Dark Age you. Yeah, I think for Jif here, you're just looking to focus in on blocking gold. So Imperial Hippodrome opening, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, you could justify Grand Winery. Yeah, you're not going to get a deer shove way too far off, but you usually get more sheep on this map. Unfortunately, it doesn't really look like that's the case. He's only got, what, 15 sheep to 16? I think some of the sheep are still missing. But Hippodrome, if you're looking for feudal pushes, has proven more impactful so far. Because you get the initial horseman with the champion to just harass into economy. And then, if it turns into a long feudal, you eventually get into the increased movement speed for all your villages via the Ridari champion. And remember, individually, each of those champions, very hard to kill and has an innate ability to heal themselves when not fighting. Yeah, they are absolute beasts, basically. You're getting Japan versus Sengoku dead. Yeah, like, Japan versus Sengoku is, like, kind of an interesting one. At first, I thought Sengoku, Mountain Samurai were kind of worse, but, like, I don't actually think they are. Especially because of the ninja ability. Beastie, it's going to be a Rax. Now, this is one thing that can feel... Wait, what? Hold on. Why are we building an archer range? Okay, so here's the thing, guys. You save 50 wood, but you lose any elusiveness about your build. I now know you're building archers. There's no way you can build spearmen. There's no way you can build Rangian. There's like no strategy to mastery Dari here if you fast castle, if you're building archer ranges. You got to ask the question though, like, would Jiff ever want spearmen or Rangian? I can kind of see where he's coming from, and like, if your opponent's fast castling, you don't want to have Rangian because knights will kill them. And if you're going to go spearmen, Yuumi are so good at erasing spears. It's like, I can kind of see where he's coming from. It's just very unusual. It's not often we see this building built by Macedonians. They always go for Rangian strongholds for just an extra 50 wood. Yeah, you're the only one who likes the Grand Winery. Some players were like, it's so broken, but I wasn't convinced. For me, that the problem with the Varangian stronghold, with the Grand Winery in my brain, is you have not got any clear tempo without Hippodrome. The things you give up by not going Hippodrome just feel rough. It's like, you know when people are like, oh, this landmark feels great in the mid-game, late game. Yes, agreed. But what about the early game? Macedonians are so reliant on presence in early and the beginning of mid-game that it feels almost criminal to not have a Hippodrome. There are situations where you can justify it. I think if you have like 25 plus sheep, Grand Winery can be good. If you have like deer and boar and range of it, it can be good. But this map's a bit harder to achieve that with. Like, he could have technically walked out here. This would have been a decent Grand Winery. You get the fish, the berries, and you shove the deer in. They're so far out the base, your attack timing would have been rough. So, mountain pressure here. Got the horseman plus the Bogmacher. It's going to be a Doc now producing into the archer range to test this. Yeah, one of the tricky things of going Bogmacher. It's also kind of rough. We said that the Vikings... Sorry, we won't be able to call them that in 2026. The Macedonians, they pay more for their units while having a weak economy. It's such a weird element. And like I said, like, there are situations where this Civ, if they get the snowball going, they look like the hardest Civ in the game to stop. But sometimes you just watch the state of the game and you wonder how you snowball in the first place. It's such a confusing Civ. So Hero Siphon's now going to be coming through. This is going to be critical. The thing is, like, he's choosing to deny the dock, right? Would it not make more sense to deny the gold? I think so. Beasty going into Samurai, I'm not sure this is a good choice. My concern about Samurai here, Sams may seem good until you realize that Bogmafer have got an ability to max penetrate. They can use the Unwavering Focus to ignore 2 armor. Now, the reason that number is really important is you only have 3 ranged armor at this point in the game. So you're almost just like Spearman levels of tank units. Obviously, you don't take double damage, but you can die pretty fast. I guess with all the food, though, right? Like, if he's got fishing, unharassed, oh, that is about to change. Beasty won't be able to stop the dock going down. I'm hoping it's like dock and then gold, as opposed to dock. Unless he wants to build, like, 2 hero siphons. But maybe he's fine with that, because it does look like his goal is to rush castle. Yeah, like, you're not going to dive the base with just 10 units of gold, right? So just deny the food. Beasty wasn't gathering much of his sheep, though, guys. Like, he's in pretty good shape, food-wise. He's got 14 sheep, he's got the Kura storehouse, and then he's still got the berries. Like, I don't think he minds this at all. I got baited, I was like, that's a weird-looking house. Votes will be denied. Second pond denied as well. Meanwhile, Jiff playing out onto the deer, so we're probably... Is this a Sippy Cup build? Golden Horn Tower can be really good because your opponent will want to build Mounted Samurai, but I don't know if you have good enough economy without system here. If you go for the system build, you can just double pump out of stables, and you can just build a few farms to just saturate your food income. Because remember, the system, if you moisturize buildings, you get extra resources from them. if they're drop-off buildings, or you can increase production rates. But he does choose the Golden Horn Tower. I think the rougher detail about this is that he didn't start with this gold. So now this gold is going to dry up pretty fast. It will secure additional food. That being said, not much food, guys. Yeah, so because he's going to eat his way for at least half the deer before Beasty is able to attack. So it's mainly just for the berries. Scout does see it. But gets confirmation of the landmark choice. Remember, the Golden Horn Tower is not only going to give you a giant-ass outpost to protect you, it's also going to give you the ability to get crossbowmen for free in small intermissions. Yeah, I think it was... What did we say it was before? It was like 2 minutes... Basically, I think it's 1 minute 58 seconds or something to get free crossbowmen. It's not terrible. Doesn't often feel fast, though. The more annoying thing is it's not really something your opponent will want to dive. The question, though, is does he need to dive it? Could he not just dive here? Denying wood, denying gold? Jiff does go Ridari. Now, this matchup gets quite interesting at this stage, guys, because Ridari are arguably the single best Castle Age Knight that exists in the game. And I don't think it's a hard argument to make these days. Mounted Samurai are not far off, though. If you have the similar count, you'd favor Ridari, but the thing that I've noticed that Japanese players tend to lean where the is good is if you just try and drag out the game around them. I don't fight the Ridari directly, just try and play for like a tech play down the line. Now that is easier said than done, unless you have some sort of economical upside. And technically you shouldn't have an eco upside here at all. You lost the fishing. Your opponent should be able to get relics. In fact, I would really like to see Jiff just rushing relics now. Because the other thing is, if you're spamming Ridari, that's almost 50% gold cost. And your gold veins are going to run out very fast at your base with that type of approach. I guess to some extent he doesn't mind that, though, because that's the only way he's going to be getting silver. Beasty, how are we looking here? His gold almost tapped on the initial vein. Has gone for the Yorishiro drop in the stables, so as expected, Mount Samurai coming. He might need spears as well, though. Oh, he goes Onimusha. Okay, that's interesting. Onimusha actually is a pretty good call. You will want to be careful, because if you start losing a few units, Ridari snowball hard. Remember, this unit, if you drop the runestones, it's going to outpace you every time. But the cool thing about Onimusha is, like, Beasty is respecting it for the threat it is. You know, it's like an angry Viking berserker. Do you A, pull out a knife and go fight him, or B, shoot him with a rifle? B. You do B, guys. Or C, befriend him. No, it's still... So the Onimusha is that logic. It's your rifle. You're bringing a gun to a knife. Now, Ridari can throw axes, but those axes don't have very good range. And if you go into Kaburaya, which gives extra movement speed to the Onimusha, you can always just try. I like this idea. You're going to want probably like 8 or 9 Onimusha to start feeling impactful, though. You don't play Japanese because it's boring? What? What? I mean, when they only done Mounted Samurai, I kind of understood. I would not say Japan is a boring civ. I feel like they have diversity now, right? Like, we're seeing Onimusha in this game. You see Yumi a lot. Spearman, Samurai. There's a lot of possibilities, I'd say. Ridari are going to get the bad news. The whoopsie factor. The unit they cannot touch you. If you get enough Bog Maffa, you can answer Onimusha. Count isn't insane right now. Melee tech free. Sorry, Cav tech free rather coming in. Relic being picked up. Jiff is going to wall load to try and distract. Gets the attention of Onimusha. Mount Samurai will get the freebie kill though. Jiff, I'm sticking to it right here. Onimusha trying to do what they can. A Warlord coming back the other way. The irony of it, Jiff ends up having to retreat away from that, turning it into a bad exchange. Nice move. The irony. Beast like, whoa, whoa, buddy. That's not how you do it. You prematurely Wololo. You never prematurely Wololo. Jif does get a new wave of Ridari coming through. That will actually push Beasty away. He lost all of his melee, but guys, now it's mostly what? Heavy cav versus ranged cav? So this is where the Onimusha should be worth their weight in gold. He just needs to make sure he's kiting right. He does not have Kaburaya, though, which is problematic. Man, that looks so good for a moment. But you see what I mean? Like, the Mountain Samurai count held up, but it's always that last 20, 30% of the fight. Wait, where did they all go? These health bars still look good. The Mountain Samurai disappeared. I think what BC's probably going to try to do is just lean more Onimusha out. Because although that fight mathematically came out in favor of Jif, what BC got in response was worth it. He got the relics. And he kept the Onimusha alive. So, like, the onus is now on Jif to push, really. Veterancy is coming in from Bogmuff. That's a really good call. I think you could maybe even argue for Horseman here. He is at least going for the Hippodrome Horseman. Remember, that gives you +2 damage on all cavalry. Yeah, it's 2 melee techs for the low price of a Horseman. Well, premium Horseman, right? You pay a pretty lucrative 190, but it's good. They really don't like this Mountain Samurai. What do you mean you have a curved blade at the end of a stick? Real men hold the curved blade at the blade. Get 'em, boys! Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. They are faster, by the way. I don't think Jif has been using runestones, if I'm not mistaken. Why do people always forget this? Runestone's going to be really important. He definitely has charges now. Remember, the runestones provide movement speed to all Viking units. They provide increased melee damage to all melee units, and increased range to all range units that are Viking variety. So most of his army. Yeah, the crossbows won't be buffed, but the archers, the Ridari most definitely. Kind of a critical one-up that's required when you remember that the Japanese have an extra melee tech anyway. Axe for activate. See, that's the type of moment, I mean, like, runestone's there, right? You could just actually melee gap close, and you're killing more workers. Yeah, stacking up the kills further, though. Wait, how is he behind on economy? Ah, TC Yoshiro drop. Yeah, and he's fishing with villages. He's not actually fishing with boats, so it makes sense. Archer's going for the trade out. Runestone has been dropped. He's got the extra range. Activates the unwavering focus to breach the armor. But the count doesn't look good. Wait, no, Jif! Stop chasing the samurai! Oh my god, no. A better fight than BC ever should be getting here. Work is exposed again, but the Onimusha worth the payout in the end. Mountain Samurai clear out the archers. The Ridari get dragged into Onimusha. Did Jif just lose this game to one samurai? Oh my god. Paid actor Beasty just hiring out Tom Cruise to lead the way. Jif cut down in power now. Only 7 Ridari to his name. He lost most of the crossbowmen. He's starting to quickly lose his answers to Mountain Samurai. He's also running out of food fast. This is rough. He hasn't built any farms whatsoever. Meanwhile, Beasty has been inflating the count. He's also got tier 2 on the daimios, which means he's buffing the increase, the gather rate on these food sources. So he's just increasing, inflating his count. You can see he's got 4 times the food income, roughly. Dario riding again. You see, like, this is the weird thing with Macedonians. Like, the only way you could try to compete on economy was just by playing pond-to-pond fishing. And it still wasn't enough. The Onimusha choice was sick by Beasty. There were moments where it felt a bit fragile, but we are far past that now. I think for Jif, like, he will realize that fight, the way it was taken, an error. Just trying to deny the food, but, you know, splitting your army the way he did, not ideal. We talked about Ridari being the best cavalry unit in the game, so when you consider he was missing half of his Ridari count in that engagement, it pretty much says everything it needs to about the fight, right? The outcome, very obvious and understandable. Yeah, especially considering 6 of them at 276 health a pop. I mean, you're talking about, like, what, 1,600 extra health in a fight? It's insane. Oh, it's going to be the nail in the coffin. GG. The Onimusha strat pays off from start to finish. Beasty will 3-1 victory it up with a more rarely seen strategy. Onimusha to resolve the Angry Vikings. Cool game. Really cool game. I don't remember what we call it one. It's going to be the one samurai, right? There we go. One samurai master the art of distraction. Oh, this headset? Sure, send me this one. I need to bump them about new mic. I'm trying to figure out like what caused that cutout yesterday. It could be the mic. It could be the XLR. It could be the motherboard. Now that I think about it, I'm not sure. It's goddamn annoying when you have that type of problem. You're like, okay, let's replace each of the components and see. So mark that up. That is gonna be a 3-1 victory for Beasty. Next up, we've got a live series starting. We've got B versus Creator, guys. So, let me get the draft for that now. Yeah. Map draft just completed. Let me update this. So it'll be... Then B in the other side. I just realized we didn't reset, did we? Doink, reset, Control F5. Map draft there. Being creator in. Alright, let me get the Civ draft. It just kicked off. Look at that. Perfectly timed, actually. So yeah, this series is going to be live. Then after that, we should have Vortex's series, which means we probably won't be able to do the round of 16 between Corvinus and KnockKnock. But it depends. If this one's quick, we can maybe slide that one in. So it's 2 live quarterfinals today. Then we could probably round out with Wham versus Gento. Gold to conk Ukrainian. Whoop, whoop. Hey, Mum. How's it going? Oh. All right, good. I think we're good. Everything's set up correctly. Just double check some things in the background. Having a better day? That's good. Glad to hear it. Oh. Telling you need to get a hobby. I keep telling her this because she's like, oh, I don't really feel like doing much. The problem is, my mum, bless her, like, usually when I'm like, yeah, you need someone to, like, keep you busy, she's like, oh, well, I can't do, like, I can't do any work around the house or, like, I can't do, you know, any sewing or anything. It's like, no, mum. Lazy shit, you know? Like, sit and read a book, watch a TV show, play the Nintendo Switch, the real R&R. You know what you gotta do? You gotta stop playing Legend of Zelda. Oh my god. I'm blushing. What is that? Are you making moves on me? I'm a bit confused. Our heart is in the center left part of our chest, right? But why does my heart belong to you? That's because I'm a psychopath that drugged you and then opened you up and took out all of your organs. Your liver is already sold. Your spleen will catch a hefty lump sum. Hearts are very difficult to sell in the dark market, but I think we could at least get a good price for yours. You've read 5 books. 5 books already? Damn. All right, you need to read less, you nerd. Time to play some games. Oh, and I almost forgot lungs. Your left lung is a little bit deflated, but your right lung will sell very well in the second-hand market. All right, so What am I looking at here? Draft-wise, Creator loves his Lancaster, no? Did he have it in the previous series? I think he did. Reminder, by the way, like, actually, let's update some of these. We've done 2 series, was it? Or 1? No, just 1, right? So this series will be happening live. Then after that, we should have Vortex series, probably. Then after that, the Wham Gento series. So nice, organic, flowful day, I think. And props to Jiff, though. Only 1 game off of Beasty, but still, it just kind of shows you that, you know, he's getting better and better. I think he'll be one of the players to watch this year for sure. There you go. Mum gave you your orders, guys. Now you have to click the link. I think that's the way it works. All right, there we go. Save that through. That's update results. Oh, I forgot. We can have awesome music playing in this scene. Dude, Spotify is being so weird at the moment, though. It just keeps disabling the thing. I don't know why. Oh, that's a good song. That's a good song. That puts you in the right mood, the right place. Let me have a look at why it's doing that. Stream Deck's being like weird with me, and I want to know why. Taking a relaxing sauna trip. Do you know what game this is from, though? Do you know? See if you can guess it. Okay, yeah, I see what's wrong with the Stream Deck. I've updated now. Some Samurai? Nope. This, my friend, is Oblivion. There you go. Ladavius straight in there. Smart lad. Some of the chill background music when you're just playing through the world. All right. Let's see. Like, dude, let's see how good people are at identifying music. What would be a hard one? I think. All right. You either know or you don't. One of the most iconic 3D platformers of all time. Freaking love this song. Like, this song and this one from that game are so good. I actually think Grunty's Lair might be the best one. Crash? No. This is from Banjo-Kazooie. Yeah, Emma has no idea because her childhood was bad. I swear, you could play like Mario music in front of Emma and she wouldn't know. Like, I have a Nintendo 64. She could play this at any point, you know? This one's easy. Bomberman's awesome. Yeah, but Bomberman's got nothing on Banjo-Kazooie. Did you say that's Sonic? Jesus Christ. Alright, now that's Super Mario World. Dun, 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 dun. You're released in the right universe, you know? I don't know if anyone will get this one, though. This one I'd be surprised by. Let's see if you can. Give it a little bit longer. It might have a moment. Like, what category of game do you think this would be? Yo, Asa Kitch is dope. Yeah, but which one? That I'm impressed actually you got that. So Call of Duty, but which Call of Duty? Becky said COD? Did Becky actually remember that though? COD 3? Nah. Oh, wait. Becky's probably correct. She's just also wrong. It's not Call of Duty 3. It's Modern Warfare 3. But, like, mind is in the right place, sort of thing, you know? It's just like Call of Duty 3 and Modern Warfare 3 are very different games, though. It's a pretty good song, right? I love it for this piece. Like, this piece is almost like a Hans Zimmer song, you know? Very bland to be. Are you kidding me? First half, maybe. The second half is epic. It's like, it's genuinely like playing with Hans Zimmer doing some orchestrating. Especially that part. I love that part. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Could be any game. I mean, you say that. My sister got it straight away. All right, I got an easy one for you guys. This is like these are the easiest one you're ever gonna get, I think. Yeah. Everyone knows Halo? Most do. Did Killzone have any good ones? I love Killzone for many reasons, but I don't feel like it had memorable songs. Nah. Baba Yetu. Is that gonna get me DMCA'd? Yeah, I don't even trust this. If it's not in-game music, I ain't trusting it. I trust game music because game music ain't going to get me like in trouble. Civ 4 menu music. Okay. My God, KP. Whoa. You gonna give me crap? All right, guys. If Faplop doesn't get this one, like, lose all respect for him instantly. Like, minus 100 respect. Ready? I have a better song than Civ 4's menu. You don't know? Faplop. No, not Sega. Am I alone in this? Was my childhood just better than everyone's? My mum's in, like, the correct stratosphere. It's Theme Hospital. Like, the most iconic song from that game. And a goddamn incredible game. Becky got it? Wow, that's surprising. Used to play a lot of this around my cousins when I was a kid. RPG? No, Theme Hospital is like exactly what it sounds like. Like, you know, like Roller Coaster Tycoon, those type of games, you build a hospital. Such a good song. Alright. I got a really good one for you guys. But I don't know if anyone's going to get it. I love this song. And it is from an iconic game. I love this, like, for the main, like, chorus drop. This song is incredible. None of you have got it so far. Dude, Asakich coming in again. Yes, it is indeed Expedition 33. It's so out of place, though, compared to any other song in the game. It's so out of place, but this will play sometimes in combat. But I love it for the main chorus. We'll let it play in the chorus. The chorus is god tier. Yeah, I still haven't played Nier Automata, but I could see why someone would go there. But yeah, this is from Clair Obscur. But it is like, is the outlying song. Because It's very wob wob. You ready? It's called Megabot for anyone who wants it. Drop it. Like, I would have thought someone would try and guess a Final Fantasy. It's very Final Fantasy-esque for combat. Chuff, you got 2. I would have been surprised if you got this one. Clair Obscur came out last year. It was the game of the year. FF tracks are godlike. Yeah, they're so godlike that if I play at Zanarkand, I will get demonetized. FTL? No, FTL is much more chill. You'd have to choose a game where it's like end to epic fight. And this is what I mean by it kind of reminds you of like Final Fantasy. Nah, this one. You see what I mean? Like you hit a fight, you get that type of noise. All right. Oh, I need to add the map, don't I? I forgot to do that. Bye. Bye. All right. Let's go. Battle stations! East meets West. We've got B up against Creator. Creator, the #1 Japanese player in Age of Empires 4. Let's see if he's any match for B's Marlins. Welcome back to the series, folks. Game #1 of this best of 5 quarterfinals. Creator looking to impress us this week. A solid performance in his round of 16. Able to 2-0 the best player in South America. Now looking to take on the best player from Russia here. B, always known to be crafty and a staple of the KPMMs. Could this be the week where he tastes bitter defeat in the quarterfinals? Or is it just going to be an all too regular meet him in the semis situation? Going to be a fun one to see. Pretty stacked week as well. Straight off the holidays, you know, Vortex in there, Beasty in there, Wham, Corv, Gento, B, now Creator as well. I mean, a lot of known faces, and I imagine we'll see even more as people start to get ready for the Red Bull World Law qualifiers. Nobu Uematsu, best music game of all time. I don't know if that's the best music game of all time. What is the who's the best music game composer? Like, you know, I want to give a lot of credit to the guy that done the Clair Obscur stuff. Lorien Testard was a completely unknown composer before that game, and he actually done some incredible work for a guy who's never been used before. I have to think on that. Like, who's the guy who done the Street Fighter musics? I feel like that guy doesn't get enough credit. Street Fighter composer. I'm actually curious now. That was Yoko Shinomura. Because I don't know, like, it's weird. I think Street Fighter has a lot of good songs that, to a certain degree, interweave. That you know it's Street Fighter, but you don't always know each one by name. We do have a Rax opening, by the way. Look at the game a bit. Creator is going for a Rax beginning, but this has proven less impactful in recent times for a classic reason. B, he's got the outpost drop. Had to with a 4 gold like this. One-Winged Angel. Okay, now I'm just gonna revoke and say straight away, I think the best Final Fantasy song is at Zanarkand. And I say that as someone who tends to be more biased towards action-packed songs. At Zanarkand is like Hans Zimmer level of iconic. So remember, this was a classic strategy Malian started utilizing to stop Dark Age rushes. You build an outpost, you drop a mill, and you pull food over so that you can gather. And when you're not being harassed, you can shoot everything down. Super effective. That Creator is going to try to hang around for at least one house, but already heavy damage done. Now, as long as he doesn't lose the spearmen, he can bring them home and heal them up. And in fairness, I would say with the changes to how Malians play the game in recent months, this isn't the worst thing to happen to Creator. Because he can pull them back, heal them, and you're against a Civ that likes to build heavy cav and feudal age now. So it means spearmen were probably going to be necessary anyway. Yeah, not the worst situation. Especially when you consider the timings, actually. Like, look at the state of the economy. Creator is going to start a tech up before B does. Because B spent so long idling in the outpost. And not just that, like, when he clubs sheep like this, it's a little bit extra idle time when you try to move over to the garrison. Negligent by creator, though. He sent the injured Spearman back in. Pulls away. Oh my god, are you kidding me? What? No, I can't believe he got away with that. 2 HP on that spear. So keeps him alive. Abbey of King's now going to be coming through. Now remember, this is going to allow him to just get into those really beefy Lords of Lancaster. It's weird, actually. Like, in theory, Lords of Lancaster, there's a few different counter options that Marlins have. Musafadi is an obvious one, but actually, like, doesn't get enough credit. Just as effective here. You have got the Sofa. Sofa are heavy base damage with bonus against infantry. Lords of Lancaster hate them. Lords of Lancaster, in general, do not fare well against civs that have heavy cav infield. The Tenchu OST. I'm not sure. Actually, you know what is a good like OST? You gotta give it a lot of respect. And I still haven't even played the game, unfortunately. It's Undertale. Undertale has god tier OSTs in it. I would say Zelda in general is also another holistically impressive soundtrack group to look at. Mustafadi's best spears and hoblars? Yeah, the reason you don't do it over Sofa is because your opponent can build into archers, though. You're kind of enabling him if you do that. Like, what is the most iconic music in gaming? Let's have a look. Most iconic video game music or soundtracks. Sonic has to be up there for sure. Green Hill Zone is just like, you just know it the moment you hear it. Hollow Knight. I actually haven't listened to Hollow Knights. Journey is an interesting outlier that doesn't get talked about a lot, considering the immersive experiences people had with that when it came out. Tetris? Dude, Tetris. Oh. Tetris is definitely there. But then at that point, why stop? Like, if you go down the obvious ones, you got Pac-Man. I've butchered that beginning. You know the one. You already heard it in your head the moment I began. Red Alert 1 Hell March? Red Alert 2 Hell March was just slightly different, right? I'm a bigger RA2 fan. Like this one. Oh, we needed him attacking as we done this. With this cinematic in Red Alert 2 of like them just paratropping from the sky, you just can't beat that. One of the most iconic scenes in RTS history. You know, this actually makes early game a lot more epic. Yeah! They're in a brawl! He's got a sword! He's got a tamba! He's gonna tambaroo away, though! Okay. I think I know what we're gonna need in future broadcasts of Age of Empires 4. You just need... You know what you need? Like, oh, that is the intro. When you're like the players... Okay, so here's what you do, guys. When you're doing the intro players. In the north side, playing as the Malians, we've got B to the south. In the orange, the #1 out of Japan. On the Lancastrians, he comes from the east, looking to slay all. Greener! You just need like little like slide-ins with the name of the unit, Spearman, and like you just pause frame it like an action type of. Oh my god. I think that is my best intro to a game ever now. Carried by the music. So Creator, he has got the Hobolars coming alongside the Yeoman. Dude, he's doing the full 1-1-1. No time wasted at all. Oh god, is that going to be like how I have to intro games from now on? That is that's how I get the TikTok brainers. Yeah, so Creator, like this is a decently powerful comp. Like look at the army value. I mean, B, he only went for 3 cows. Not like he was overly greedy. Mana drop is looking really good. Look at this, 160, 170 resources per minute extra. Like you not see my handsome face? That's tier 3 sub. That's like, should I just set like an extra stream up? There's just a camera of me. You just watch me picking my nose as I cast. Flash coming in. This is not many Sofa when you think about the Lord's count, actually. And the Hobbler, man, he's doing such a good job of just weaving through. Archer count, non-existent. And now Denal on the pit mine. Gonna go for the burn. I gotta give it to him. Crater, he's been impressing me. We talked about him as one of our players flagged to watch in 2026. And you know, trying to get one up on B, of all people, especially when he's playing Marlians, is impressive. I think this has been kind of a staple of Creator's drafts, though, right? Like last series in the round of 16, he prioritized House of Lancaster. He seems to rely on it a lot, which can prove to be a weak point, but I think everyone has that. Like for B will always go Marlians first, from what we can see. It's very rare to see an alternate choice. So for just looking to intercept, a good idea against the Spears. Does deny one of them, and gets a Hobbler. Actually, really good value there for B. Yeah, just trying to intercept reinforcements because the raw health size of the main army is too high. You just can't fight them. And Tetris is Russian, yes. No, Tetris was created by a Russian developer, and then it was contracted to be put on a Japanese device, the Nintendo Game Boy. But it is indeed of Russian origin. There's literally a movie on this, by the way. A little bit glammed up, but pretty good. Like, I got to give them props for the Tetris movie. It was really good. I like, is it going to be a forever all-time great movie? No. But considering the concept is just about the Tetris game, it was really good. Yeoman Count looking pretty decent here, but wait, Creator? No, was that an A-click? That must have been an A-click. There's no way you sack your Yeoman like that. He's outnumbered on range now. B. Starting to look better. Dives in for the clash. The spearman numbers are lacking. There's none here. This is the exact type of fight B needed. Creator, he's trying to trickle reinforcements in. It's going to be too late, though. And this Sofa's standing strong. We talked about this heavy cav, the weakness of the Lords, and you see exactly how. Just strips them of all their power. Turns what was looking still like an even exchange into a brutal affair. And the destroyed value tells the full tale. Unstoppable. Sofa Flood about to be on the way. Creator's only reaction can be Mass Spearman. It has to be. Dangerous position now. Considering Creator's playing out of the base onto the deer. Yeah, now just surging forward. It's still only 3 cow, but this is really only everything you need. It's optimal for this type of strategy. Indeed, this is the dream comp. Like, when you're playing Marlians, you're always thinking, okay, Sofa Archers play. And look at what the reaction is from B. Is he just going to greed now? I think so. He may have clubbed too many sheep. Good God. He switches over to the berries. I think you now just try to ranch up. Because remember, like, as this feudal goes longer, things kind of get worse for Lancaster. Because their mana is going to be less effective over time. The wood line's going to creep away from them. The berries are going to run out. They've already ran out of sheep. So then you have to add in more mana, spread wider. Leaves you more exposed to Sofas. Leaves you less efficient per mana. And Creo has indeed had some out of time on the TC. Good eyeballs there. Man, this is the thing, right? Like, I feel like we're seeing more of these type of players, right? Where it's like, man, if they can just fix that detail, how scary could they be? Four worker lead now for B, almost. Like 3.5-ish. Still not adding in more cow. Still just adding in more Sofa. This is... I feel like there are players in B's position that would have just maxed out on greed now, right? Like, they would have just been building cow non-stop. B is a different breed. He always does this. When you look at the game state, you're like, okay, this is the point where you could probably just start being a bit greedy. He doesn't choose to do that. Like, I've seen him in these positions eject cows to eat them. He's such a big believer in the Sofa. This guy loves Sofa so much, he should open up his own furniture store. Like, seriously. It's not uncommon to see him at 25, 30 Sofa and fuel. He'll even sack that army and then build it again. Yeah, very big believer in the if at first you don't succeed. I mean, I can't blame him, right? The home of true gaming. We just highlighted Tetris came from Russia. Could this be the building blocks to his grand success? Sofa now with the clash. Spearmen have to hard engage. Archers to trade out with them. And the Sofa, the lapping around, is turning into concave. Is looking bleak. And B looking so sleek. Yeah, it's not enough lords, not enough tankiness, and not enough firepower. A great start to the game, but completely unraveled in the masterful face of B. All right. Game 1 goes to B. Damn it. I'm going to like, you know what? I don't care. I'm uploading that one. This is how we should intro players in Age of Empires 4. Again, you know what? I'm realizing now that we've done that, I'm going to have to create more. I'm going to have a long list of intro music if we do that. You two will take it down? I don't think so. Typically, when you play game music, it's not 100% safety because, like, for example, you have this Toby Fox songs where, like, other people claim the rights on behalf of him, even though he doesn't want them to. But you are quite often safe. So Marlians and House of L. And they'll take the L. So game 1 done. Let's see if the boys are taking us game 2. It's alopecia time. Time to go bald. China versus Rus. Two very good and expected type Civ picks here. Don't play Nintendo. No, Nintendo songs are surprisingly safe, actually. Me and a lot of creators will use things like Zelda songs, for example. I've never had a problem with Zelda songs. Often we'll use like chill hop or whatever, but like, you know, I could, for example, with great confidence, play this song. And I'm not worried. You know what does get you in trouble? Never guessed this one. Elder Scrolls. Skyrim. The main one. The main song, if you dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun, the epic song. If you play that, you'll get struck down. That could be Beasty intro music. What, the parasailing minigame? Upper Tree has everything themed around Zelda. I don't often go Upper Tree. My main go-to is Game Chops. Game Chops Michael. Oh, actually, yeah, you're right. I thought I noticed the name. Upstream streamer. I think like the one I've caught some of is like Point Crow and like Doug I've seen on Zelda. And then you got what for like Mario? It'd be Small. Oh, that's where I know the name from. It would be from SC2. Oh, now I get what you're talking about. Yeah. I was like, I don't know. I don't almost that much Zelda, but I don't know his name. Now it makes sense. Got you. All right. One sec. Yeah, this is our new intro. It's time. Deep into the forest where all people go to lose their hair. Alopecia. Rus for B, going up against Kratos Chinese, a Japanese man, role-playing as the other side of the sea. Let's see if he can get on the board, or if B will be an unstoppable force of nature, playing as his home civilization, the Rus in the green, to face off against a fabulous salmon pink as the Chinese. Game 2 of this quarterfinals. Creator, it started so well in that first game. It looked like he was going to find some pacing, find some tempo, but then B completely ripped it asunder. And I got to say, this type of pick on Alopecia can do the same again, even faster, in fact. This Civ pick, guys, Rus, on a map with this much stealth forest. Can you guess what the name of the game is? Cabins. More cabins and focus on them than you'd find in a horror movie called Cabin in the Woods. Seriously, you can just invest so much and it pay off so fast. Especially after they kind of supplemented the cost. Remember, they buffed hunting cabins recently from 100 wood down to 75 wood, making it a very efficient play to just walk out early on and start stacking up lots of cabins. Seems like B is just going to sit at 2 for now, but we've seen players like Wham leverage this very well, even pre-buff, where he would just walk around the map, and at 10 minutes, you could see 10 hunting cabins. Oh, so Opportunity knows everything about streaming tech. Oh, yeah. There's like a guy that's quite good for all streaming tech type stuff. Like, we actually use some of his software for integrations. Like, the guy who made StreamerBot, basically, we use that a lot. I've forgotten his name, though, off the top of my head. Dude, boxing referees with in the pink corner with the Chinese. So I actually experiment with that. When I done the Garrison for Age of Empires 2, I was like, let's go for that. And we like went for the long name rolls. One, I think it has to be in an arena to be like really appropriate, unless you're memeing it hard. Two, it didn't help they gave me the absolutely wrong microphone to do it. But three, I don't know. I think like it's overdone. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like it's kind of overdone probably in esports. Like the long creator, and then they like roll out sort of thing. It's like very much from a boxing standpoint, and everyone wants to do it. But like I've had it when I'm on stage. I'm like, you know, the Beast from the East. It's PSG LGD. And you can get just as much emphasis and depth out of firm, like, letter placement or word statement than just, like, dragging out a word for a long time. I think there's times for it, but I definitely think it's kind of overdone. Because, like, so part of why I done it for Garrison is, like, my partner's really into the darts, and I was like, huh, let's try this in the esports and see how it feels. Because I think darts does it way too much, actually. But it's the, you know, when somebody becomes part of the culture of the sport that you just can't not do it? That's what kind of happens, right? But I think with esports crowds, it doesn't work necessarily as well because when you think about trad sports, if you have like me as a host, right, in AoE2 and AoE4, whatever else, I don't have a reliable anchorage point to always be there. I've had that with Dota 2. But if you think about traditional sports, casters and hosts, if they start doing it, they're almost guaranteed a job for 25 years. Unless they do something really controversial like, you know, pork a pig. They're pretty safe, right? So it's like a very different environment, which means those habits become part of the entire culture, as opposed to esports where event to event, the habits completely change. Like even just casters, right? You might have like a very dry, humorous cast, like a Tasteless Artosis. Then you might have like a rap god OD Pixel from Dota 2. And then you might have like Master Suspense Maven from Call of Duty. So we have got Pro Scouts coming in, by the way, on both sides. It should be both sides. Yeah, we haven't talked a little bit about the game as much in the first 2 minutes here because I was expecting to be double Pro Scouts. Like on this map, Alopecia is a really good map for deering. It's not absolutely required necessarily, but these two civs are two of the biggest criminals of always doing it. Dude, game OST exploration stream for sure. Oh, dude, that's the type. You know what I was saying? Like sometimes I feel like tier lists are overdone, and like generically across gaming or whatever. That's actually an interesting tier list. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do a music soundtrack tier list. That could be kind of cool. And you know what? Like financial YouTube brain money, man. You would still categorize as a gaming stream, not a music stream. So your CPM would be good. That's cost per mil. For those that don't know, the guys, okay, let's see if you guys have been paying attention because we talked about it a bit in the past on the stream. What do you think the CPM is for get like the average dollar value per 1,000 views on YouTube for a gaming creator, and then B, give your answer for a music channel. The numbers might surprise you. This doesn't surprise me too much though. Stables, we've actually got the Knights play coming in from Roos. Yeah, I like that Roos have moved back towards this, actually. It's been a more frequent occurrence in the last few months. Even when they play Pro Scout, still a lot of time playing into, like, Archer Knights now. $1.20 for gamers, $70 for music? No. It's drastically far apart. I'd say, like, gamers, reasonable ones, like, $4 to $5. Probably you can get higher. It depends on your content. Let's set the baseline as $4 to $5. Music is, like, if you're making $1, you're probably lucky. So when it comes to sponsored deals, I can tell you like gaming creators usually will see between $15 and $25 per 1,000 views for a sponsored video integration. But like a music creator would maybe get like $3 or $4, maybe maximum $5 for a sponsorship. Also, like no one really wants to sponsor a music video channel because it just doesn't make sense. But that's why CPM's really low for music creators. Is because, you know, your music can be incredible, but no one wants ads running on it. You know, imagine this, guys. Like, you're setting the mood. You're winding down your girlfriend. And like, hey, bae, let's go upstairs. YouTube, play my favorite songs. Marvin Gaye's on. You're getting it on. And then all of a sudden, are you struggling with hair loss? Have you considered trying this pill? That's ruined the mood entirely. You know, like, it just... Anything you want to do when it comes to music, it's like it's a background thing. You're not really invested in the music. It's a complementary element of what you're doing. Notches. Ooh, nice find by Creator. He's kind of hanging around a long time now. The knight's now starting to arrive. We'll have to back up. Yeah, he couldn't chase quick enough for the spears. But still, the big problem here is the Pro Scout Snatch came from his side of the map. So it's just less food for him to work with, no? It's actually quite crafty that started to happen. Music has the most people paying for no ads already. Exactly. But the way that like premium services work, same with like Twitch Turbo and YouTube Premium, is the idea is meant to be if you watch a video, some money gets given to that creator because like, you know, there was meant to be ads there. But the crafty part about the way YouTube works is because they were already going to pay so little to like a music creator by default, they're not going to pay more to a music creator, right? You're still going to get a fractional, really low value compared to gaming, finance, etc. Because like YouTube, their logic is in that situation they get paid either way. Children starving in Palestine is a top mood killer. Yeah, I mean, if that gets you in the mood, then maybe something seriously wrong. That's what I mean. Like, it doesn't really fit in with ads at all. So, who's winning this game right now? I feel like B is ahead. He hasn't really extended the hunting cabin count, but what he has done is a good job of just yielding good food income from the deer. And he should be able to keep that going at a longer pace, if I'm not mistaken, than China. It's like a bit of a weird one because even if you get more deer, you have to remember China gets 20% more. So they make less go further. So I'm also just thinking down the line, you know, the way you're scaling these comps, knights are going to feel really great as the game scales towards Castle Age, especially for raiding. Some music listeners repeat the same video many times. Yes. So like, is technically you're hitting the same audience again and again, which can have its value. That's deep penetration marketing versus like light wide marketing. So for example, like why would PC specialists want to work with me over working with, you know, giant creator X? There might be both. But the idea, the value that I can have is like, okay, I have a niche community that maybe trusts me more. It's not as shallow of a metric. That's why, like, a big move I kind of expect in 2026 is more developers shifting away from just a raw sponsor shroud model. Because the other thing is, like, those big creators want to stream your big game at release anyway. It's good for them. And this has been proven in loads of different areas. Like, it depends on your... It generally depends on your, like, niche and your genre or whatever. But, like, an example of this, like, VTubers are actually really, really powerful for this. Like, a 100 CCV VTuber, 100 average viewers VTuber can outperform 1,000 average viewer pro gamers in terms of conversion. Yeah, there's loads of, like, other elements that affect your ad revenue on YouTube or whatever, for sure. But, like, on a broad spectrum, what we've been seeing here is accurate. So, like, I knew of one creator on AE4 that was cracking, I think he was hitting $12 CPM, which is really, really good, by the way. Like, considering most people's stats I've seen like were in the $7 or $8 range or whatever. But it was because in his videos, he would meticulously go through and add an opportunity for an ad to run every minute in a YouTube video. Doesn't mean it would, but if it could, it would. So tech play coming in from B now. Creator, of course, beat him to the punchline, but the difference here is like B already has knights. Creator's only beginning to produce them now. So if he's at least quick about this tech up, especially on this map, a high trade house can be a game changer. But what? Hold on. On this map, he goes Abbey of Trinity. All right, now I am very intrigued. Abbey of Trinity, I think it has some cool uses here, actually. Because remember, the monks are insanely cheap, and they're very tanky themselves. Problem is, like, the situation where it would work is when your opponent isn't massing spears already. I think he's a little bit weaker in these type of circumstances. Also, notice that Creator is already playing for relics before you could even have your first monk out. Yeah, remember, Abbey of Trinity, quite a while ago now, received a buff where it used to be it would discount monks by 50% in this building. Now it affects all monasteries, meaning you can actually spam an army of monks really cheap. Straight up. Now the dive in as well. He's finding the timing here, but won't be able to stop the tech up. Maybe be able to achieve some damage. Brute forcing his way in. The archers are sniping out the spears. Now remember, this is a light army. There's only a few lancers in there. It's mostly squishy units. Shivs come out as well from the side. B, surprisingly losing 0 workers so far. I don't even know how. The amount that are guarding this side. He's microing them away one by one. Dude, that is a disgusting hold. There's some lances in there. There's mass vet spears. And textiles, plus the micro one by one each villager being pulled back, means that B does not lose a single economical soul. And now he has military advantage on count. It's going to keep Creator on guard here. B does need to get a little bit more gold and food in so he can afford the veterancy for his knights. He's actually going to prioritize archers, which makes sense. His knights can avoid a fight, and veterancy for archers takes a full minute. Veterancy for knights only takes 30 seconds, so you can avoid a fight, raid workers, and then double upgrade your whole arm. Knights. Ooh, nice hit back. Reestablishes a lead. 6 worker kills, only, what, 5 ahead? I think there's some slight out of time which has been highlighted in chat. But remember, a lot of that is not true because Creator has Imperial officials. So B, no, he's a raw 6 ahead. He did not skip on villager production at all. I thought you might be right about like 1, but yeah, I just checked the count. It's the maths adds up nicely. Creator is like maybe half a villager ahead. You know, now in this situation with the losses, not so much. Lancers plus Spears continues, but remember B, playing into archers is a good thing for him. It's the discount, or rather, shall we say, the buffed eco. 20% more wood on drop-off plays quite nicely here. Army size is pretty similar. Relic state is most definitely not. Creator did get a big win there. This is impressive, considering your opponent went Abbey of Trinity now for nothing. Yeah, the high trade house would have been better, right? Because a high trade house on this map could easily crack double relic value. So you got 1 relic for this investment. And unless you intend to use the monks buffs, what is the point otherwise? Now, there are some cool ones in here. Saint's Veneration is the rare one you can't get normally. That gives an extra 100 health to monks. Very rarely see that. Fervor is the much more effective one, giving the buff to the damage as well as the tower range. And then Divine Light for the duration. So, like, it can be a valuable play still. And because the warrior monks are so cheap, only 120 a pop, expect to see him just constantly pumping. It's like a horseman-ish-esque unit, right? You're paying the price of a pony, but you're getting much better stats. I remember one of the challenges of alopecia is you tend to feel quite exposed at this point in the game. Bottom line of upgrades isn't readable? Yeah, that's why I said what it was out loud. Chat's freedom on the screen is more important than the UI elements. Chat will agree with us. They must exist. Creator. Whoa, yeah, that was maybe an overly ambitious dive. I like that he's fishing for it, though. Props to B, by the way. He's kept his whole army and his economy condensed. There's been no priority to come out, but pause that 4. He has at least sent out the knights again. This is the nice thing, right? You just keep your real army at home and use your raiders. While Creator has got more paranoia about the way he plays the game as he plays out into the boars, he plays out into the berries. You're not seeing the same conundrums for B. I do like these monkeys just between fights, just pops off everyone. Spin and switch now coming in. Does make sense. Your opponent basically hates to see mass spears from you. Like, you even out against his spears and you counter his lances. I think one of Creator's weaknesses is he just doesn't have melee. I don't think his strategy really works like this. You're playing 0 ranged and you're outnumbered on raw military count. The idea of like mass melee is very powerful. In fact, we've seen several players leveraging it very well in the last month. But it does require numerical advantage to feel so good, to feel truly impactful. The fact that your opponent has the same number of knights isn't looking good. We do have Fervor on the way. Fervor is super effective with archers, remember. Remember, by default, Saint's Blessing is already going to strike in and give you that damage buff. But because archers are low base, the inflating damage is so noteworthy against knights. It's going to be fishing for the fight. Archers benefit a lot from this poke fire. And there's the buff coming through. Right there. +2 damage, +1 armor. It just got even better. The entire army glows up and Creator is about to blow up. That's an immediate GG. All right, guys. Saint's Blessing. One hell of an ability. Abbey of Trinity into 1 relic, and still the buff alone makes it worth the investment. Guys, I think we're sleeping on the Abbey. Yeesh. Does it increase attack speed? No. It increases your base damage. So you're going to get the +2 damage, but also +1 armor. So it's a 3 damage differential. It is really, really good. Like, it's +2 damage and then the armor. But then you also get the further tech, which makes it +3. So at that point, you're at a 4 damage differential in a fight. And also, +3 damage on archers is a lot. Because archers are, like you saw in that fight, they were 8 base damage. So you almost just 50% increased your damage output with archers. Which is especially noteworthy when you play up against knights. It's really good. And, oh, sorry, I just saw the lose your glasses thing. There you go. Sorry, missed that earlier. Oops. Okay, so Gamfrey. It's not looking so good for Creator anymore. Sushi versus French. This is how he was able to finish off Jif with ease yesterday. But that was a different Civ matchup. That was China versus Sushi, which plays, I'd say, fairly differently. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Music. What music now, guys? What other thing do we explore? Oh, you guys should know this one straight away. You know. Like, if you haven't got it at this point, I question your repertoire of strategy games throughout your life. That twanging should have given it away. And now I'm just being generous. Yep, it is indeed Heroes of Might and Magic. Do you know which one, though? Not 2? Do you know which faction? There you go. Dude, Asakich is really good at this. Rampart from Homfrey. I'm a bit of a Hom nerd, so maybe it's unfair me to say, but unmistakable. Alright. I mean, this one's just easy. I'm just giving you freebies at this point. Such a catchy song. Alright. I don't think this one will be easy. It actually might. It depends how long you let it go in. This is easily the best game of its series. We have an AC. But which one? I think I made it easy by saying the best one. Yep. Assassin's Creed 2. I think this is like considered the most iconic song from Ezio's family. Yeah, look at you guys. Look at you guys. You are cultured gamers. I only played the first AC, you missed out. Assassin's Creed 2 took everything that AC1 had a good idea of and got it perfect. I wouldn't say all the ACs have good soundtracks. Black Flags is considered another good one, but there is another one that has a good soundtrack. You ready? Let's get it. It's time! Game number 3. We are heading into the new Tundra to see who is going to be frozen out. Krita, life in the tournament line, turns to the Shushi that delivered him victory in the previous series. But B is looking to make it a clean 3-0 sweep in the green as the French ready to set sail for the semi-finals. Let's see if it'll be a clean run or if Krita has still got more ammo loaded in the gun. Tundra, an interesting map choice coming in here. Could this be the way that he begins to surge back in with a Shushi pick that is known to deliver in the right environment? Shushi, a Civ that has been evolving in the way it actually approaches these type of matchups. We've seen a lot more focus on trying to get them active in the field age. We've even seen some 2 TC builds coming out. I don't feel like either of those are going to be desirable against French, though. Yeah, French, a Civ that is really good at punishing 2 TC greedy plays. Also a Civ that loves to see Chuknu. You know, there was a meta which was long feudal where we would see mass French knights and archers versus mass spears and Chuknu. And at the highest level, I feel like French took a dump on that one with ease. So let's get predictions up for game number 3 as we have got live series here. Did anyone get what that game was, by the way? I think I saw someone say the third part. Yeah, that was AC3. That was Fight Club. I need to go back and play Assassin's Creed 3. What a goated game. And, yeah, thank you. Flip the UI. B, remember, is the 1-2-0 up. Damn, my production value was so good. I was so focused on decreasing the volume of the music to fade it out that I forgot to flip the UI. So, Creator, first things first, have we got any good meditation gardens? Not really. Yeah, most of them are kind of poop on a stick, right? Oh, you could maybe Medigarden here. I don't think you'd be able to get much of the berry, though, so you might just take, like, the trees. You could do it here for tree plus food, or you just go for golden wood. And this is kind of rough. French spawn, on the other hand, I mean, you're kind of neutral and not biased about what you get, right? Because you're expected to be the aggressive party here. Love the opening. B, we saw this earlier today from Beasty in his Delhi versus French matchup up against Jif. It's a super impactful play against civs that aren't going to Dark Age you. And the other really nice thing about this is, like, when you play this way, it devalues pro scouts. It actually discourages a pro scout play, which isn't a bad thing. Yeah, because if your opponent feels like he needs it, but you don't, it just gives you more Vamos to push into them. And it is going to be the Medigun in the back. This is... You're 2-0 down, and you don't even get gifted from the gods when it comes to the meditation. I'd be a bit sad if I was him. Quite rightly so. What happens when Gambit does 100% to 0? I'm not sure, because I assume the Gambit only gives points based on what people are gambling. But, like, the thing I explain to people is if there's, like, a 0% chance you add in just 2% of the votes, it's a good trade for you. So what way is Creator like to take this? I would be expecting pro scouts into FC, with the focus being just getting knights out. Because if you can get to the point where you've got the Dali horses with lancers, it is competitive against French knights. The challenge is getting there. If this isn't a pro scouts build, it means B should be looking to just send it. Mass knights is really scary when played right here. B, definitely no stranger to microing his way to victories. We've seen it time and time again in the past. Wait, you went all in on creator? Good lord. Hold on a sec, let me... I like how all in is like 10% of the... You really made me think you'd gambled the house there. Ball pull as well. Man, yeah. B, I mean, he probably could have just done this straight away, but I think the scout was busy just moving around looking for sheep. Reminder, Tundra recently got updated. Originally, this map was created to have all of your sheep on your side in your third. But it has been updated to have, I think, it's between 6 and 8 sheep. I think it's about 6 sheep spawn along the central strip now. So there's a reason to move out. And no, there's no fish in this map. The water is themic and also there to just create choke points and body block points. No, I actually like that it doesn't have fish. So the problem here is, like, if you had fish here, on top of the deer and the berries, like, it's already a map that has a lot of food in the corner. You make it way too good. The other problem is if you instead go, okay, well, let's just have, like, a central pond and put fish in it. Well, that's just creating, like, another Himiyama-esque map. We've got a lot of those already. The problem is half those maps, historically, have just turned into big balance problems. What was that for? Nice strike. Double Horseman gets a kill. But yeah, think, for example, do you guys remember Cauldron? Cauldron was really bad for that, where the fishing was in the center and it was way too good. So Delhi, English would just dominate the map. Nicely struck. Creator getting a kill like that, every little helps here, because remember, French are producing quicker via their TC. And that has actually encouraged B to go for a Rax. What? Is this one of those B Spearman Blob specials? He does do this on occasion, and it's surprisingly effective. Depends on the Civ matchup, of course. Oh, our bracket needs updating as well. Oops. Remind me afterwards. Trade's also an option. We haven't had anyone do trade yet, surprisingly enough. Even though you could technically, like, depending on the spawn, you might even be able to weave it so the pathing takes them behind the tree lines. Like here, for example, if you were to short wall, so if you walk over here and you short wall this area, that should push your traders behind the tree lines entirely. Like, I think there is a strategy to it, depending on your spawn, but the problem is, like, you kind of want to know if you're going to trade early. You'd have to scout a lot of the map to confirm it. Like, even B could do that, right? Like, if he sets up a small wall, like here, he can force his traders to path around the back, and then they'd stay around the back, because I think even here you can get through. So they'd walk all the way back successfully. Love to see how this map develops, though. I wouldn't be surprised if by, like, second event of the year for EGC, it gets included in their map pool. What can I say? They're not as quick to update onto the cool kid maps as KPMM. Shout out to Avali as well. Avali is probably the most consistent deliverer of bangers. When he gets it wrong, it's egregious. Sadly, I wanted Scarguard to be good. It created problems, though. But Karyu as well. Karyu, like, honestly, if it wasn't for Karyu and Avali and the map creation work they do, we'd be up Craps Creek without a paddle. We'd just be doing Dry Arabia all the time. And I think that's kind of boring. So, B. This Spearman choice. Does he actually feel good about it? I guess the logic is you just leave the spears here. Yeah, with the outpost as well. For him, there's just way too much food on the front line to not do it. Knights from B. Gonna struggle to get in. Honestly, like, is it me? Or are these pond spawns dirty? Hey, you guys notice this? You're playing against a heavy cav Civ and you get a spawn like this. Because you could just kind of wall these off with ease, technically, in the mid-game. Whereas if B wants to wall, there's a lot more effort required. That's kind of an outrageous spawn. Spear Horseman just trying to assault towards the outpost now. Knights are on the way home, though. A lot of idle time here for B. Kratos says, I'm not done yet. This is actually looking pretty good for him. Does get the spear on spear action. Villagers having to get shivs out. Oh, this was clutch for him in game 2. He's going to look to make it clutch for him in the third. And the Knights now arriving from behind. But remember, it's into mass spears. That doesn't work for him. And the idle time alone is really painful here. B also taking that engagement before textiles was available meant that his workers couldn't hang around long enough. All right, this one is officially getting a bit weird. But I am enthralled now. Creator, in game number 1, almost looked like he was going to easily take the game with his aggression. He's looking to return to that pattern. Attack, attack, attack. And he's doing it against the Civ that is king of pressure play. French Knights now forced on the defense. B finally adds in archers. He took so long to do this. And Credo is taking full advantage to now play for the third age. Shaolin Monastery is on the way. Oh, yeah. No Mount Lu Academy, surprisingly enough, actually. I love that B set this up for a perfect mill. Well, it was going to be a perfect mill. Not so perfect anymore. Oh, dear. Shaolin Monastery can feel really bad against Knights. But with the way B just got forced to play, like, is he going to get aggressive? He should. The moment he has the tech up, he should be looking to get upfield, right? Because, like, your opponent just invested 1,800 resources into greed. That's something that French Knights are perfect at punishing. It is going to feel a bit sucky for him that he wasn't already in position to do so, though. Yeah, maybe his read a little bit off, but I think Creator made this game very polarizing. With his full pressure point there into the center, B was probably completely thrown off track. He's like, okay, what's happening? Like, this is not normal. I'm dealing with a psychopath. So all of a sudden, you're like, I need to wait in defensive territory to see what his move's going to be. Creator off to a good start there. Pinches one of the Knights. Has not prioritized veterancy on the spears. No, he's being maybe a bit too greedy here. Second Monk queued up. There's a 200 food a pop. I mean, he can afford it. Does end up getting sniped on the first. Dive now onto the gold. B looking to exploit the greed. Creator, what's happened? No, the one Knight! He pulled him away. All spears running in the wrong direction. It buys more time for the dive. Creator now looking to extend a lead. We'll find more villagers exposed. Clubs one on the exit. That is now a 7-worker lead for B. Creator. Oh my god, that one Knight! It just ruined the plan entirely. Horseman Raid on the other side did do some damage, though. Strikes down another worker. Another Shaolin Monk snipe. No, come on. We can't keep doing this for the monks. This spear ball, if only it had been priority veterans. That's the thing I'm thinking right now is, you know, if veterancy had been rushed, I think B couldn't really take the risk at all. But probably what happened is that Creator saw that B had archers and was like, okay, if I only vet spears and build spears, I'm in a really bad position. I need Knights now. What a greedy opening, though. Was it 4 Shaolin Monks or 5 in total that he built? He spent 1,000 or almost 1,000 resources just trying to get relics. He's finally going to be able to start retrieving some, though. 2 on the way home. He still needs an age up. Feels like he needs a bigger lead. This is a classic B approach. He loves doing this in these positions. Double downing on the number advantage. Big respecter of quantity over quality, but what do you expect from a previous Zerg main? Creator is adding in the crossbows now. I feel like the Lancer production's been really slow for whatever reason. Knights now looking to punish that as well. Remember, he built spears. Like, this is actually coming around to be incredibly useful for B. Dives in. Knights looking for the workers. Only a few spears going to give chase. The aggro pulls him to the south again. Second time this has happened. The Knights aren't being dealt with. Oh, no. Get chowed down on. There's just simply too many French Knights here. Army fully overwhelmed, and he's just getting outplayed. B just too clean. It's looking like a 3-0 annihilation. There could be no denying at this stage. I mean, you're now 10 workers behind. 2/3 of your economy is idled up. And gold is about to become but a pipe dream. B, he gets the GG. He gets the victory. He will be heading through to semifinals. 2026 arrives, but it is still business as usual for the B. Yeesh. Etta Gi. B with the clean 3-0 victory. And that means we have, I think, got time to go check in on Corvinus KnockKnock. So we'll have Corvinus KnockKnock immediately into Vortex's series. And then maybe I go eat and we come back and we do Wham versus Gento. Might be the way. We'll see if this time. But let's get Corvinus and KnockKnock's draft up. Okay, why is it not working? One sec. There we go. A little bit bugged. Okay. Just need to type in names. Civ draft is still being bugged. There we go. A little bit laggy. We got there in the end. So this will be a BO3, and then after that we'll have the BO5. So game 1 will be on Dry Arabia, of course. Let me get Corvinus up. Front's so annoying. Get out of position once and game over. Yeah, I mean, like, B just plays this double down on feudal so freaking well, actually. Where is Corvinus's account? Get more live series? There's more coming. I mean, the mods are welcome to come up with gambas for you guys on non-live. You know, like, will he only build knights in feudal age? Blah, blah, blah. So, G1, Dry Arabia. Hey! What is up, Friedrich? Thank you very much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, buddy. Welcome, one and all. You're just in time to catch Corvinus up against KnockKnock into the winner facing off against Vortex. He did it. He actually did it. I can't believe he did it. Yo, Crackety, I figured out how we're going to level up EGC's broadcasts. They need intro songs. It's absolutely like going to be necessary. I've realized it now. After we just done it for a set, it is the new way. All right, so, like, what's our intro song going to be for this one? We need an intro song, guys. It'll be... Oh, yeah, that's perfect. Actually, I want to save that one for the Vortex series. All right. Unpredictable and dangerous to run into. The man you do not want to face. The dangerous bird. The most fearful bird. Maybe second to this one. It's Corvinus! He enters the arena with the Macedonians looking to go nuts up against KnockKnock. Ramming at the door with the Ibits. Game number 1 in this best of 3 single elim. Let's get to it. That's right. And oh, for God's sake, this stupid thing. 1 second. I'm going to bring it back to me quickly and then switch UI. We will have to tolerate UI being on the wrong side because apparently whenever Macedonians in the game, there's a chance the game gets confused. So Ibids versus Macedonians G1. Corvinus is a little bit of a cheesy boy. He actually likes playing this Civ in an overly aggressive way. Yeah, what? Last time we watched him play this, wasn't it the all-in Varangian strat in feudal? That could be quite effective against IU. Especially with this spawn. No. A Ford Gold? And then a backup Ford. He's... What? No. All right, KnockKnock might have problems with the greedy builds. Although, if Corvinus is going for a Varangian strat, healing. Right? Iobids always have the healing card. So that's something to be scared of. I wonder, like, we've seen Corvinus. Last time I think we saw his Macedonians, it was against... I'm trying to remember which player it was. He done a 2TC build, and it was actually pretty sick. I don't think you 2TC here, though. House of Wisdom on the way. I am assuming we're going to be getting Dervish. Dervish is, honestly, at this rate, probably going to get nerfed. Oh, can we get the bracket updated? Actually, I just remember we need to do that. Oops. We are on week 18 now. We're maybe slightly out of date on our bracket for some reason. Yeah, wait. Well, I feel like it's been a while since we've had Corvinus do any Wallalow gods. There needs to be like a licensing agreement there where like if you don't use the tile in X months, you like it gets revoked. We need to see him Wallalow someone again. Actually, did he got a Wallalow the last game. So yeah, he's kind of keeping it. I think it was like 2 or 3 units, but it counts. I think those are knights actually, so it definitely counts. And this is a Grand Winery game, isn't it? Yeah, look at the deer location in this one. It's so safe. No, okay, it is Hippodrome. Okay, he baited me. It's just for the food. I was going to say, like, if he has a lot of sheep, it can make sense, but I guess 10 could have allowed for it. But I think he clubbed most of them already. Actually, no. Okay, so he could have potentially pulled them across. And it is loggy. So the expected outcome. Logistics is just kind of the bread and butter with the Civ. It's so effective. Remember, you know, healing is infinite health. So in a way, it's like infinite resources. You're taking something that should have limited firepower that you paid for and giving it the potential to last forever. That's crazy strong. That's like ridiculously strong. You guys, like, I've been playing Frostpunk 2 recently. Do you know what I do in Frostpunk 2? I look for the infinite spot and I get a deep drill as quickly as possible. That's what you always want to do. You're like, infinite sounds better. Think about your casual AoE4 gamer who always rushes farms. Why? Infinite. I mean, Infinity does sound pretty good. So what will we be seeing out of Corvinus? Will it be all in feudal or just light pressure play in tech? Because if you go light pressure play, I don't think it matters. Like, if you only build 2 horsemen and your champion, dervishes don't care. They'll heal through that, right? So, like, if you're going to make a commitment, it's going to have to be a fairly expensive one, I'd say. Oh, and how did you guys vote? Wait. Oh, wait, no, guys. No, we haven't got live one here. My brain, I was in prediction mode as well. I was like, gambling? In my streams? Yo, actually, now that I think about it, how have we not done that? Gamba sponsors when you're an esports guy. Kappa. Actually, legally, we can't, so. Also, in fairness, the Age of Empires community typically hates gambling. I don't know, though. Like, I don't know if that's entirely true of 4. It's true of 2. There was even some controversy recently where a few players tried to do, like, some show matches you could gamble on, and there was huge community backlash. The thing is, in that scene, like, arguably the scene is big enough that, like, the creators shouldn't need the gambling money. Whereas 4, I don't know, like, it could make a noteworthy difference, possibly. The thing is, like, for those who don't know, if you are an official tournament, if you're sponsored by Microsoft in any meaningful way, you can't have gambling. You can't have gambling, you can't have drugs, you can't have alcohol. They're all not allowed. People never say they love gambling. No, but they love winning at gambling. The problem is most of them quit before they win big. All right, so KnockKnock is going for a mass desert raider build. Wait, what? Does that work against horsemen? Not just any horsemen, remember. These are +2 damage horsemen because they're going to have the Hippodrome horsemen, which makes them a lot scarier. Gambling's so boring. Oh, I know, right? When you're winning all the time, it's just so lame. Like, come on, can I just lose once? Like, dude, I took this 101 betting odds because I thought I was going to lose, and I won. And now I can afford a Ferrari. That's Caladium right now. Caladium who, like, I don't even see a sub icon next. I mean, come on. Could you imagine if you could always win at gambling? It would actually get boring, wouldn't it? Like, if you could just always, like, if you had an infinite money button. Like, I think there's a point where, like, it's obviously good because you have financial security. But then you'd be like, you think you'd always be happy with it? You'd be happy with the things you do with it, but the action of going and getting the free money would still somehow feel like a chore. There's something I've realized over the years is, like, the way that we view the world and, like, finance, etc., is heavily, like, influenced and biased based on our circumstances. You know, the way I talk about it is, like, when you're a billionaire or millionaire, money isn't money to you anymore. is treated different like an investment or a high score. It's really weird. It's like really, really weird. People learn to count cards. No, count cards is a great example. So like gambling in general is a great example of this. Like, so the example I used to always back what I'm talking about here is poker. Poker people deal in the millions, but they don't see it as millions anymore. They see it as like 15 bigs, you know, like 20 big blinds, whatever. Don't get me wrong, I would take the money still happily, but I'm saying like it's weird. Once you have things, your scale changes. Like as humans, we're never really happy. It's like that classic adage of the guy who's worth millions being less happy than the guy who can barely afford to make rent. Because family, baby. All right, Eco-Wing Industry coming in. I think this is quite an interesting game now with the Fast Castle and Fast Castle. Yeah, because I thought we'd be seeing an inflation of horsemen. Maybe the problem is with the Desert Raiders coming in, I think KnockKnock ruined any opportunity for Corvinus to try and leverage horseman count to his favor. Well played. Diver's going to be coming in. Now, these champions are really beefy, and the problem is the dervishes went to the other side of the map, meaning he can end up losing troopers, losing workers at home. You can get that final strike. We'll shift across to the berries. This is actually really annoying. Like, KnockKnock can't dive in this way. These guys are so ridiculous. 4 ranged armor, 230 HP. Come on. AoE forecast being obsessed with... Wait, you think gambling's a weird... Gambling is like an oddly, deeply integrated part of our society, unfortunately. I would say it's like a weird thing. Last time I checked, aliens aren't a deeply integrated part of society, as far as we know, anyway. Huh? Golden Horn Tower online. So remember, you're going to get free crossbowmen for free every roughly 2 minutes. That's something an alien... That's not true. That's not something an alien would say. That's something a lizardman would say. That's what the lizard people say, guys. Gambling's been banned in many cultures. Aliens are not. Wait, but that's not true. Because if the aliens live amongst us and, like, someone gets banned from gambling at a casino because they're counting cards, what if all card counters are actually aliens? And that would mean that we did find and ban the aliens. Checkmate. So the reason we talk so much about gambling at the start of this, by the way, is had KnockKnock gone for gambling, you guys would feel like idiots to judge me for doing it. I gambled on the opportunity that he would actually pick Bazaar. It was a long shot. I'm glad I didn't remortgage the house. So, 1 relic on the way home. 2nd one to be grabbed. Corvinus is just going mass Ridari. I'm pretty sure Ridari just take a crap on camels in entirety. What was the 4 armor unit I was talking about? The Horseman. The Hippodrome Horseman has 3 base ranged armor. Like, very, very tanky. And he heals. And he has more health. They're very good. No Warlord God moment here. KnockKnock just has to tuck tail and run. I don't like the way this is going for KnockKnock right now. Where are the units? Desert Raider only versus Ridari. I mean, I am curious. My instincts tell me you lose that fight. Aren't camels doing 26 damage? Yes, they're doing 26, but that gets reduced by 6. They're debuffing these guys down to, what, 26 damage? So the Ridari hit the same amount. They hit the same speed. Sorry, it's 15-15, isn't it, right? 15-15. Yeah, so, like, the problem, though, is the health. The health is the really big problem. So, like, you have better damage mitigation, and you have over double the health. I don't think Desert Raider can beat Ridari. I'd have to see the raw count comparative. But, like, this is pretty stacked on stats, no? Oh, sorry, no. Okay, no, take that back. I clicked the Hippodrome Ridari, my bad. No, so it's 28 base damage, you're going to mitigate them down to like 23 damage. So you hit for 7 more damage. Cost-wise, Ridari are higher. Wait, no, they're not. Sorry, they're 240. No, yeah, you definitely don't win this. You're paying 180 to 240, and the health difference is double. Or almost double. It will be double soon. Because he's rushing tier 3. So you're at 264 right now. You get about 280. I don't think you can beat this with Desert Raiders. Because even if you go into ranged format, you don't do much range damage, and they can then mirror with throwing axes. Now, throwing axes is melee base, but it's a much higher number. So even though you've got 6 melee armor, these guys are going to have 18 damage, I think it was. That's 15. It's 15. Still, it's more going through than the range shots. This is fun. Like, I'm waiting for the big clash because, like, we're kind of speculating the numbers. Although I think the numbers might end up getting a bit warped now because we do have KnockKnock going into 2TC. Another thing to consider is it's not many crossbows right now, but it's an extra layer of pain. Oh, that's cool. Corvinus, he goes to the double Varangian stronghold, so he did get the arrow slits upgrade. There's a tech that if you're going to build 2 outpost-esque strongholds, it's worth going for. The defensive arrow slits, because they attack really fast. I'm not sure about this choice to go 2TC. I mean, KnockKnock does have walls. The Corv is about to get tier 3. He could actually go on fire to just increase his damage. I think it's probably better to just go for more armor. No, he's going to go for it. Okay, he's going for it. Rumfire's coming in. Rumfire, remember, gives you +3 damage, but of course you're going to lose 20% of that extra value. So it's like 2.4 more damage. But it's still that whole idea of like, I will outscale Desert Raiders. Because he's going to get +3 damage. He's got the +2 from the Horseman being there. So it's going to be up to 31 damage, then gets reduced down to about, like, what, 25, 26. I think that gives him the hit he needs. Love this idea from KnockKnock. You don't see that often. He prioritized double melee upgrade. It is the correct call here, because your opponent only has melee. The cool thing about this strat, like, I do think some of the Macedonians probably has to change. Ridari still feel a bit too good. And the other weird thing, guys, is like, with the design of the silver system, you are deeply encouraged to build Ridari only. Just think about it. What do I need to do to get silver? I need to gather gold. What is the closest to using majority gold in terms of units I would feasibly do? It's Ridari. They're almost 50% gold. It makes so much more sense when you think about it that way than, like, you know, ranging guard, crossbows, etc. KnockKnock goes into the clash. We're going to get the answer to the question. But the crossbows are here as well. So the healing does help out a little bit, but the crossbow are going to be able to get the snipe down before you're able to heal up. Yeah, no doubt about it. The Ridari just chowed down on the camel. And that's it. He just instantly calls it. GG. Strictly and swiftly coming through. Corvinus already off to a nice, comfortable lead. I mean, that dude, like, yeah, like that hype, that build up. Like, I wonder, could Desert, like, I think Desert Raiders, yeah, Desert Raiders lose. I mean, he was being greedy about it too, but I think even if you just full invest, it's very hard for DR only to build into to beat Ridari only. All right, so Dry Arabia for G1. Conflito. Next up, we got Frisian. Desert Raiders only have 175 HP. Yeah, they have like a lot of melee armor, which is the thing. Like, so you deceive yourself to think they can maybe do it because they're slightly cheaper and they have 6 melee armor base and they debuff a heavy cab by 20%, which is a lot, but it's still just not good enough. You like my wire management? My wire management is phenomenal. Okay, like this is peak wire management. All right, here's the thing. There's someone always in chat who brings up my wire management. But that's your folly, because what you don't realize is all these wires scattered out like this is a perfect defense mechanism. If I get robbed, if someone break and enters this establishment, they could die on these things. Okay, so like what I've done is I've created a chaotic system to protect me. These wires are difficult to bypass. That is intentional by design. It deters people. It's like, it's like a hedgehog having prickly backs. You don't want to eat them. They're hard to get to. My wires are the same. Like a spider in my net? Exactly. Alternatively, is also just encouraging someone who does like cable management solutions to sponsor me. So, A hairband? Why? How would you use a hairband to neaten this up? I don't see the logic there. It's fine. Yo, what's up, Jack Theo? Appreciate the 5 gifted. Thank you very much. By the way, guys, a quick reminder that we're also raising money for charity. Exclamation mark charity, exclamation mark cancer, if you want to help raise some money for a local cancer ward. So, my mum, she got diagnosed with cancer last month. She's already started chemo treatment. This is the ward that's looking after her. So, as a little thank you back to them for the hard work they put in, because the NHS is always underfunded and underappreciated, we're seeing if we can raise a little bit of money. My nephew is going to have his head shaved bald. In unison with my mum because she's going to lose all her hair from the chemo treatment. So he's trying to raise a few £100 for the local ward. So I figured I'd give it a shout out. Shout out to the people also who have donated already. I know a few of you came through. If you want to do that and you want to do your good deed towards a charity for the month, exclamation mark charity. The details are on the Just Giving page. But let's get ready to go with GAM number 2. Oh, wait. We need to epic this up, don't we? Are we on the right side? No, we need to flip the UI. Y'all ready for this? All right, here we go. Wait, we need a new song. Oh, no, just continue the last one. It's time! Into the arena! Game number 2. Corvinus with the House of Lancaster looking to lamecaster his way through to a 2-0. Can KnockKnock's Ottomans stand up against the fierce power of the English? Let's find out in Frisian Marshes. Ottomans with the Dark Age Rax opening play here. Corvinus, meanwhile, has opted to go for the greed. Interesting, actually. Did he scoured this, no? No, he hasn't checked it at all. I would have been a little bit suspicious. Like, this is a matchup where either side could actually play Rax. I think what Corvinus may be trying to do is expect Ottomans to be greedy and then just kind of beat them to the punchline, maybe? It's weird, actually, because, like, technically... There's a fair point to be argued that Lancaster are happier doing a Rax rush, and Ottomans are slightly happier doing a dock play. Because both docks and Raxes get heavily discounted for them. And yes, building loads of spears is great because you get towards the Imam point. But Lancaster's opening play with Spearmen, they boost their number a lot quicker. Because they have the better gathering rate off the sheep. And on a map like Frisian, you definitely have plenty of sheep. Already up to 18. KnockKnock with a 14 on the other side. We see Vortex or Wham's quarterfinals today. We are literally going to be watching Vortex's quarterfinals after this series up against the victor here. That's already plotted out. So KnockKnock just going to be looking to breach the dock now. Corvinus does see it early, pulls away. One spear would probably struggle to get this kill, especially without an instant reaction. Wait, cool. Okay, that's actually pretty sick. He buys time. I don't like the second turnaround there. I feel like he took more damage than necessary. Corv? Could he not have just walked away from this? I guess maybe not. You're too slow without wheelbarrow, right? Yeah, so I think he's like, screw it. The villager's always going to die. I might as well just punish him a bit. Wait. Oh, yeah, he's going to go down. I don't think could he maybe been quicker about the garrison? It seems unlikely. So -1 villager, but does at least take the spearman with him. Corvinus now reacting with his own spears. Oh, wait, you guys banned a word? Okay, here we go. Fine, I won't say that bird's name. It's not like, you've made my life so hard. It's not like there's another name we could possibly dub him. We'll just have to give him something spontaneous and random. We'll call him Salami. It's a good old Salami here in the purple. Just looking to bolster up his spear count. Doc is now going to start getting breached. He is going to look to contest this. Keep in mind, KnockKnock hasn't inflated his economy at all. But, like, at the same time, Purple got nothing out of this. And I think, is he just trying to pretend he's not doing anything about it? I think that's the strategy coming out from Purp. Is if you look like you're not building spears, then KnockKnock won't build any more spears. So then you could ambush him. He's leaving it very late. I mean, he's outnumbered still. He doesn't want to risk it yet. Scout gonna be creeping back just to double check. I don't know. I guess he's just letting it go down. It's already on fire. But he's got... Oh, there we go. The villagers are coming. So the villagers... This is pretty cool for Lancaster. They're both DPS in the fights and then obviously the repair crew. So he will save the dock. But that means KnockKnock gets the tech advantage. Twin Minaret Madrasa already on the way. Yeah, one villager to repair. The other one to start gathering up. If you're stuck out here, right? Like, you might as well get the better food gathering. At the same time, Purple has yet to go to gold. That's now going to be changed. 5 workers heading out. Still, by the time you're starting your tech up, KnockKnock should already be in feudal. So pretty good timing overall for him. Uh-oh, can you guys hear my son? He just woke up. Well, we'll see how this goes. He might put himself back to sleep. Oh, you guys haven't seen Ezra in ages, actually, have you? Oh, bless him. He's always such a happy kid. Except for when he can't be asked to stay somewhere or is hungry. So, confirmation of what's coming. He doesn't hang around, though. He just sees how many people are on the gold. And Purple is now attacking with the Abbey of Kings. So, Lancaster just doing standard Lancaster things. Remember, the Lords of Lancaster are just the bread and butter. Honestly, I don't know if we're going to end up seeing the alternative at this rate out of them at all. I don't think I've seen one single Lancaster castle build since they reworked that landmark. Remember, they changed the manners, and thus they had to change the landmark as well. So now, no matter where you place the manners, they have the arrow slits. Like, in theory, pretty decent. In practice, doesn't really prove to be. A little bit of pumper action here. We do have the imams, by the way. I'm assuming Lancaster's probably going to be looking to open with... I don't know if you want to go yeoman straight away. Because if you yo, then it's kind of problematic because you're going to be up against... What? Sipahi? In a weird way, Hobbler feel good, but they're also very risky. Because if you play Hobbler into Ottomans, all they have to do is get their drummer boy, and that's -2 damage on a very low damage unit already. Like, you just don't do anything at that point. Wait, the link doesn't work? I'm pretty sure it should. Flash coming in. This is interesting as well, actually. With the Abbey of King's detail, you also have this damage absorb, this ability to stand and fight. Because remember, after each fight, you rejuvenate. You actually rejuvenate quicker than the imams allow. I don't know, man. I think KnockKnock's overextending pretty hard here. Especially the Lords now in the equation. The workers, they're going to short bow to counterplay the Archer. Okay, I love that. Second Archer's going to be in the front line, but that's just not enough damage. The Imam's just getting chased away. Not really a feasible kill here. So Purple will have to consider walking away. The villagers, they have gone back. Yeah, he didn't keep chasing. And he's getting practically all in the way. One spearman will go down. That buys time for the second Lord to arrive. Also buys the critical increase in gold after you harass away. So you can afford additional Lords here. It's so hard to kill them. But we nerfed them. Look, guys. Wasn't it minus like 10 health? Or I think it was minus 10 health or 20 health. And then they lost 2 damage. I'm like, well, okay, it's a start. It is definitely beginning, I'll give you that. I don't know if I'd say it's enough, but step in the right direction. KnockKnock now just looking to secure some of the food themselves. And this should just be mana spam now, right? We don't have a single one in yet. On this map, the way you kind of hug the tree line, you're going to get a lot of value out of the mana. I might need to go get my son in a sec. God, I've forgotten the feeling of needing to do that. It's a weird thing when you got the kids on holiday, because like normally the way it works is when Emma goes to get Freya, I have to keep an eye on our kiddo. Oh yeah, you're right. The UI, the link is breaking on Nightbot. Let me fix that. It should be like that. There you go. Link will work now. Oh, you guys can hear him? Yeah, like I said, if he whines one more time, I'll have to go get him. So Yeoman spam is coming in. I wonder which way he's going to go on this, but like I said, with the armor factor, the melee armor against Hobbler, I think it just makes an obvious choice for you. Yes, Sapahi can kill Yeoman, but the whole idea is you can just counter away from them. You just kite away from them. Oh, wait, yeah, you're right. The Crying Baby is probably a plus in a Lancaster game, because at that point, it's just like, it's the... You know what it is? It's the immersive background sounds. That right there is Redditors complaining about Lancaster. Overall, KnockKnock's comp does look pretty good for this game, by the way. Has enough archers to protect his Spahi, and Sapahi's the wing con. Corvin, he's set himself up for the wing con to be his Yos. In theory, if you can get the count very, very high, it could work. My only concern is, like, as you scale both of these, you're starting to think more about Castle Age. And when I think about which unit's going to feel better in Castle Age, I would kind of back Sapahi. You know, you get to 20 plus Sapahi, Castle Age, vetted up, they can end the game. 20 Yos, less so. Looks like it is going to be a Lancaster Castle plan. Sorry, Lancaster White Tower plan by going Castle Age. Sometimes I forget Lancaster Castle is a statement in AoE 4. How about the Spy on a scale of 1 to 1? They should just eat the face off of most units, really. As we're about to see. Commence! Spears. You get an initial hit in. Archers should be able to trade out against that quite fast, though. Counter's good enough to insta-kill a spear. And Sabai, they can actually beat Lords. Especially with the healing to assist. The Imams overstay their welcome. Corv gets the snipe on one. Second Imam has to pull back. The Lords are heavily damaged, though. Not the cleanest micro. KnockKnock could actually be activating the attack speed on some of the backline Sapahi. But he's still getting the snipes at a decent pace. One Lord pulls away. The others get bailed on, though. So -3 Lords now and a hit onto the dock. Corvinus forced to reinvest in the feudal after a heavy loss like that. Economically, though, he's in a pretty good position. He's crept more and more fishing out into the map. Without KnockKnock knowing. Like, what? The true count is 43 to... Oh, no! What? Why were they standing there? Oh my god, Archers forgot to put their glasses on this morning. I was getting distracted during the raw count, because remember, Ottomans have a UI bug where the economy on fishing counts in their military. That's brutal. That's shrunk the lead. KnockKnock doesn't really have a noteworthy military lead now. Gotta be careful with the meta. Want to keep the drum boy alive. Spy count does still look really good. Despite the archer losses, like, the light cav is the really scary thing here. Corv having to go into Hobbler, it's a weird mixed bag, man. Like, seeing this, if you just switch melee armor, these things just feel trivial. Instead of going to stick to the attack speed. Hobblers are taking a few of the archers with them. The Yeoman on the backside going unharassed throughout all of it. This is getting weird really fast. The problem for KnockKnock, it feels like he's being forced to overinvest in defending his archers. He's never killing the yeoman in notable quantities. Like, if I looked at this army, your thought is, okay, the Sipahi just run past this and attack this. Because if you get here and activate the attack speed, like, there's nothing that you can do as Corvinus there. You haven't got enough spears. Your lords can't catch up. And your Hobilar's damage is kind of irrelevant. You know, you hit for 7 damage, so is Sipahi taking 50% more damage there isn't that noteworthy. KnockKnock now in full defense mode. Corvinus looks to fully punish. Yeoman count still strong. Law's proving incredibly frustrating from this position. I don't know, man. KnockKnock is... I don't want to say hard stuck, but the way he's playing is making him hard stuck. With the Sipahi, there should be theoretical ways to do something. We're just not seeing it at all. It's kind of a stuck in the mud type feeling, if anything. Bone on the blacksmith's a smart read there. I mean, for a start, like, minimizing the Hobilar damage melee arm can be good. Also, it's just the production rate increase. Doc, no, denied. Sipahi gets scared away. Ah, yeah, he tried. So instead of cutting reinforcements, he tried to take out. Now, because he's failed to do so, yes, he forced an archership investment, but it means he hasn't slowed down the trickle of troops here. Remember, KnockKnock, you have to discount 9 of his military count, because there's actually fishing boats. Looked like a pin, though. Corv, surrounded from both sides. He splits it up, though. Lords to hold the west side. KnockKnock, he's not clicking past it, really. Yeah, the yeomen are just being allowed to stand here. Over the choke point. Archers will try to take down the spears, but you just see how tanky they are. 104 HP. Lord's still got some HP to work with. This is the hesitation moment. Yeomen, they just go straight for the meta. Ranged armor removed. This is just getting weird. Like, the yeomen have been allowed to stand in the fight for so long, becoming a truly obnoxious unit here. I don't know. For how good Sipahi are, I don't feel like I've felt it more than maybe once in this game. Now the re-engagement. Low health bars. Remember, he doesn't have healing anymore. Sipahi just going to get sniped down. The yeomen, they're going to have to start cutting away soon. But at this point, you've got enough DPS to almost one-hit them, right? Starts to spread the damage a bit. Chase is going to be given, but we aren't ever seeing the fortitude. Just a 1 or 2 spearmen enough to deter it from KnockKnock. Cool. Definitely floating enough wood to just double down on yeoman if required. He even starts to stand his ground. New Lord's arriving. I don't feel like this meat grinder is serving a purpose for KnockKnock right now. He's kind of forced to do it just to keep pressure off of his base. But the yeoman is the thing I'm keeping an eye on. Like, you're losing raw Sipahi count and your opponent is scaling yeoman. Who benefits more? And, like, here's another crazy thought. Corv can walk all the way home now. 2 reasons. 1, Castle Age feels achievable. 2, that's a very heavily damaged army. If only there was a landmark that could pop off all these health bars. Oh, well, will you look at that? There actually is. So probably just going to be a stroll home now. A hunker down. Is yeoman just a better lombo? No. There's catches. Yos are quicker, but they have less range and less damage. And you're paying the same price as the lombo. Sorry, you're paying more than lombo, right? Movement speed is very powerful for sure. And the slight range definitely powerful. I don't know if I categorize them as just a raw better lombo. There are situations where they're better and situations where they're arguably worse. Because, like, for kiting, for example, like, if you're only building yeoman, better the lombos. And what? No. What? Is castle dropping the base? Someone stop this man. Hold on a sec. You guys want more music for that, right? We're going to have to see if he can achieve this. So surely not. KnockKnock. He's got 10 Sipahi, 23 archers. Can he actually do anything about this? Wait, he's going deeper? Oh my god. It could have been a secret. Instead, it's going to be a dirty, dark secret the entire village knows. I cannot believe this. This is outrageous. He can't be allowed. Let's see if he can achieve it. Knee deep in the base. There you go. Now you use the music. Dive in. Hobble art. Able to keep the archers at bay. Like, there's no stopping it. It's going up. This was an underwhelming use of Red Alert 2 music. I really thought he put up more of a fight. All right, that... I don't know. Is that game? Because you could just put a Siege Workshop behind this and blow him up. We have got the Mehmed coming in the corner from KnockKnock. For good reason, because if he gets dove right now, he would die. Counter raid from the supply is a good idea, actually. Few spearmen are waiting there to receive, however, and he activated the Fortitude. So dies pretty fast, but did find some worker kills. KnockKnock has got eco lead, by the way. It's 53 villagers and 19 fishing boats. The problem is, militarily, he's actually in quite the brutal nipple cripple. Look, the count has been a complete lie. It's not 55, guys. He has about 36 military. He is heavily outnumbered. He doesn't have much gold. It's one of the most hated strats. I mean, I have been vocal about this before. I don't feel like defensive landmarks serve a non-toxic purpose in AoE 4. They reward overly greedy plays, or they get used for toxic, cheesy strats like this. On average, defensive landmarks are probably the most controversial thing in AoE. Because the way I refer to them is defensive, when really you should just change it into offensive. KnockKnock deeply offended by this attempt to try and take all his gold away. Not that he has much of a say in it. The number's just too high. One meta sniped already. Ranged armor's not going to last long here. Yeah, the meta overstays is welcome. Will be sniped. So aura removed. Veterancy about to kick in. We also do already have some of the Earl's Guard in the formation. Not to mention the fact the Lords already got auto-buffed on their stats. Like, there's no beating this now. A 2-0 victory for Corvinus seems entirely inevitable. Defensive landmarks need to appear in Fog of War when building is triggered to the enemy too. Maybe. No melee schools? No, because he was going for like a pressure build. A little bit surprised actually, because even with pressure builds, a lot of the time people do go into melee schools. He lost in the end over an hour. Yeah, but the thing is, like, English people somehow enjoy going an hour long, even if they win or lose. So, like, really, did you win? Like, if you dig deep and ask yourself the question again, did you win? This is like that meme, but, you know, but at what cost? How high was the price? Too high. Like, peak rank in AoE 4, peak rank is unranked. I've never ranked in. Why the Tuklak bands? Probably Frisian. Corvinus has this effect as well. Like, he's seen as the Delhi guy, right? So you think elephants. Defense landmarks only being able to be built within influence of TC. I don't like it. It's the same reason I don't like the Mongol TC cannot be too close to enemy TC. You're just creating convoluted rules that are complicating the game. That's not a good thing. You don't want to complicate the game more. It makes everything holistically more confusing. The best approach to get people playing an RTS and like making it more enjoyable and widely more accessible is by not overcomplicating an RTS. Depth is fine, but like depth that is understandable and approachable is important. And like, I still think the Mongol TC rule is like it's confusing. Like, if I'm a new player and I'm like, I Fearcraft, oh man, I could move my TC to the enemy side. I'm going to play a game, do that, and lose because I'll get there, and for some arbitrary reason, it's going to say I can't. Or because a better solution wasn't thought out. Always says when your manager wants some custom code for convoluted use case. Yeah, like we had this. So like on our influencer team, we had some members that were talking to our guy who like creates our automated system on the back end, and they kept asking for, like, he was telling me the other day, they kept asking for features. Like, we're not going to have now because they just didn't work out as members of the team. And, like, I crept a smile. I was like, this is why I don't ask many things of you, my friend, because that's what we call scope creep. Scope creep is, like, the biggest killer of success in most development projects. It's just people asking for stuff that, like, if you actually stopped and sat and simply asked the question, do we actually need this? The answer would be no. It would be no. It's just someone's been like, this would be a nice thing to have. There's like, maybe they use it once a month, but it takes 100 hours to code. All right. Draft underway, by the way, for Vortex versus Corvinus, which is coming up now. And we're back into BO5s, by the way. How about we add features everyone wants and then add options for everyone to opt in now? Sure, but my point around things like the anti-Mongol TC rush, there is no opt-in, opt-out option there, you know? Like that's exactly my point. Like that's just a thing that is there that you'll discover and then be like, well, that was stupid. You know? Those systems, I think, are heavily flawed. Okay, why is the draft not loading? I have to check in with Cal. His system seems to be having hiccups today. There we go. It got there in the end. All right, guys. I just need to quickly check in on my son. I leave you with... Nah, do Hell's March 2 is better. I'll leave you with Hell's March 2 quickly. I'll be back in a sec. Draft is happening live, by the way. So it'll update as it goes. Dog. Wait, did the bracket not already update? I thought we updated already. Weird. Cheers, Cal. All right. So, boys are getting in lobby now. Game number 1. Remember, best of 5 here between Vortex and Corvinus. Be willing to be deny now if your name will be remembered greatly, revered by all humans for all of the future. What does that even mean, though? Like, willing to die now. Like, what am I dying for? I feel like I'd rather not die. Like, that's such like a bait. You know, because, like, here's a thought. I mean, you did put revered in there, because I was about to say, like, Hitler will be remembered for a very, 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 very long time, but not for a good reason. Like, you could be the guy that makes first contact with the aliens and shits himself in the initial meeting. And that could be what you would be remembered for until the end of time. That's not a good thing. To save humankind. It's still, like, so obscure. It's, like, so incredibly obscure. You know, like, discovering the cup holder has saved humankind. It saved them seconds while driving. Like, you can now drive and drink. In a way, you've helped humankind to achieve their utopia, because you made the cup holder. But is it, like, really, is it an important thing? Oh, we got a little bit of time. I thought one of them was going to be streaming. Neither are streaming. Shit, this is why I got to get, like, a full-time editor on hand. These are, like, the small segue discussions that need to be clipped and shipped on platforms. You know? Creating the cup holder, shitting yourself in the first meeting with aliens. Like, these are the things that really need to be deeply digested. The dead Harley can enjoy the fact. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. Things are good today can turn out bad tomorrow. Exactly. Like, here's the thing. And actually, that brings you, like, funnily enough, brings you back to the Hitler example. There was a time where at least the ideology of, like, dictatorships was a fair debated point in Europe. But after the whole World War II shindig, very fairly argued probably not a good idea anywhere. You know? But there was a time where there was, like, very big arguments for, like, you had Italy, you had Germany, there was parts of France. Spain was actually a very big one for it, actually. Like, Spain had the whole, like, you know, civil war and revolution over it, right? So there was a time where that philosophy was like, actually. But then you got the use case of a certain Austrian ruling Germany, and everyone was like, yeah, dictatorships are actually definitely not a good idea. And that's, like, how things could drastically change compared to, like, before that, the main example in people's mind was probably Rome. It was Caesar, El Dictator, you know? Like, and that was conceived as a travesty of what happens to him, and he could unite the world, and dictatorship had its use. Like, you know, the way that was referred to in, like, in those times, a dictatorship wasn't inherently just a bad thing. But now we're definitely like, nah. We ain't doing that. Several stories coming out that prove that you couldn't have killed that many. I mean, like, on his own, probably not. He'd have a very busy schedule if he was just doing it on his own. Caesar was killed for that? Yeah, but, like, there's a lot of arguments about whether that was good or bad for history. Because it caused many problems. It caused the triumvirate, right? Which didn't seem like it really improved Rome's odds. And also, Caesar was seen as, like, Caesar's come up and come about was considered a thriving point in Roman history. Some people would argue everything after that was, like, a gradual decline. Who's the favorite to win this? Vortex is definitely favorite collectively with the series. Not sure about Rus versus Macedonians, though. You guys know where this song's from, right? I play this one a lot. I love this song. Yeah, like, guys, what you don't realize, if Caesar hadn't been betrayed, he could have modernized technology quicker and discovered the tech necessary to be immortal. And we could all be like, Hail Cesare in the 21st century forever. Things we missed out on. Stupid senators. Yeah, this one's Cora. I like this song. Conquest of Gaul was also unauthorized by the Senate, and the only people that care about that are the Gauls. I mean, that's actually true. Everyone else is like, yeah, get them, Rome. And then the Gauls like, but our country. Even French people are like, we probably had that coming. Oh, we had a song that was epic for the intro for this, didn't we? Was it? No, I think it's this one. Yes. You guys ready for the intro to this one? Aggressive meets quirky, creative. All right. DJ, play that shiz. Oopsie. It didn't even start properly. It's time for the series you've been waiting for. Quarterfinals. Vortex, the reigning fearful beast of our weekly, has returned to the battlefield. Best of 5, playing as the Rus in the blue. A potent pick to begin Dry Arabia with, but Corvinus thinking outside the box, taking that box, smushing it into a million pieces, turning it into a fabricated chair, and then smashing the chair over Vortex's back like a premium wrestler, whips out the Macedonians in the purple. Into your corners and let the fighting begin. Oh, this is going to be a fun one, folks. Game number 1 between the two in the driest of Arabias. Macedonians proving powerful for Corvinus so far, yet to take a single loss in the KPMMs from what I can recall since he started participating and using this Civ. Has he won them overall? No. But has he been beaten with Macedonians? Not from what I've seen. Curious to see how he wants to try and approach this. Rus can be a more kind of, frustrating opponent. We've actually seen Rus versus Macedonians about, I think it was 2-3 weeks ago in the KPMM. Really sick game, actually, between Louis and I think it was Wham. And what he proved, Louis proved that with mass horse archers, you can actually beat mass Ridari. It requires a lot of elegant micro, but it is feasible. So I wonder if Corvinus is going to try to play for that heavy cav timing, or maybe be more pressure-oriented here. Love the beginning. Goes out onto the deer. He'll be looking to deny away some of the expected pro scout play coming down the line. And let's get predictions cracked up for game number 1. Corvinus versus Vortex. You guys got 2 minutes. Gamble to your heart's content. If you're in a country that doesn't allow gambling, anyway. Look at the tree line. Good spawn out overall. Vortex, he gets the double trees pushed to the west side, creating a natural barrier. And then he gets double deer clustered on the east side. Yeah, really nice spawn. What did Corvinus get in response? Split double tree line. Not exactly great. Corner golds. There's kind of a playable, wallable area to the south side that could be attainable. I assume we're going to be looking at a Hippodrome opening here. It gives you pressure play. Like, if you play Hippodrome, you can deny pro scouts and force reactions. If you play Grand Winery, kind of less so. Like, what are you going to do with Grand Winery in that situation? You're not really going to benefit much from playing into Varangian. Yeah, because your opponent would just bypass the next stage. In theory, horse archers are less effective against Varangian now, but still. And Ridari have standard ranged armor, the same as melee armor. But you can scale it really highly. So it goes up to, like, it can go up to 8 ranged armor in castle, which makes the horse archers feel really bad because they have 10 base. No, like, in theory, there should be a way for Ridari to beat horse archers, but you need enough space and chase. Because horse archers only... They're low cost, right? But the catch is they're doing very little damage, and Ridari can scale up to almost 300 HP each, and also have the ability with runestones to get enough movement speed to keep chasing. But once again, like, it comes down to where you're fighting and how consistently you can push. If it's poke and move away, then horse archers should do much better. So Hippodrome is expected. Golden Gate response. Is it time for a Kremlin rework? Are we there yet? I feel like we might be there now. Like, maybe Kremlin just needs a complete revamp at this stage. It just doesn't really feel good to ever do. I think we had one guy in December try to do Kremlin, and we were very excited about it. And then immediately after was like, well, this was kind of redundant. It just feels weird. And how'd the Gambit go? Your little Hawks, where did you go? 68% for Vortex. Okay. So a decent little bit of respect being shown to the Macedonians in the hands of Corvinus, which is, I guess, like 32% is actually reasonable, considering Macedonians haven't, I think, impressed many people in recent memory. Like, this is not really a civ that has been delivering the big wins you'd expect, right? Vortex into the Pro Scouts. Like, we did talk about this a bit earlier today. Macedonians suffer in a few different areas. They just don't really have great economy to wield. And they feel very linearly leaning. I.e., you choose a direction to go in, cavalry, infantry, or ranged, and you start to heavily invest. And the more you invest, the more stuck you are. Because you want to try and make your best unit more powerful, so it's going to cost you more to do so. But to restart and do another unit type also feels equally expensive. Another problem is, like, with the way the silver system has been designed, you are heavily encouraged towards things that cost a lot of gold. Otherwise, you can't really afford to upgrade your units. Why do Macedonians do insanely well on ladder? Are they doing insanely well on ladder? Like, outside of Conk 3? Outside of Conk 3, I'd say it's more cheesy and unexpected builds. A lot of people, whether they like to admit it, like, they'll probably look for a build order to copy and paste. There aren't really many that exist. So it also means you haven't really experienced a way of solving it as much, I'd say. Like, of all the civs, they're probably in the most experimental phase of any of the civs. In theory, KnockKnock should be in the most experimental phase, but I think with the lack of heal elephants feeling impactful, their phase is more obvious. Whereas we've seen, like, this Horseman opening, we've seen Grand Winery openings, we've seen Varangian strategy openings, we've seen Mass Bog Maffer. We've even seen Mass Spears. The Canadians in particular really love the Mass Spearman build for the Macedonians. So it feels like there's a lot of different directions being explored. But, like, there are two strats to me that I could easily point to and say those are probably where the buffed win rates are coming from. And that would be the Mass Varangian Cheese and the Mass Ridari. Both of those strats have very obvious toxic implications to them. Wall coming up from Vortex. Tech up coming in from Corvinus. Ah, fast play into the third age. And it is going to be full Ridari focus. You can see by the scale barding. Is this a Sistan build? I think Sistan feels pretty good here, no? Because crossbows can be counterplayed by horse archers. Like, it feels as if he's going for a heavy cav timing. So Sistan can make a lot of sense, but this is Golden Horn. You can tell by the way he's moving villagers already. It's going to be a secure on the deer and the gold. The weird thing is, technically, horse archers got buffed against things like crossbows. Because although their base damage got decreased, their attack speed got increased. So even if they're overkilling, they'll shoot the next target quicker. I thought he'd play for the Sistan. I'm wondering if we're going to get more people doing the Sistan builds. We had a really cool one, actually, from Puppy Paw just before Christmas, where he went for a very finely tuned timing to Castle Age, dropping 3 farms. Actually, no, it wasn't the farms, was it? It was the Varangian strongholds. So he moisturized his strongholds and just pumped out a lot of knights while playing deer to afford it. And Corvinus ticked the box there. He was playing deer. Was also being denied some of the efficiency. Vortex tried to snatch them away. By the way, pretty good spawn for a high trade house, wouldn't you say? Sistan's really bad. Sistan is bad if you think of it for longevity. If you think about it in a more short-sighted goal, what Sistan is like, I think Sistan of the first hill for Macedonians is one of the most obvious examples in Age of Empires 4's castle landmarks of tempo-based. The way I described it previously is like Sistan of the First Hill is essentially a juiced-up version of Floating Gate that gets worse than Floating Gate the longer the castle age goes on. Because remember, you get huge generation of resources per minute for each Sistan charge, or you ramp up production rates temporarily. And a civ that has absolutely no tempo and needs time to snowball. Wait, are you saying Macedonians don't have tempo? A civ that gets access to the best heavy cav unit in Castle Age? I don't know about that. Nice snipe. Let's get a worker kill. High Trade House online. Get your numbers in, folks. I would argue that Macedonians have insane tempo, and it's all about knights. Let's see which way he wants to go, though. He hasn't queued up a unit just yet. He's got a lot of gold, actually. Good lord. Yeah, the food's going to get fixed now because he moved out to this area. And it is going to be Ridari as expected. Ranging Strongholds coming up. Did he research the tech? No, this is his first one, isn't it? Yeah, that's going to put a dampener on his production timing, though. Because he can afford additional Ridari production at this rate now with the ball secure on the east side. Vortex straight into the Horse Archers as expected. High Trade House is going to be generating a nice premium 136 gold by the looks of it. Pretty nice. And this is the benefit of always rushing. 137 to be specific. This is the benefit of like rushing third age quicker with Rus. You chop through less of your trees, ergo you get more gold. Ridari versus Mounted Samurai, which is better? Ridari. Mounted Samurai's advantage comes if you drag the game deep enough, because then your economy starts to feel a bit better, whereas Macedonians feels worse. And then if you can play for like the imp timings, especially like there, because you have the Imperial scaling, because you have an increase, an immediate buff huge to your damage, and then you also have got the percentile scaling. Whereas trying to get the full value, like when Macedonians go imp, the game gets really weird because the cost scaling gets absurd. Like we're already for tier 3 at 1,000 silver. Then tier 4 becomes 2,000. And it just goes up from there. It's very difficult for Macedonians to feel good about early imp. Also, Macedonians have 0 tempo based on Imperial landmarks. They're both terrible for it. Because unless you play a very long Castle Age, you're going to get the ability to either build Siege for silver or build Heavy Cap for silver. Now, those are very good, but you then have to have enough silver to afford upgrades and afford the units. Which, if you're going in before, say, 20, 25 minutes, probably don't have that much silver gen. Macedonian imp upgrades are crazy money. Yeah, it's just... I like the idea they had for this civ. It's just a weird one, because when you describe the nature of the Macedonians and the fact they don't have university, you would expect the early imp to be more threatening. But it's not. It's the other way around. The early imp feels, I'd say, fairly weird. And then the late imp is the one that theoretically has power. But by the time you're late imp, your opponent will also have all his uni upgrades. So your advantage is kind of diminished. It's a very weird civ. So Horse Archers versus Ridari is expected. Relic Grab is going great for Vortex. Corvinus, for some reason, didn't even try. I can see where he's coming from, though. Like, he's putting all of his money into Ridari, and your opponent has Horse Archers. So if you go for the relics, you're just going to get sniped. Horse Archers can easily just split up and fight back. This is a lot to give over. Because Vortex could consider adding in knights. In fact, yeah, you can see he's already going for it. Veterancy's on the way. Wonder if he prioritizes Saint's Blessings upgrades. Like, if you go for the Divine Light... Oh, did he already get further? He did, right? Tower range increase is pretty strong. Makes a lot of sense with Horse Archers in particular. Like, the fact that they decreased the damage on Horse Archers, in a way, it just made them more reliant on the Saint's Blessings being used correctly. Cool. If he has started to add in Bogmathra, that's going to be his answer to the Archers. Also, it deals with the fact Vortex was adding spears. I wonder if Vortex would be better off just stopping spear production at this rate. Prefer to get 15 Imperial Cataphracts in less than 2 minutes instead of 1 cav. The problem I see there is, like, you're also... It's another example with Macedonia's design where you are strictly encouraged to do heavy cav again. I know, I think this might end up by the end of 2026 being reviewed as the most linear civ in Air V4. Like, it's even more linear than French. You know when players, like, just build French Knights? At least at some point, like, I might build Arbitrary. But with Macedonians, it's like, I should just keep building Heavy Knights. Those Heavy Knights could prove very impactful here. Dives in underneath the Wooden Fortress. Horse Archers are responding, going for the backline Archers straight away. Spearman rotating around the back. Knights, we got to snipe through the Archers. Ridari forced to engage. The Wooden Fortress still alive. Vortex has great numbers here. Spearman going to pull across now. Knights absorbing a lot of the blows. The Ridari are incredibly tanky, yes, but the Wooden Fortress is going to survive. More Knights are coming. Ridari count is still strong. But the damage is adding up. And at this point, this is where you start to kite with the Horse Archers. And remember, the critical thing there is that Vortex protected the Wooden Fortress. Axe throw mode is going to get activated. Destroyed value is still in favor of Corv. I think the Archers, despite the fact they crumbled fairly fast, it did buy time for the Ridari. The argument I would say is like probably the Ridari should have just pulled away from the Wooden Fortress quicker, and it would have been a much bigger win for him. I think Corvinus is reasonably happy with the fight and how it went. Probably feels like he needs more, which does make sense. Good job there keeping the scout alive. If his goal is to break that Wooden Fortress, he wants the inflated torch damage. Remember, this champion gives 35% more torch damage. Once more into the breach. Horse Archer's going to poke at it again. Runestone's been dropped, which means he can turn very quickly with his Ridari. Villagers, they're trying for a cheeky repair. He does it again. If he loses because of a Wooden Fortress. He leaves a few to burn it through. Ridari give chase. All such a damage is starting to become noteworthy, though. The villagers... No, again? Come on. They can't keep getting away with this. He still gets away with it. Only one worker down so far. The Horse Archers are standing their ground, though. Ridari numbers are thinning. Villagers about to be in trouble. They already tried to repair again. There's just too little left, so they will get sniped. Vortex now building a worker lead. It did come at a high price, though. He has lost practically every Ridari that was buffed. And 2 remain in the field. That being said, Vortex spent a lot of time standing still with the Horse Archers. I think he got thinned on the herd quite a bit there. Half of them going down. And this is something that Corvinus desperately needed, remember. With the state of the economy, losing out in the relic game, he was probably feeling behind. 156 gold here, plus the 4 relics for another 320. And at that point, you start to worry that your opponent's just going to out-knight you. Corvinus now the backup. The advantage he's going to have that's different here is Vortex has to attack into him. And Vortex is building a lot of slow-moving units, so it should be difficult to wield the full firepower. Meanwhile, Ridari are still Ridari. They are very bulky boys, and they just got a lot more damage. Romafire just came in, +3. Now a full switch towards the Bog Muffler, which makes sense. You know, unless you want to start setting up farms, you start to get a bit paranoid about food. Like, how am I going to afford the next wave of Ridari? Like, when you have one kid, you're like, oh, this is great, I can afford everything. And then you have 2 kids, like, tighten the belt a bit. Then you have 8 kids, you're like, what? I can't even afford to put 1 of these through college. How do I afford 8? That can be unlimited Ridari spam, especially when you lose them all and start again. Which ruins the analogy a bit, but the starting from scratch is really the killer quite often for mass Ridari. Vortex just creeping his knights around the flank. Decent chunk of crossbows now added in by Vortex. Oh, he's going ultra wide. Unfortunately, he's seen the whole way. Was he expecting berry/gold? Good idea, just timing is wrong. There's still deer remaining for Corvinus near the Golden Horn Tower. Come from the future where Gento is the GOAT. It's only a matter of time. Clearly, like, the thing you guys don't realize, and Gento can attest to this, you know, he's in the other quarterfinals we'll be checking in on. He got there. Like, he'll admit, you know, really the biggest thing that helped him improve to be a quarterfinalist in KPML is watching live on Twitch. couldn't have done it without that teeth. And I love the cloaks on Bogmaffer. I think Bogmaffer might be visually my favorite archer unit. Even the upgrade icons look sick. It's just like, for some reason, they're like, yeah, we should put the cape in the upgrade. Yeah, that'll be good. Oh, because the minimap FFA? Yeah, but no one makes new minimap FFAs, the problem. So we just don't have new content. Branching Stronghold's being breached. It's a switch into spears. Maybe a slightly too late switch into spears. Villagers getting sniped as well. Nice moves there by Vortex. Shrinks the lead that Corvinus have built up. And no wonder. I was about to say, like, the numbers don't really make sense. Vortex has numerical advantage, but still, it's this. That's all of your premium. 14 Radari chasing a small handful of knights. Now, they are quicker. They will eventually kill. It's coming at a cost elsewhere. Engagement's already underway. Horse Archer moving in. Warrior Monk needs to get a trigger on the buff. He's looking to charge the back line, but everything just keeps dying a little bit too fast here. Does finally get that buff out, but it's small. And now, the second strike. Radarian from the side. Runestones get dropped. He looks for the engage. Backline's just being traded out, though. Vortex just trying to ignore them as much as possible. The Spearman, best thing to engage. And best thing to break him, the Radari. He just can't threaten. Vortex. El Conquistador. As always, Radari have been chomped down to size. Heavy cav now gone. And Vortex with a stable economy. And Corvinus is most questionable. I think outcome is looking kind of inevitable here. Bogmaffer left alive, but against Knights, that's not going to be a fair equation. He only has raw archers against a handful of Knights coming through. With all that work, all that effort, I think we can confirm stamp of approval. Rus is starting to look like a good answer to Macedonians. Corvinus definitely made it tricky, but even at the heights of the Radari timing, Vortex was putting up a competitive fight. Better than I would have expected. I think long term, it comes back the same thing it always does with Macedonians. It's just kind of weird for economy. Mass farm transition now underway. Vortex has not made that same transition. If Corv can get these farms online, there is a theoretical way. Definitely doesn't feel easy. Wait, especially when he's doing this. Vortex is snatching the berries from Corvinus' side of the map. Alright, that I didn't quite expect. I do wonder if Vortex is building too many spears. I also kind of wonder how different Corv's fight would have looked there if the Radari were there in the beginning. I don't know if Vortex could have held him hostage the way he did. Second game of the day where like a small handful of Knights decides it, maybe? Just by not fighting. Adgamafa step up. So the push through looking a bit too strong, maybe. Vortex has enough backline range firepower so that Corvinus can't really flex that as advantage anymore. The Varangian strongholds are important here. They're adding in decent DPS, but it just doesn't feel like enough. Vortex gradually breaking through. Villagers on the left side are going to have to migrate soon as well, which means going to have a gap in the wood gathering to produce additional archers. Vortex may have to consider a reset here before going again. Yeah, he is finning. Kills off one knight to chase away the workers. Pulls back just a little bit here. This is a food grinder, man. And he's doubling down on that back line. 10 more horse archers on the way. Corvinus is like, I need more firepower. More strongholds. You guys have pretty good arrow fire. More of you. Okay, so Vortex, we ran across the map to take half the berries. And then, okay, 2/3 of the berries and run home. This is a rush for limited food. And Vortex, I think he may have overextended in it. Does he know about the farms? I don't think he does. I don't know if you fight the way he did if you know about the farms. Alright, so it looked like Vortex had this. Where to begin with that one? I think it was the strongholds. Seriously, these things are ridiculous. You don't think it in the moment, but it's 12 damage every second. Unlike an outpost, they might not kill as quick, but they won't overkill ever. And he was just sniping spears, horse archers, crossbowmen. The whole kit and caboodle. Oh my god. And now the castle drop attempt. Vortex is back into his territory. So, like, this has been the first fight in a while that's been on his side where he should have numbers favored. Villagers are going to try to rush up the keep. Ridari going to dive in to force him away. Now, he doesn't have a quick answer to that heavy cav. He will trade out with a Bogmaffer. Vortex has to run the villagers back towards the safety of the army, but it doesn't really feel safe here either. Once again, that front line melts! Bogmaffer! Able to clear any knights in their way. Any impediment towards victory. A scrappy game, a wacky game. But one that looks prime now to put Corvinus ahead. GG comes through. He actually does it. Okay, guys, that... Anyone else feeling the back and forth for that? That was a weird game in a great way. The starvation factor on both sides. The fact that Macedonians got towards farms first is a shocking revelation. And props to Corvinus, who once again continues his win streak, never losing with the Macedonians. Holy crap. That was impressive. I don't know, like, I felt like I was, like, teeter-tottering back and forth on who was in control, but, like, I don't feel that was because, like, missed calls as much as, like, they genuinely were punting the game back and forth on that one. That was wacky. I wonder if in, like, hindsight, Vortex looks back at that and feels like he should have been setting up farms, and maybe he was, like, all-inning for a timing that didn't need to be. I think his concern there is, like, that is going to be a long castle age, and that means even more silver, and that means your opponent gets a bigger lead. Oopsie, wrong side. There we go. Cool game, though. What do you even call that one? When are my YouTube numbers so high? It varies. It's looking like a good day. Hello, all the YouTubers. In fairness, like, I'm experimenting because I put horizontal back on. So, like, they recently added a dual stream thing, which has been known to, like, inflate the view count, in theory, is what people are saying. Because, like, basically, YouTube is trying to recommend horizontal streams a lot more. But Twitch is doing very well as well. Hello, one and all. Reminder, by the way, guys, semi-finals and finals for this will be on Thursday. And then Friday, we should have a variety stream coming up. I'm weighing up what we're going to do right now. It might be some with Witcher. It might be some with Mario. There's a few ideas cooking, brewing. Should be a good day, actually. So you definitely want to be tuning in for those. I've been editing down the Cyberpunk, but you can't use your forward or back key, and it's actually quite funny. I like that one. All right, this is kind of a wacky matchup, though. Hold up. Are we good to go? Oh, we need epic music intro, don't we? 2Clack got picked the other way. I wasn't expecting that either. What's the epic music we're looking for this time, guys? Red bid? That doesn't add. That doesn't add the epicness we need. That's great. All right. Let's get ready to roll. Got that the right way around? No, we don't. Deep in the song, I reckon. Game number 2 and an upset underway. This man right here is the unstoppable god of our weekly series. It is Vortex. Yet Corvinus now leads this best-of-5 set. An upset is brewing. The question now is, can he make it a clean sweep as we head into game number 2? Corvinus, building an early lead with a surprising Macedonian victory, now looks to extend it with the Golden Horde. Another low pick Civ in competitive. He'll be playing the green here on Frisian Marshes, and Vortex looking to scrape a point now onto the board. Goes to something that has been trusted by him and his brother time and time again. We always see them pick it here. It is dinosaur time, elephant time, elephanto fun time here as the KnockKnock dynasty emerges in the red. Let's get to it. Opening onto the dot play, coming in from the KnockKnock. Makes a lot of sense. Remember, they get extra food gathering on the drop-off. On top of that, it's just really easy to get away with this. Dark Age Rush doesn't really work onto KnockKnock docks because their fishing boats come with their own form of protection. On top of that, in a weird twist of irony, Golden Horde, the variant civ of one of the best Dark Age rushing civs in the game, is not very good at Dark Age rushes. No Beasty versus winner of this match today? Probably not. We'll see, but probably not. Really comes down to people's scheduling availability. Also, that means I don't get to eat. It's just rude. So 15 from Corvinus on the sheep count, 16 from Vortex, keeping a slight lead here. What's Corvinus' goal with this? I'm curious. Could Golden Horde, in people's minds, after the nerfs towards the fast inbuild, the Tortugud, and also the broken Kipchak horse archers, I think this feels like the most dead and reset civ of all the new ones. Like, this is the one that we haven't really seen people come up with a new, yeah, that's the strat. We've seen some experimentation, but nothing that can be anchor point as the obvious go-to strat. Maybe this is the turn point. Maybe Corvinus has been cooking up something special. There are ideas there. You know, in particular, the Karash is a very interesting element of the Golden Horde. Remember, that is the very squishy boy that provides armor to all nearby units. Can prove quite frustrating to deal with for certain comps. And this is already spinning up a difference, guys. Building carts has not been a very convincing landmark. This is the one that gives you 2 production buildings for free at the start of the age up. You have to unpack them, though, and that takes time. You will also get an additional cart per age up. Compare this to Khan and Tortugud, it's been a no-brainer for people. Getting more health and costing less to build into your best unit as Golden Horde, it's just been a game winner time and time again. But Corvinus is cooking funky here, man. Maybe carts into docks. That's an interesting idea, actually. Yeah. Double dock at the beginning of age up. I mean, is there a better value point is what I'm wondering, though. Because your opponent already has 1 dock. You're going to have a second by the time you're doing that. So that would mean your opening play is to get economy. At that stage, do you not kind of just wish you got the economy earlier? It's also a case of wheeling them out. Like, that's a really far distance. I think I get why they're slow. So, guys, building carts are insanely slow. The reason they're slow does make sense. Because if these came out and they moved fast, we all know what we do straight away. We just send them to the enemy base and unpack them. I think that's what the devs were worried about. They were paranoid it would be used for cheesy rushes. So I understand the reluctance, but it just kind of created this weird landmark choice that always gets used in your base straight away, and that's kind of it. That's got a Rax as well. Maybe like a 1-1-1? Wait, no. It is the dot play. Okay. Sure? There's already some spears here, though. I don't know about this. The villager gets baited to try and repair. We'll get blocked out of it. Vortex should have the time for the kill here. Unless you want to pull like 2 or 3 villagers at once. Corv's going to try 1 Billy. If Vortex sees that straight away, though, it shouldn't work. News a crow. That was cheeky. The creeping like, we're going to surround him now. Yeah, you can't bring this villager back. He did just get double spawn on the spears. He's got archers as well on the way. Hasn't quite torched it yet. Finally, it's on fire. Villagers coming back out. Full HP 1 again. It's definitely hurting Corvinus. The idle time of just circulating villagers like this feels bad. But he does have the dock drop in. So he goes for a dock drop and an archery range here. I like that. I prefer that to like double dock. I think double dock is just way too greedy. Nice split there. Great micro. He gets the worker kill and both? Guys, those are hardened spears, no? Yeah, they're hardened. That's a filthy one. And he will get the Uvu. So value most definitely found. Double spear lost, but he forced the hard investment, killed 2 spears. He kills a villager. He idles the others out, coming back and forth. He forces a reinvestment into the Uvu. I think Vortex is very happy with the outcome of this early game. What game is this? This is the mighty Age of Empires 4, of course. What other game could it be? Now the heal elephant follow-up. Okay. Elephant strat. You would have thought this is starting to die a bit, but when you have fishing advantage, it's justified. Especially if he noticed his opponent was going for a pawn play, because the elephants are also like mini rams. They can hit into the buildings. It's not crazy damage, but it's very hard to ever remove them. And because they're able to heal surrounding units, it means you can pulse spearmen with elephants and just stand underneath a dock, burning it to death. Now, this was nerfed, by the way. The healing is weaker than it has been in prior patches, but it's still seen as, I think, a cornerstone strategy, in particular on Frisian Marshes. And we are finally getting fortified outposts. Yeah, this is... In hindsight, like, is this something that he should have had earlier, I'm wondering? Because if you fortified outposted here... I don't know if your opponent could actually do anything. It's just such a problematic building. I've talked about this with the devs before. It's a really cool concept for a building, but as the cornerstone of so many things you want to do, it's a kind of spit in the face that you have to spend 200 resources to even start building this. To then get 5 garrison slots. I almost feel like the better way to have done this is to have had a standard outpost that you can then upgrade? Or even making it like 1200 HP and giving it, let's say, 150 wood cost. Then you pay 50 stone to get 500 more, as well as the aura effects. That might have been a better way to go. This guy does at least sniff out what's happening over here. Corvinus just extending the dock line. But still 2 pawns behind, really. Well, 1.5. Raider elephants already coming through. What is this ungodly sight right now? Ah, yes. Group mining. The safest way to gather in the elephant apocalypse. Yeah, and here we see the villagers and the archers merging into the herd. For what safer place is there from the elephant apocalypse than to be accepted as one of the mother's cubs? Corvinus now going for the Keshiks. Ooh, okay. He's going Karash. So we're getting a market Karash strat. So this is where you just mass into Karash to just get numbers up. Also gives you the +1/+1. Pretty good against archer spam. It's just 3 extra bodies. You know, you're only saving, like, what, 50 food? But it's still 50 food plus an extra unit. When you're playing against mass archers as well, it's going to lead to a lot of overkill for Vortex, where he's going to want to get rid of the Karash because it's like removing a meta, but you're going to spend way too much damage per kill. Vortex now creeping forward. 3 elephants, more raider elephants coming. Well, this is do or die type feeling, isn't it? We've seen this timing. We've seen it counted more recently, but we've seen it destroy games. The triple healer elephant. Once more into that Uvu. The 4th elephant being prepped behind this. And this is an easy kind of stack flow effect, right? One Uvu into the other. Corvinus is going to have to react fast. He's trying to buy as much time as possible to get the Karash count up. Already up to 6 in total. Meaning it's going to be very difficult for Vortex to remove the +1/+1. Corvinus is buying time. He's waiting for the undermesh to come through, so he actually has +2 armor. It's critical to invalidating Vortex's archer line. And he's trying to cut reinforcements. Vortex moves into siege the second Uvu. A wrap round the back now from Corv. It's the poke of the archers. Elephants forced to respond. Spears. Get on the forward side of it. Started hitting the elephants. It's turned into a concave. Let's see what the elephants can do. Damage buff been activated. The Batu Khan giving everything he can. Archers snipe the back line. Raider elephants are being ignored, though. So they're getting as much value as they can. Spearmen finally reacting. Elephants get pushed away. And with the Keshiks now here, the Kalash as well, this should be good enough. He split up the fight. Vortex, in a way, baited himself there. Pushed the Raider elephants past, but it meant that he had nothing to sustain or front line for the healer boys. They aren't dying fast, but they will die gradually. However, look at what Vortex is doing with this opportunity. He's pulling Corvinus' entire army as far away from his base as possible to cover up his tech play. Splits up the elephants to buy more time. And it actually buys time. Come on, no. Corv, he just got baited. He sent everything. Uvu going down. And now, Vortex ready to go up. Compound Defender or House of Learning. Which way are we going to go? It's a swing into learning. Books, books, books. What's he after from House of Learning? Kind of a... I think it's a weak landmark quite often, but maybe just the movement speed on the elephants can make sense here. Let's give him a retreat attempt. Healer elephant goes down though. He still has one all the way in the back. Okay, now, right at this moment, you're like, oh man, Vortex is so dead. Because Corvinus is going to dive his base. Until you count the crash. It's 14. Once again, impossible to take away his armor buff. But DPS-wise, not really adding much. And tank-wise, not adding much. See how far Vortex has to retreat. He already has veterancy for archers on the way. As if he didn't kill them quick enough already. Healer elephant, just gonna get the way of it all. There's archers, remember, vetted up, just snipe anything with ease. He's got more Raider elephants coming through, additional healer elephants on the way. Batu Khan's going to be able to keep charging in. The Keshik count quite low. And now he's just going to stand his ground firm. Archer's just trying to pull away from this. Vortex not queuing up more of them, though. Wait, no, he's saving for a War Elephant, isn't he? He has to be. Finally adds in more archers. That felt heavily delayed, but this dive, it's just... The Karash count went from 14 to 4. Need I say more? Oh, man, it's just so deceptive. I think from a spectating standpoint, Golden Horde is the type of Civ that makes you shake your fist. Because you see that he has a huge military lead. You're like, well, this is it. I've seen players kill from this position. That's it. He's screwed. And then your jaw hits the floor as you watch Karash drop like flies. And Vortex does not have any castle drops. He couldn't afford it. Raider Elephant's at least going to get sniped out. But now you have to worry about mass vet archers. Even Keshiks can struggle a bit with that. Yeah, I mean, the Karash makes it more feasible to contest. You're at 5 armor instead of 4. But now we have the Knights. Ay. Just Knight Archer for Vortex, right? Corvinus, this is where I always am skeptical about Gold Horde. Can you guys figure out why? Like, the thing that sucks for them? What do you do now? How do you tech? You don't do it easily. You have to wait an absurdly long time, a minute 50. And it's not like a Basses where you have an inflated economy either. He also has no types of batch production, so he can't inflate numbers with ease outside of more Karash. Knights now showing up. Maybe ill tidings for Corvinus. He goes to trade with the backline. It's the only thing he really can do from this type of position. Melee will try to blob up to deal with a few knights remaining, but the healer elephant almost keeps that Lancer going. This is breakpoint. Cool effort by Corv, just trying to evolve the game with the Karash strat, but it is going to be no match for that elephant strat. I mean, you're going for damage reduction versus healing. Like, that's the weird position you put yourself in with that. And just great read by Vortex to not double down. I think, like, where elephants are still pretty toxic is when you don't overuse them. He didn't try to go 7, 8, 9 Helicopters. That would have been a mistake. 3 or 4 just to force a reaction and buy time into a win con. Oh, able to get another Clash Wave together. Khan re-emerges. He's saving up for the castle play now. But 24 vet archers. Even your Keshiks will struggle to dive against that. Especially with it being +2, so it's 9 damage versus 5 armor. Almost insta-killing a Keshik per flurry. We'll be forced to reset again, but this is good news in Vortex's eyes. If he's seeing this many Keshiks, it means it's not an age up. Which means Corvinus is just gradually kind of grinding himself into the ground, is the thought. No wonder. We're just going to get the burn down now. We are. Deprive the stone, right? Like, this is going to stop those valuable techs that change games. And I don't know why I'm talking about batch production anyway. You need Castle Age for it, don't you? Yeah. That's another weird thing. If you play a very, very, very long feudal age, like, the opportunities to do things with stone is kind of low. I guess you could get the Edict, but Stockyard Edict doesn't really make sense yet. And you can get the food gathering, but only tier 1. Must be Yasak on the way. Hold on a sec. If he pumps Keshik, he has got gold access. Because if you get the Keshik count up here, with the Karash as well, like the armor is unrivaled. These archers will be moved. The concern is the Night Wave building. As long as Vortex gets the timing right, he should be fine here. The thing is, he knows there's a tech going on. The golden 10 at the front gives it away. Full starvation. Corvinus now without gold. Ah, yeah. You can't naked rush like another Civ would. You can't stick 20 on a landmark, tech up, and then rush gold, for example. Vortex looks like he's getting ready for Imperial Age, but that's not really much use here for Tuklak. And hold on a sec, he did creep out. Good eyeballs, Corvinus. No, come on. The one night. Oh, wait. Wait. He sees him. He moves away. He hides in the corner. Okay, that might have saved his bacon from getting cooked straight away. Oh, that is a sick reaction. He stopped himself building the gird just in time. Now we'll shift over. Props to the fishing boats, the true scouts. The Vortex, he still knows the timing. Now he looks to punish it. Villagers, not enough room. That's going to be, what, -4? Make it 5. Vortex moving across to more. Fortified outpost spam? Oh, God. We're in desperation time right now. This might be a good time to toggle edicts. The extra health would make a lot of sense if he can fight in range. But he's been forced to the edge of the plank and pushed into the sea below. There's no doubt about it. Vortex was just waiting until the very last moment to fully exploit his military firepower. Army erased. And work is not long for this world. A good start to the series of Corvinus. But Vortex reminds him that it will not be that easy. Right? He's got more Lancers coming. He should be fine here. I think for Corvinus, he's like, okay, yeah, spring on placements. Whoop, whoop. This will break the game. But funnily enough, he's actually going for the burn through. Instead of looking for the villages, which is a little bit weird. Remember, you don't get extra firearm on these things. Not unless you go for earth and core balls. Like, actually, that's an interesting idea for a strat. Earth and core balls to fortify further with Springhorns is kind of disgusting to think about. Maybe we've misunderstood this Civ. And Corvinus is trying to show us the way. He's like, all you have to do is build lots of outposts and admit that you're playing a tower defense game. But yeah, he just halved the DPS here. It was kind of looking competitive with multiple Springhorns, not so much now. The villagers try to shift away. But this will be the point where we'll see that lead extend. Corvinus, he still has decent food. The problem is just not having enough time to really get the army up. Vortex actually gathering stone now, so might just go for a KnockKnock fort drop to end the game. Oh, he's already started building them, actually. Where? In his base, I guess? Yeah, we've got the best one. He's gone for the food one. Although he hasn't chosen it yet. You're going to be going for this one here, Bakar. So he's upgrading it full, and then you choose Bakar, and this all generates food. It's easily, I'd say, the best one. Like, if you were to project all the games of, like, KnockKnock's fort strats, this should be the one that comes up the most. But, you know, you do actually need to remember to press the button, Vortex. Like, it's very helpful if you get the button. Another castle, another outpost. The castle of the Golden Horde, shall we say. Looking to be broke down, and this time should be easier than the last ones. Archers, not really registering any real damage, but like the raw count with the knights. I think Corvinus is going to force a retreat. It's going to be past. Oh my god, he's rushing tier 4. Wait, is he? Yeah, he's getting 2 tier 4s. 1 tier 4, rather. He would need compound defender to get multiples. Okay, yeah, he's... Is this the... This has got to be the military units. Castle drop, though. Like, I'm a bit skeptical. The Keshiks, can they do enough damage? Culling the herd. Villager count is low. Vortex is maybe a little bit... No, he's got 7. He's still got them back here. The Keshiks couldn't do it. A few more coming in now. This is going to be a weird castle. 5 villagers left alive, but that should be enough to get him there. And with the tech up complete, you know what he's doing, right? He's going to just upgrade this one. I assume over here, what would you go for? Is it... Yeah. It's going to be the Governor of Ook. So he's discounting the research techs heavily by 35%. And now over here, you presumably just go for the Governor of Ajmer. And he's done it. He's finally done it. He finally chose Bakar. Oh my god. I can't believe how much food he missed out on. That must have been like 500 food, like at least he's missed out on. And yeah, it is indeed going to be the Emirs. So Governor of Ajmer coming through. This is a dirty one, guys. Remember, these are units that just produce for free over time. And he's going to be able to scale the amount that he'll be able to build with each tier. So you just get these beefy men-at-arms. And this, I will say this, though. Why did we go House of Learning, really? Which tech did he get? He's missing one, right? I think he's missing one, right? I'm not imagining that. I don't know. I'm not convinced by it as a landmark choice still. No, he hasn't got any. Okay. Wait, then why on the bar don't they just use this one? Whatever. Actually, yeah, it makes sense. QWR. So... This is another example where Compound Defender, which would have been substantially better, because it also would have gotten him towards tier 4 techs on his castles. Yeah, this is it. This has to be. I know I've said that a few times, but like the state of the game hasn't really changed. It's continued to trend towards Vortex. I will give props to Corvinus for finding crafty ways of just resisting the end. Like seeing mass archers and going into Musket Yasak did buy him time. Because remember, he has 9 ranged armor with the assistance of the Karash. And now against elite lancers, like this is the other thing that's insane about KnockKnock. Their tech timings, like they hit Imperial Age, they can hit elite techs in 5 seconds. This is exactly what he's done here. Elite archers, elite knights, which is just so affordable with Ook. He got a 35% discount. He got them in 5 seconds, and he got the techs cheaper than any other Civ would normally pay. Can't ask for more than that. Be a staggered retreat here, just whittling away at the numbers. Snatching berries away, and we do now have, what, probably a cannon on the way? Death begins to feel pretty inevitable here. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised this is still, like, pulling along. I think Corvinus is just playing the low percentile chance now, right? He has, I think for him, in his mind, it's this win con. as long as he has gold, he's not dead. That's been the thing keeping him running. The funny thing is, like, Vortex has been seeing crossbows, Teshiks, and at no stage did he ask, where is that gold coming from, and look for it. He sent a knight down there very early on, and there was that clutch dodge by Corvinus that kept him alive. Also, the worker count, right? Like, he has been sniping workers. Like, actually, I've been pretty impressed by the amount of kills the Keshiks have been obtaining. Still, the inevitability in this game is like Imperial versus Castle, right? With 5 relics. And here's another fun thought for you guys. Tithe Barns is actually really affordable. You can get it in 5 seconds for the low, low price of 390 gold. I'm telling you guys, I think this is probably KnockKnock's best Imperial strat. Palace Assaulting it into Ook for the 35% is nuts. We actually saw it, I think, in the EGC finals from... Was it Poppy Paw or Wham? I think it was one of them done it. It was really good. Still, props to him. I mean, like, I haven't been focusing on these raids as much. The eco count has remained competitive. It's the military count that's just getting kind of wacky. Like, technically, Corvinus has the raw village elite. It's just his army is never looking better. Bombard now arriving. That should be the emphatic detail. Because infrastructure is going to start flopping. The army melting so fast now. I mean, if you just got Incendiary, it's pretty much over, actually. Because then you only need archers. And no, he found him! Okay, that's it. Immediately, GG comes in. A sick dodge originally to try and keep this game alive, but it's felt like Corvinus has been up against the ropes this whole time. KnockKnock, though, gotta give him credit, guys. This Governor of Ook strat, it's giving them some spicy Imperial potential. Hey, what's up, Finn? Appreciate the sub, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. Thank you, thank you. Oh, man. Feels so bad for GH. Yeah, it's like it's a weird civ, right? But it's like, I think people still need time to cook with it as well. Whether it's going to pay off, I don't know. That's not, well, I'm not sure of. But that'll be KnockKnock versus Golden Horde. And it's gonna be Knights Templar time. Ooh. By the way, guys, reminder, if you want to assist a charity, we are doing a little bit of fundraising today. Let me switch over. So we've got this right here. We're raising some money for the local cancer ward over in the Ipswich Hospital. So my mum, she got diagnosed with cancer a few weeks back. And has already started her treatment. She just got some chemo treatment the other week. She's got a few more blasts coming, but she's inevitably going to lose her hair. So my nephew, a 12-year-old boy, has decided he wants to try and raise some money for the local ward, and he is going to be shaving his head bald in honor of that. So if you guys want to just, help a bunch of wonderful workers that like help people day in, day out who are suffering through cancer treatment, then consider donating to them, because all this money raised on the Just Giving site is going to go across to the wonderful people on that ward. So appreciate everyone who has been donating. We see you people through here like TD Johnson, Australia, Drum as well, Faplarp, a few anonymous people. You're all incredible. Thank you very much for that. Keep that fundraising going. And I'm sure you guys will help them crack that £500 goal. All right. Oh, we need epic intro music. Oh, we need, I know what we need. I know exactly what the intro music is for this. And what's up, Neko and Kenton, Brad? Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate both of you. Appreciate the subs. Remember, guys, get those Prime subs in. That's absolutely free to do. So, you guys ready for this? We need it a bit louder, I think. It's the only way to introduce the most sacred of orders. Knights Templar emerges in the quarterfinals between Corvinus, playing as them in the purple. But he will face off against the heretics from the east. Vortex with the Delhi looking to deny all hope from the Holy Order. Game number 3 begins. Tundra will be your map. Delhi not really picked too frequently here, but a good map for it with a triple sacred site locked in the center. But the Knights Templar. It's a cooking marathon for Corvinus. The place he loves to be. The ways of the warriors, the healers, or the Francais. When this man takes to the Knights Templar, any and all are possible. How is he going to do this? What direction is he going to pull us in? I mean, 2TC has been on the rise. Some players such as Anatan believers in it. I think Knights Templar is still a relatively underexplored civ in the current meta. Most people seem to be tooting about Angevin Empires, the heart of it at the moment, which is ironic considering not too long ago, everyone would go Genoa for the castle play. 2TC doesn't seem likely here though, right? Oh, wait, I think we've got a desync. We must have a desync. Like, look what's happening. We've definitely got a desync. Or crash. I think we've got double crash. We've got a double. I think it's a desync of some kind. What the hell? Alright, let's try this again. Unless there's a different map that they're using than the one I've got. I don't think so. That should be a problem. Waste of an intro? No, you just recycle it into the reload. It's fine. An intro that good ain't gonna be wasted. That's why we got a pause button. Oh wait, this one's correct. Yeah, it was a weird desync. Okay, so we restart. What were we at? We were at like 1 min 40, I think. No, they haven't restarted. I don't know what happened there. It just randomly desynced the observing, but then fixed it on a reload. So we'll just go for like 2 minutes and then hop back in. That was a weird one. Alright, so just bring it a little bit further along. Nobody could have expected the desync strat, but we're back in. We have re-emerged. We had to refresh the game. So we're about to find out which order will Corvinus be approaching here. Dome of Faith seems very likely in a given to Vortex. He also got a very interesting spawn. No back tree line at all, which makes deer and berry access more easy here. And whoa, no, it is going to be 2TC. With this slightly inefficient mining cam, I'm just going to hover on this at really... Like, you know what? This is the type of thing that sends people into combat mode. It's a journey to gather your stone and to establish the healing order in the Middle East. Workers that will never die. A TC placement that will come in quicker against a civ that seeks to slay all of Christianity. Damn, that song is epic. So yeah, Dome of Faith, just pretty much your normality as expected. Like, I think Tower Victory needs a rethink. It's just not cooking in its current format at all. Like, when have you ever seen someone do Tower Victory? When was the... Like, what year was it? Just like, you know, this is the thing. Like, I'm so confident at this point, you're just going to put a year instead. It's not even going to be, like, a date. It's just a year. We saw it, like, a handful of times in 2025. But it hasn't really been meta for well over a year now. And this is, like, it's quite weird with Knights Templar. All this effort to go in a different direction and then just a return to where it all began. Because when this civ got first introduced, everyone was just 2TCing anyway. They thought it was the only way. And a nice TC at that. A wide one, fairly greedy, but it will be securing both the gold and the deer. If he's going to do a mining camp, would it make sense to be in the stone? Technically, I can see where you come from for the 350 stone versus the 100 gold, but later on you're going to go back for more golds. That might have been his thought process. It's like long term, it's more efficient. But it's definitely a fair point. Like, arguably, with this TC placement, it would have been better to have gone on the stone instead of the gold, because you're going to gather gold from here, presumably. And this will be primarily for trees and food. Why is the house and mosque so close to TC? Because his villagers would have been standing here, so he loses no walk time, just slapping it down like this. And then, like, even with the Dome of Faith, I'm pretty sure he just used the villagers that were on the berries, and then kept the people on gold, which does make sense. Because you don't want to be going Dome of Faith with 3 gold workers. That's really bad. It also would just mean you don't have much gold to get your scholars out at the start of the age up. So, Vortex, we're going to want to definitely confirm this. Did he already scout it? Or was he busy dropping off sheep? I think this is like a very tilting placement. Like, if you think about the way that the Vortex approaches, and that's a fair point actually to the mining camp here, by the way. To really answer why you place the mining camp here instead of here, if Vortex came over and saw a mining camp here, it's 2TC. He knows it's 2TC straight away. He's already preempting 2TC. But if he sees it here, he's suspicious it could be 2TC, but he doesn't have confirmation. He's going to get it now, though. But I think that's the big difference, right? Like, spotting it at 3 minutes versus almost 6 minutes. Ghazi are going to be starting to get queued up now. And Corvinus already setting up racks and stables on this second town center. Now, that is an interesting approach. Yeah, it just kind of gets you close to the front line. Doesn't mean your back line can theoretically be more exposed. But, like, arguably, this TC needs protection, whereas this one should never really be dove early on. It's 8k HP versus a mere 2.5. And also the better gatherings are here, right? The deer. Trees are the one vulnerability I'd be a bit worried about for Corvinus with this approach. Like, your woodworkers don't really have anything to keep them safe. And, oh, good eyeballs. Did he pull the ball? He must have. Is it? Oh, wait, no, it's there. I'm blind. Yeah, really efficient play then. Sometimes the ball just feels like it's much further away than it actually is. It's a bit, like, it might actually be worth dropping a mill just to shorten the distance, but if he gets wheelbarrow, it's fine, because you have Hospitalaire plus wheelbarrow, so he won't care. Baboon map? What, Marine Lord's throwing shade at a map? This monkey who don't make any maps of his own? I don't know, man. Like, most people have liked this map. Marine Lord would know if he plays in KPMMs, but, you know. He does not engage with his Tundra. Horsemen now coming out. Scholars. No need to be map monkey to know map be monkey map. I mean, how can you embrace being a monkey otherwise? Scholar. Gonna go down. But thank you, Crackety. You just defended the idea that, like, we can make comments on people's build order without me being ranked. Yes! Sucker. You want to keep your ATR? I knew it. This Marine Lord guy comes into our KPMMs in Season 1, uses it to take #1 spot away from Beasty, and then stops playing. The filth of it. We just have a tournament where, like, beneficial seeding goes to the lowest ranked player instead. So then, like, Marina's like, I need to sign up to KPMMs and lose in round of 32. Ah, the chaos of it. So who's winning this right now? We actually have Corvinus going for Pilgrims. Yeah, he only has one Sacred Site he can go to, though. This is one of the things that makes Knights Templar feel really good against Delhi. Like, do you ever want to be playing 1 TC against them? Probably not. Can you, like, if you don't go 2 TC, you need to have Pilgrims. Can you get Pilgrimage? No, you can't even gamble it because your opponent, this is the only civ in the game that can lock you out Sacred Sites in Age 2. There is no other civ in the game that can do that because they can capture them. That's a pretty toxic element. Like, it is a direct counterplay to one of the things that's meant to make Knights Templar unique and strong. Now, this is an interesting one. We actually have Knights Hospitalaire getting added in. Remember, these are the slightly beefy men-at-arms that have got healing as well. But it is against Ghazi. Ghazi that get bonus against heavy units. I think the reason, though, is like it's healing on healing to a certain degree. Like, you need it so you don't just get edged out over time. And man, what a brute force fight. He just ignores the spears, runs past them straight onto the archers. Oh, really solid fight, actually. Keeps monkey manning through. Leaves his spears behind to deal with the enemy ones. Horsemen are overextending now, but he's just trying to enable the spears by getting rid of every archer. Okay, that's an impressive push. His food income is a little bit concerning for these losses currently, though. This is a good matchup for Kingdom Castile. Is there ever such a thing as a truly good matchup for Kingdom of Castile? For Delhi in Castle Age, the Sacred Sites aren't the win condition anymore. They can be, but they're not the critical win condition. I would argue in this matchup, like Angevin Empire probably feels a lot better, especially with 2 TC. Genoa, if you feel like you can lock in a Sacred Site for the gold gen. On this map, Genoa could make sense because of how hard it is to reach the 8Ks usually. But I'm kind of suspicious that we might be getting Angevin. I know, it's like a weird one because Ghazi get bonus damage against you, but you also get a lot of bonus damage against them. The question mark for Corvinus is, does he feel like he has enough food to justify Angevin? Oh, it's Castile! Wait, what? No, okay, there we go. I was like looking for the reason to explain it. I was like, so yeah, the Sacred Site sort of, but your opponent doesn't have 30 archers, for example. And he has Ghazi. So it is going to be Angevin. Double ram coming in. But Vortex, he's already 10 workers plus behind. Pilgrim's like, don't mind me, boys. I ain't with those guys. No, wait, please. I'm starting to have my doubts about this a little bit. How long do the Angevin spears take? Isn't it like 22 seconds? 21 seconds? 19. Okay, okay, so that's not as bad. If the Rams target down the Raxes, though, this is going to be a problem. Instead, Vortex wants to get rid of the TC. It's a full dive. Ghazi Archers marching past. Turns to the burn. Now, he will start to see Spearmen coming out straight away, right? So it'll be obvious what's happening here. But these guys are really tanky. Uh-oh. He can even think about chain healing the limited Angevin spears. And his choke points. Like, this is actually really bad for the Ghazi. Oh, no. TC is going to be torched down. Corvinus is going to lose the workers. But Vortex is still an age behind. And the Angevin spears technically do not have an answer. Villages are going to get sacked. After all that TC effort, we're pretty much even Stevens, just a few workers in it. But you take that. Considering how many workers behind you're meant to be with the tech ups because you sacrifice worker production, I think Corvinus is happy with this. He's got the food to afford additional spears. Vortex just needs to find an age up. Yeah, it's going to be a bail. Hanging around doesn't really get you any bigger of a win right now. You can try to arch a kite, but that Ghazi should never be going in. And the Hospitality, he did get veterancy. So a lot more bulky themselves as well. Might be worth doing a little bit of a circle jerk here, boys. Like, just look at each other and then just imagine the Halo music playing. Alistair learning down the way in the second game in a row that Vortex is doing this, but makes a lot more sense for this Civ. The healer boys, they did try to stand still. Will be sniped down. Less tanky, right? They've got more raw HP, but less armor is the idea. It's a good kite, good snipe. This could be a good night. Corvinus gathering more stone up. Is he looking for another TC, or would this be just for the castle drop? Double Sacred Site still locked for Vortex. It's usually where you think about pulling out for relics, but he hasn't gone for it yet at all. No, not even one. Yeah, Scholar's finally on the way out for a single play. I think this was just for the Sacred Site, though. And Archers. Oh, no, no, no. He finds more! Catches him building the stables. Except this one guy. You can't see this one. Marie is invisible. It's not that she's a bad person. It's just like, you know when someone is so normie, you don't register their existence? That's Marie. If I didn't mention Marie there, you guys wouldn't have noticed her either. Okay, so Pilgrims are going to make it out at least this time, presumably. Because, wait, what? I'm trying to remember the way this works. If you were to lock in the Sacred Site quick enough before they arrive, then they wouldn't be able to use it. But luckily for Corvinus, Vortex is on a mission to fight his own monks for relics. These archers, oh my god. They're just ignoring it. Yeah, just worker. Why not? Finally, we have Templar Bros coming out, so you can't really just ignore it anymore. Vortex was already anticipating this. I mean, there is a big, gaping problem with Corvinus' comp. Are you guys seeing it? Because Vortex is. Oh, you built a heavily armored unit. And a heavily armored unit. And the heavily armored unit. And they're all melee. Be a shame if I was to build crossbows. Archers would just try to get one extra little milk there at the end. And the crossbows are revealed. We do have a horseman switch from Corv. If you can get towards the late game, Knights Templar scale really well for horsemen. Because they have that unique tech with the Brigandines. Comes in a lot later, of course, via University. Definitely something to kind of like highlight. If this game drags and you start thinking about Imp, obviously quite a way off at only 42 villages. The butchering is real, man. 24 worker kills. Delhi scales pretty well too. Yep. Well, the interesting thing about like the Horseman Ghazi interaction is that the Horseman and Brigandine offsets the Ghazi advantage, right? In raw HP. But then you have to worry about things like War Elephants. There is the unique text around crossbows that's pretty good for Knights Templar, though. I'm trying to think what civ is better in late Imperial Age here. I would lean Knights Templar because of the gold detail. Like, if you get late game and you just have the Pilgrims, it's pretty crazy. You don't think Vortex scales very well? Whoa. Marine Lord. Hold on a sec. I don't know if I feel like this is the bad time for you to say that. Because I'm just gonna check. Let's just do it this way. Very important. S tier tournaments 2025. So this was the start. We've got Marine Lord there, 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 Marine Lord there. Marine Lord not there, but Vortex is at the end. Oh, that's weird. Oh, it almost seems like the Spaniard scaled much better in the late game of 2025. You missed one? Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm pretty sure, like, are you sweating at that point? Doesn't that, like, put your contract with General Mates in danger? I'm pretty sure, like, somewhere in there, Gataga added a small clause you didn't read that says, must win everything, or I beat him with a stick. Pilgrim's having a peaceful life now. Relic game looks really good for Vortex, though. He did get 4. The opposite? What, he said he'll beat you with a stick if you win everything? Oh, when you lose, they win on everything else. Right, so you're like the token loser so they can win. Wait, they didn't win Call of Duty, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they didn't win COD. We aren't winning much in other games. All right, so guys, we've revealed Marine Lord's true long-term plan. He's gonna try to get, he's gonna try to strong-arm Kotago into ownership status, being like, "Yo, I win, you lose. If you want me to lose, I need to own the company." Oh, they won the first tournament COD after lost to Wham? Oh, damn. So, gonna be a pretty rough year for M-Lords if he loses Red Bull Warlord, but that should mean the Gotago's gonna win Worlds. Mass Horseman, by the way. Mass Horseman Spring Art is a very interesting way. I like the level of coping that's going on in the chat at this point. It's like, I lost with this storyline. It's more impressive. All right, but Marine Lord, I need you to remember that if you do win in an interview to a bunch of people watching Wololo that have never watched AoE4 before, calling everyone in the scene sucky is probably not a good idea. And oh my god, this Springles is an English Q! Oh no! What? Vortex! The workers, man! Blind as a bat! As Corv looks to bar him down! Mass Springles! In this economy? Unbelievable. Horseman wave starting to fall. The Springles are relatively unguarded, but they're just against crossbows. Oh my god. What just happened? The Springles from Corv. I mean, Vortex, imagine how different that looks if he's on this side of the castle. A huge denial. And Vortex now almost 20 economy behind. Corvinus does have to worry about farms, but with that type of win in a fight, who cares? You can afford it. 2 TC. He can start adding in the farms now and a civ that gathers wood quicker anyway. And in what way does this even look favorable for Vortex anymore? I mean, in his imagination, probably. It's like the only place. Even kill the pig now with the Springles. Proof that Springles can beat everything. If Marine Lord jumped on the map right now, he died to these as well. Like, everyone dies to these. Oh my god. Fortress drop now on this sacred site. Corvinus, for the second time in this quarterfinals, looking to take the lead against the irrefutable champion of Season 2's KPMMs. Winning with Templar Macedonians. This guy is crazy. He also tried to win on hybrid with Golden Horde. It's a bloody good way to start the year, especially with a spicy detail of Red Bull Warlow qualifiers just around the corner. Now would be the time to start flexing strong. Corv. With the fortresses getting added in, the thing you have to remember is like first fortress difficult, second, third, fourth gets easier sequentially. It's a snowball factor because remember 1/3 of the cost is in gold, and by adding in the extra keeps, you're getting extra gold because of the pilgrims. So it becomes a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy for Knights Templar. What a lad. What a series this is becoming. The highlight series of the week, no doubt. Looks like we're going to get a creep or a raid from Vortex. I mean, he has to try something here. He's got village fortresses coming in. He was forced into a very defensive castle in the end. Also, lacking stone access is going to be a big problem here. He can't really scale the castle count. Yeah, that's what Corvinus is staking a claim for. It's the neutral stone veins. Corv will get harassed by the Ghazi, but with Angevin spears there, doesn't have to fear much. No wonder. What could Vortex do to get out of this jam? He does have military lead. Partially deceptive, though. Like, a decent chunk of that are scholars. Corvinus is, I mean, he's just going hard into spin. Served him well last time. There's an element of maybe trusting the spring was a bit too much here. But he's going for a keep drop, damn it. A fortress in his face. Corvinus, we watched him beat KnockKnock with a similar idea. Could it beat one of AoE4's greats? Vortex. Sally's fourth, but not with much firepower here. He's going to try to go for the Springles instead. He needs it to try and enable the follow-up. Gets the snipes. The Springles just standing their ground for the shots. They get erased. And the Spearmen follow up now. Corvinus. Is that castle too far? He doesn't have textiles. He neglected to get textiles. 6 workers, down to 5. Make that 3. Corvinus. Red Bull Wall all time. Names that go right. Well, that has to be Doubt. It's a Doubt Castle. Corv has to walk away. A failed attempt to close Vortex out of the game. And a counter-offensive now on the table. Unbelievable. Vortex does not stare a gift horse in the mouth. A gift springled in this situation. Corvinus just not respecting the critical value of them enough, it would seem. Leaving them a little bit exposed, beaten. And, you know, in hindsight, you wonder about the textiles. Could that have been enough otherwise? You get the same health as a gilded villager with that. Doesn't get beyond that second keep in a rush. He has to actually set it up at home in the end. This Ford Castle now at risk. Sacred Site access also now at risk. As Sacred Sites are going to be starved away from him. Meaning gold access is going to become problematic. Ghazi again in the back. Corvinus allergic to the idea of a wall here. Villagers being moved in with tandem by the Ghazi. Shrinking that worker lead that Corvinus works so hard to build. Rams once more into the breach. Vortex still in those back farms, mind you. Wait, what? The Ghazi still haven't been cleared? What? Are the spears on a toilet break right now? Oh my god, he's sending them all to the front side. So more farmers going down. His one relic being pulled towards the monastery. Is he going to try for the name, the adage? He wants his Wall God moment, doesn't he? He's going to need it. Angerman spears go in. Crossbow trying to snipe them down. Fortress is getting low. It is on fire. More troopers coming through. And Vortex, he has to bow out of this one. Castle will survive. Corvinus now up to 33 English spears. That's what Angerman means. Oh my, oh my. And Vortex, he hasn't got any additional castles, right? No, he does. He has one on the stone. Okay, so that makes it a bit more difficult. Corvinus has only a direct clear line he has to take. Vortex just trying to counter this with crossbows, but not really a quick answer to this many blobbed up Angerman spears. There's an argument here for him going Springles. Tricky part is this many archers. Despite a good attempt by Vortex, despite the shenanigans of Corvinus, this may be his most convincing push yet. Vortex, still just crossbows. Being pressured deeper into his own base. Production lines also now being intercepted. The burns coming through to get rid of specifically the Rangers. He's got a castle drop over here. That will be a stay of execution as Vortex has insulated his base well there. Villagers moving for more stone. So he's trying to recover this off of castles alone. Food count is looking insane for Corv at this point, though. 2.3, 2.4k food income. Not to mention the pilgrimage. I mean, he's getting about 30 out of this. He's doing pretty well in the gold. This series is wild. What can Vortex do? He's choosing Ghazi crossbow over, like, what? You could do... You don't want to do spears. You can do men at arms. What else could you do? Does War Elephants ever work against Angerman spears? It sounds weird to say. He's got 17 scholars as part of my fort. MA with the +3. Oh, you mean the home blades? Yeah, home blades, men at arms could be pretty good, actually. Cool. Wait, what? Okay, Corv is in one strike going to build more Rams than Vortex has all game. Buildings just aren't allowed to exist in this game. Ever, on either side. Not just that, Corvinus is now starting to save up for Imperial. Vortex is just so far away. Like, you know, the military count, the tech up choice, like, none of them are there. Why spam Rams when you can get Trebs? Trebs are slow, all right? We've got to move with speed here. It's a Vortex Corvinus series. Vamos, amigos. Even the late game needs to move fast, in theory. Oh my god, it happened again. The Ghazi. Every time it looks bleak, this is his one saving grace. They go in again, but there is a response. Oh, look. A castle. I wonder what could deal with that castle. Maybe you can get a little bit of ramaging going to get through. This has to be the killing blow army, no? Vortex has 25 crossbowmen. He doesn't have that much to deal with Rams. Most of his Ghazi are not here. Dive in by the Angerman Spears again. They're neck and neck on worker count now. But Corv, if you can stay around like 90 eco, that's fine, especially with the pilgrimages. Ghazi are finally going to be shut down there as they whittle away a few more worker kills. But the castle drop is going to flop. Another one down. Now onto the infrastructure. 2 points. Easily being grinded through here. Crossbow count isn't looking that strong anymore. And the Rams, they see the other castle. It's a clear target. Horseman switch is on the way. This game is so weird and wild. Corvinus looked inevitably like he was going to go Imperial. He now drained the entire coffers in his back-stuck-in castle. Why is this game not progressing? Oh my god. And the farm count from Vortex behind this. This is ridiculous. It's up to what? About to be 40 plus farms? Corvinus sitting at 32. How is this game not over? Corv just remassing now into Archer Horseman. He's going for Imperial. He has to be, surely. Like, what? There's nothing left for you in Castle Age. It's like, oh yes, Castle Age, where castles do this. We've killed most of them at this stage. Let's move beyond. Another fortress drop coming in. And the adorable treasure towers. But in fairness, he can now access the sacred sites. Vortex is also thinking Imperial. Why do these heavy spears have a big-ass shield on their back? It's to show that they aren't pussies. Like, you know when you play Dark Souls and you just go, like, two-handed spear and stick the shield in your back? And people are like, why don't you just, like, take the shield off? You're like, nah. I look so much more manly like this. You know? It's like when someone approaches in a tank, you're like, fight me like a man, and they just get out with a shotgun. It's like, bring it on. Also, it's because Corvinus has spent so much time running away. Every time he goes in, he has to leave. Covers the escape, man. Tech up. Should be queued up. Yeah, it's in. It's Wait, Venetians? He went Republic of Venice. Raid comes through from the Raiders again. Palace of Sultan is about to complete as well. Now, hold on a second. He's actually doing them. Condottiero on the way. He's also going to be upgrading the Angerman Spears. Why Condottiero? I mean, stat-wise, it's not a terrible unit. But you could have had the best knights in the game. Marine Lord legit never made this unit. This is why you're not going to win Wallow. You don't respect the Italians. I think for the trade, it's pretty smart. Because the traders, you get 5 traders, and this map is theoretically very good for trade. So you just build Venetian traders to the maximum, and you get great gold gen there. Because remember, Venetian traders works with Hospitalaire. You get supersonic traders. I think we had a video on YouTube about this. Condottiero versus Expo is bugged. Did they not fix that? I'm not sure if they fixed that. But, like, if he's worried about... In fairness, it's going to be the gunpowder elephant, so it does make sense there. He's taking less damage. Another fun fact, you get bonus versus gunpowder units. So you destroy tower elephants. Also, another fun fact, these guys destroy cannons. You see the stats there? They get plus 16 against gunpowder and plus 16 against siege. Bombards, great bombards, all those things just can't exist. I actually think Condottiero is really, really good against Ottomans, actually. Shivs out against the veteran Ghazi, soon to be elite. We'll get him soon, boys. Vamos, amigos, we're going again. Elite army tactics on the way. Oh my god. No, crossbows are bugged. What? That was 21 shooting for 11 onto a 195 unit, and they didn't kill. They're not getting the bonus. What? No. I don't think they do get the bonus. Oh my god, and that is not going to help either. Not against Condottiero. The Italian mercenaries butcher these big boys. The spears just wait either. Let me at him. Scrappy doing it. Rams in onto the castle. The army tactic. This is still pre-EAT. What? And he has 3,000 gold income a minute. He can afford this for quite some time. They're breaking through to the farm area now. Castle getting harassed. It will be brought down eventually. Ghazi going for another raid. But remember, if you're hitting wood, you're hitting food, it doesn't matter. Condottiero are simply only gold. This unit is eternal. Do we have the Venetian traders? We still don't. The Venetian traders are faster moving traders that give more gold. But the Hospitaller makes him even faster. But he doesn't need it. And he gets it! GG! There's nothing left of him! Respect the Italian mercenaries! Or fall before their boot. Oh, man. Dude. What up? That was sick. What do we call that one? The best Knights Templar player in AoE 4? Has to be. He gets it after that one. That was impressive. He's got Marine Lord here just trying to justify his questioning of it. Like, it's just shit. I don't know why I'd want it. And yeah, like, yeah, we saw... Like, Condottiero were not taking bonus damage from crossbows. They're broken. Oh my god. I've got to put a thumbnail called for Big Brain. The problem is I need someone who does thumbnails now. My guy is like... I don't know if you guys have noticed the lack of YouTube uploads. My guy has been missing. He's AWOL. Alright. So I've got to fix that problem this month. Oh, man. Alright, so we're heading into front rage for game number 4. Holy crap. Let me see, is the points the right way around? No. So 1 second, let me flip it. You heard that. Too good. Too good. Alright. What's the appropriate music for an intro on this one? He's smashing it, so we have to give him... He is unstoppable! Corvinus, the best Knights Templar player, now looking to be the best in the Middle East. Ibid pick in game number 4 for Corvinus. He will be in the purple, looking to emerge on front rage as a victor, but Vortex stands in his way. On this epic journey in our quarterfinals, it is an Ottoman pick from Vortex to try and make it a full 5-game series. Ooh, this is going to be a fun one. Front range, an aggressive map. Ottomans, Iabids. Iabids has been growing in popularity on these unexpected maps. Ottomans is already a potent and expectedly powerful civ. We appreciate it, we respect it. I think people put respect on the name thanks to the end of 2025. But the Iabids has been creeping in. Has anyone else noticed this? In particular, Dervish Wing builds have been just coming in stronger and stronger. Corvinus, in fact, is a big believer that that particular Dervish Wing play is too strong. I've seen his comments on it. He thinks it actually probably needs to be nerfed down a little bit. And in this matchup, it does just feel like a better version of the Ottomans' Imam choice. We'll know momentarily if he's going for it. Remember, front range is an interesting map. Food pulls you south side, gold pulls you north. But what makes this matchup in particular of interest is the fact that neither party can leverage the ball, which means there's substantially less food on offer for everyone involved. Oh my god, it feels weird to go back to age 1 after that game number 3. And Loggy it is. What an unexpected turn. I realize we can 2x. We're like a minute or 2 out from live, aren't we? Oh my god, what a game. How do we follow it up? How do we exceed it? Do you just go for 1 Desert Raider as Corvinus? I think you do, right? Like, 1 DR makes a lot of sense. I just realized, like, the payouts never happen. Where are my mods? I need more mods, don't I? Alright, there you go. Madrissa coming through, to be expected. Madrissa's really good on this map, because remember, on front range, there's not much food. You have, I think it's 8 sheep to start with, something like that. It's very low, 8 or 9 sheep. And that's it. And then you have to play out into pocket foods. Against Ibids, that can feel like a bit of a death sentence, because you're probably expecting Loggy with the Dervishes into, like, 1 Desert Raider to raid you. Double Ford Gold is interesting, though. If the plan here is a true fast castle build, Corvinus could be at risk to just an aggro play. Ottomans are one of the best civs at these pressure point timings, remember. Who just dropped 24k on Vortex? A believer. I respect that. The person's like, we need a full 5-game series. This is the one. Why do the Ottomans keep saying Torgud? What does that mean in Turkish? Because, like, you hear it, right? It genuinely sounds like they're saying Torgud, the Golden Horde unit. For real, definitely. Petition to make Moke a mod. I think that's a terrible idea. That guy calls GG like 10 minutes early, so he'll just pay out predictions before the game's over. Outpost coming up now, and you see how good the Dervishes are. Yeah, you can't even kill them. It's so infuriating. So Outpost will complete. If Vortex was planning an all-in, it just got a lot more annoying. Oh, Torgut is what they're saying. Okay, house dwelling / fortune blessing. That's a lot of words it could be. That's like, you know, that's got to be very confusing if you want to get your palm read, but then someone assumes that you're selling your house as real estate. Like, yeah, dude, I got to get my like house read, so it can be written up for like mortgages and sale prices. But what you really meant is you actually want like a palm reader to read you. It's very confusing. Okay, so castle it is from Corv. Probably looking at industry wing strat here, which is really powerful these days, Vibids. It feels like the most predictable, but also probably the most potent. I wonder if there's a world in which you do growth wing here. I'd be a little bit surprised. Alternatively to growth, what could you do? Gamba. He's a game up guy. Come on. Come on. You got to believe. No, sadly, I think if Corvinus goes bizarre, he's probably drunk at the keyboard right now. And someone should, like, take the mouse away from him and send him to his bedroom. Because there's not much gold on the map here. Your starting base has less than your standard starting vein on a dry Arabia. So it's just not really the right map for it. Like, most likely, we're looking at an industry. I'm not sure I really rate Reinforcement Wing up against Sipahi. See, I wasn't the only one that said it. He would, if he was a mod, he'd pay out super early. Every single time. So Vortex just scaling to Sipahi. This is a good way of trying to deny the Dervish. Usually, it's a trivial effort to try and stop Dervish retrieving relics, but with Fortitude, you vastly offset the loss of damage. Interestingly, Corvinus didn't try to move out, by the way, for relics already. It's been chilling the whole time. It's interesting, because he could have probably got, like, the Far Relic for free. A Ring-a-Ring-a-Rosie's moment. Vortex does have the imam, so no damage permanent. And Industry it is. We're 2 minutes away from Corvinus posing a real threat. But that was a very manly way of saying but. He's running out of food. He only has 6 sheep, but some of them have already been clubbed down. He did get the deer push in, so I think he's got in total probably about 1,600 food. Spahi. See what I mean? They can kind of do it. He's not using the fortitude, though. I guess what he's probably doing is probably waiting for a full surround so he can just kill them for sure. He's going to go for the burn. Corvinus doesn't have that much gold, but he does have the stone that he can trade. He's getting ready to receive. So this is good positioning. You want your Sipahi at the back so that when your opponent comes out, you just activate Fortitude and kill. Corv. We'll just try to run away. Fortitude activates. Gets the villager snipe. Really well played. Moves with them for the second. Could even turn for the dervish now. A little bit late on the reaction there, though. Does get the scout. And does not lose anything. Oh, no. This just got really scary. By the time you checked up, Vortex is going to have like close to 10 Sipahi. They're going to be fully rejuvenated. He could even spit in your face with a drummer boy. Because it's a Golem strat. Yeah, I had a feeling. He just doesn't have the gold for lances. So like Golem / spears, you can deal with that with the melee armor very easily. I think this might be the perfect type of game to pray for emplacements. And the walkout. Corvinus like, okay, it's time. But no! No, you've got to be kidding me! He didn't scout it! He did not know. He goes 2 TC? Alright, I think this is going to be a very quick game. There's no way you see 10 plus workers run out like that and don't react to it. The Sipahi are on the way. This could just end the game. He hasn't got wheelbarrow. There's no easy escape. 4 villagers will die straight away. The TC will get idled out. He has got the drummer boy as well. I don't think that's on the way, though. And he's playing towards his tech as well, isn't he? Okay, his TC goes up. Is he gonna... He's going Rams, right? He has to be. He's got the blacksmiths. He has not researched siege engineering just yet. And 10 Sipahi just kill a TC. It's surprising what they can do because of the armor and the attack speed. Like, watch the burn. And look at the damage being taken. It's like not that high outside the scout. He's going to go for it. Like, he's not even waiting for Rams because he knows the Gulam are coming. The Imams, they dive as well. That's a little bit risky, but like he doesn't need them forever. He just needs them for the big hit here. Oh my god. He's just going to peel... Yeah, he's just going to peel them back one by one. So there you have it. You can beat a TC like this. Gulam's on the way, but the count is not great. Corv desperately trying to repair it. It's just not going to be fast enough. Tries to scramble to make an escape, but with no wheelbarrow, you got no life. No hope. Sipahi becoming his own personal hell. A few villagers will survive at the back, but he just invested in a TC to almost immediately lose it. He loses, what, 8 villagers as well? I think more. Yeah, I think it was 10 in total. So Vortex now with the 8-worker lead. He's investing in more spear and Sipahi. And this Gulam strat from Corvinus, I mean, he's got his gold back. This one's safe to pay out. Come on, don't do him like that. He's still got like a minute or 2 left, probably. Cool. He did get 3 relics back. He's like, please just walk into the wall, though. Not going to happen. So it's the 8-worker lead, but triple relic kind of balances that out. He's going to try again. Going to try for the wall, but the 4-2 can just kill him. He tries the heal. Okay, he remembers the button. That was uncomfortably close. Shiv's now out, but this Sapai very tanky, and the Spearman dive through. Gulam's getting outnumbered. Imam's finally getting sniped. Second wave arrives, like, he has to be dead. No, that's not gonna work. Like, can we just stop? Oh, the last one was close, but no cigar on that one. He's dead. Vortex is gonna make sure that this movie is an extended premiere going all the way to 5 games deep. Makes sense. Collectively, this series has been going on for a long time. And as we know, Vortex does not like long games. This is collectively as a series been a long experience. Another game coming. Oh my god. So it went right, left. So now it goes right? Like, that's the pattern. It completes with a Corvinus win, technically. That's what we're going to find out. 5th game into Pigeon's view for Japan versus Mali. Let's mark it in the stuff. Whew. Are you all entertained? Ugh, good. Now subscribe. I mean, if you're not by now, I don't know why. Well, the way these games go, you've seen the mixture of pace, the twings and the roundabouts. Wouldn't want to miss any of it. Ads get in the way. Ugh. Blurry glasses, though. Oh, what a day. I am weighing up, like, shifting the variety stream to be a Friday and a Monday, and then, like, Tuesday, Thursday. Because that's, like, in theory, that should be when the best games are. Because we had variety, we would have missed this banger, which would have been sinful. Carson 2, thank you. Oh. So Mali versus Japan. I almost wish I had like a Japanese soundtrack for the intro on this one. But that would make you a biased caster. You play Japan in. I think I know what the intro is going to be. Maybe just give it away. Good as Japan is, if Mali reaches castle age relatively unscathed, it's game over. Yeah, like the deeper the game goes, like Mali has looked really good against Japan. Mass sophering is super effective. Early and late, actually. Like if you just start spamming out Sofa, Yumi can't really be utilized. Horseman can kind of compete with the Uma Bannerman and the extra melee tech. I guess on this map as well, it's like the food is going to be tricky. Gamba, that's true. I'm going to need to get more mods. We used to have 2 quite present mods. They seem to be busy. All right. Prediction payout, game number 5. I'm a great candidate. Nomad, you don't even remember to go live for your own, like, sponsored streams. I'm not wrong. That's a bullshit argument. Don't offer to do it then. Look at this guy. He's like, it's Christmas, and I'm trying to give you money. I mean, not a lot of money, but I'm trying to give you money. Give me another chance. That's too late. Broke my heart. I literally, after you'd done that, I had Merlin asking if he could get sponsored. You took money from that kid. That poor child. You took his money. You piece of shit. All right. Here we go. Let's get ready, guys. You know what music's got to be for this showdown. Into the arena we go. A deciding game number 5 in our quarterfinals. That's right. The unstoppable champion is being put to the limit. Corvinus looking to end it with the Japanese in the purple. But Vortex wants that shutout. Malians in the woods. The map that exposes you. Leaves you naked and scared. Can Corvinus navigate the dangers of the stealth forests? will the safety of the Marlians cows see them through to victory? Let's see as we head into game number 5. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Corvinus with the Japanese looking to do it. The sequence has been Corvinus win, Vortex win, Corvinus win, Vortex win. Surely this is meant to be Corv's go. I'm going to have to see. It's a difficult one. Japan up against Marlians. It feels like the deeper the game goes, the happier Marlians get. And the nature of food on this map also just gives them an inherent advantage, safely gathering food on the high ground while you start to think about the deer and the berries and the dangers that wait in the woods. Oof. See, now I feel like I should have let the whole soundtrack play out. It's ruined it now. It's like we've gone from 10 and now we're down to 2 as we build up. But guys, if you have not seen this series, I mean, you should have been watching it live. Look, all the people there that can be typing like I was here, because this was an incredible one. 5 games, Corvinus has impressed. He's won with Macedonians and Knights Templar on land. Both just big question marks in people's brains right now. But this is where we start to wonder, has the cray-cray ran out? You know, has this old man got more feces to fling at us unexpectedly? Or have the bowels ran dry? Because Japan's a fairly figured out civ. I haven't heard of any weird twists at the roundabout for them recently. I'm sure if there is one, though, Corvinus will find it. I'm looking at the spawn. Ooh, double gold forward, but they're really nicely congested. Should make it easy to set up. Meanwhile, Corvinus, only thing on the back for him is stone, which shouldn't be that useful here. Unless that is the creative turn, we're going to see like a 2 TC builds from Japan. Kura Storehouse coming in, very condensed. Misses out on a few farms. Interesting placement for that reason, actually. Like, why didn't he go wider against Mali? And that is like an interesting answer. I mentioned that the cow keeps Malians safe, but Kura is going to provide some free farms, so that also keeps you on the high ground for longer. It does feel inevitable of the 2 civs that Japan will have to move out for these food sources, though. And that's where the Marlians' latest strategies involving sofa play can prove critically damning. Some mans from the way as expected. How did you guys gamble on this one? 75% coming in for Vortex. Whew. Yeah, you guys have seen some things from Marlies recently. It's just the civ of the season, isn't it? Consistently looking better and better each time we see them. It's a civ that has for a long time felt quite dominant. You can't stand Marlians? That's why you're sitting right now. Don't pretend otherwise. I used to be that way about Marlians, but I can appreciate their existence more in the game ever since the sofa meta. Do I think they're probably still a bit too good? Yeah. But at least the way they're good now, it's like when French was dominating people. Like, okay, they're gonna pop off. They're not just gonna sit in their base, they're like just jerking off to the sound of their own French voice lines. They're gonna do something to earn the win. You know, like compared to English playing 2 TC, when that, like, if I had to choose between the two, I'd choose Mali. English 2 TC meta deep was. It was enthralling at first. I remember when it started, and I was like, yeah, this is really cool, because look at like the fast imp strategies that Wham and Puppet Ball are coming up with. And then it went deeper and deeper, and it just got really dull. Killed 4 pit mines? Why didn't you just kill the workers, lol? And the cow. It's outpost coming up, which does suggest Corvinus is going for a fast castle. Oh, he has a nice farmhouse setup, by the way. Put one on the south side and the north side, and the north side now accesses the deer. Could be an argument that you should have been opening deer, because it's the more risky resource. But gathering-wise, berries are quite competitive with the wheelbarrow attacks. Good guy, Vortex, just making sure that the Japanese villagers don't have to waste their bows. And we'll get shivs out now. Vortex already going for the upgrade into the Warrior Scouts. Yeah, which makes it pretty tricky. The first deer, though, he did get it close enough. But this is where it's going to be a bit annoying for Corv. Because you let Vortex get in there and shove the deer away, you only get 1 deer for free. And in terms of sheep, okay, he's got 14. He's pretty solid. 1 ranch opening already coming from Vortex, which has become the meta for most Mali players. Very rare that we don't see this initial ranch investment. It just pays off so quick. Because remember, it used to be that you go for Feudal Age, you'd have all this gold, you get Pro Scouts organically. Now you go for Feudal Age and you still have all this gold, but you have nothing to really do with it. That's where the cow play comes in pretty clutch. Fast Castle versus Mali is always suicide? I'm not sure now. The Sofa build is very different. Oof on the Warrior Scout. Old meta, I can kind of see where you're coming from, because it just used to be that they'd like cow boom up, they'd have all their gold, and then a lot of people felt that like with Japan, you should like Dark Age rush, and then you should pressure and then the feudal, and just try and burn them out. But with the new Sofa meta, I think it works a bit different. The risk is going to be on that relic detail being talked about in chat. Like, how do you access relics if there's 5 or 6 Sofa? Shouldn't be able to. You're going to be delayed on your timing. And every minute you're delayed is a minute that the cow boom gets stronger. Speaking of the cow boom, 3rd ranch now coming through. Does add in the Donzo. Interesting. Well, he knows it's going to be castle, so he's going to need Spearman to defend his base anyway. Otherwise, a Mountain Samurai spam will gradually just grind you down. Yo, here's an interesting food for thought, by the way. Whoopsie, wrong scene. Just looking for this one. B emerged victorious over Creator. Oh, wait, the wrong side of the bracket. Damn. Okay, but if I'm looking at all those names and thinking what the wackiest matchup would be in the grand finals... I'm not the only one thinking this, right? B versus Corvinus. You just wouldn't know what's going to happen game to game, really. Fourth Sofa coming out. Now, this is like... It's very polarizing, this, actually. I've seen it with Shushi Lancers and 1 or 2 cases of Mount Samurai. Like, Sofa Flood can actually beat them. The economy supports it. Sofa, now the diving. Work. Oh, doesn't quite get it. Corvinus, almost complete on the tech. Stable's coming in. Vortex is trying to linger on that tree line, I think. Obviously, Corvinus is going to need additional wood. It's probably your only fish point. With the outpost up, like, where else are you going to go here? Question mark is it going to be an immediate march out? It is. He's going straight for it. Shinto on the way. Central relic to be attained. Decap from Vortex isn't going to be quick enough to scout this. And I love this. Corv, he's keeping the scout upfield so you can see if there's going to be a unit running to the relic. So he knows he can now get it away. Triple wolf pack. Raid again. Find his target, and now with the Mountain Samurai, you don't really want to be here anymore. Remember, Vortex is still feudal bound. Scout Canal is good, though. Corvinus now riding blind. You can see his vision on the minimap. This is usually what makes a high view and Pigeon's view controversial maps for some players. There's 1 or 2 players in particular that, like, I've seen in the past, they'll play this map, and then there'll be immediate discussions flagged about Stealth Forest again. Like, does it need to be this way? But it's fun. Cow boom complete. So just going to be stacking up Donzos. That's the more cost-efficient thing. Because, like, yes, you could build Sofa, but that would be a very slow tech. By building Donzos, you get an answer to the Samurai, and you get a quicker way of reaching Fulani timing. That feels like a horrible trade. The power deflective armor. Like, he just wasted the shots getting rid of that, and then lost half HP on a Sofa. That was the tricky thing, when you just look away for a second, it's like, oh, this wasn't a fight I want anyway. pulls away but sees no damage done. You know what it is? You guys played like Cyberpunk, and until you take a certain amount of damage, you have like that visual protection. And then it gets disabled when you've taken too much damage. That's what's happening here. Like, deflective armor is like, oh, look, I didn't damage him. Summer count soon up to 7. If you're wondering, like, how would Corvinus win this? It really is going to come down to the raid timing. Stealth Forest is the big game changer on a map like this. Makes it much harder for you to react quickly. It's like driving in the fog. Two relics now on the way home alongside the one that's already in the base. So he's getting a good haul there. Fulani only just got started. It looks like it's going to be Sofa Flood. Yeah, well, like he's already got way more than enough Donzos for this. If you over-index into Donzos, you enable Yuumi. And considering the economical difference, your opponent kind of needs to be enabled to do Yuumi. Speaking of, it's going to be a lot of them. Triple archer range drop. Did he Yorishiro the TC? He did. This is where Japan like can balance out the economy over time. Is this buff here? Remember, this TC now produces villages at the speed of a Song Dynasty Chinese TC. So what's WinCon in both players' minds now? There is a world in which Corvinus' food income can eclipse the Malians. Kura's buffed you up a bit. Daimyo level 2 is not that far off. If you just rush a few onto stone. And then your food starts to compete pretty well. It does mean surviving a harsh winter on Pigeon's View for the next 5 minutes. And my concern is, like, if you try to invest that way, your opponent's army is going to be really big. He's already inflated a lead. It'll get bigger and bigger. Because think about it, you're side investing into wood while your opponent is inflating more food into army. That is a pretty cool switch, though, now that I think about it. Onimusha coming out. Reminder, nothing in this army directly counters Onimusha. Like, Donzos, yes, if you stand still, and they do have the javelin throw. But people don't optimize the javelin throw. They tend to just hit 1 or 2 units with all the javelins. Vortex. The other thing to now be a bit paranoid about is that Corvinus could go raiding. Onimusha are great counters to Sofa specifically, remember. It's the bonus damage offsetting all the armor you have and more. And also just the kite ability. When you go for Kavura Ya, the extra movement speed allows you to stay away from the Sofas. Good eyeballs. The monk got away. Stealth Forest, folks. Yeah, I think in hindsight, Vortex probably could have done with more scouts here. Like, it's a very useful unit to invest in for Malians anyway. But he probably felt confident that the double outpost was good enough. We'll finally spot the monk. We'll not be able to stop him making it home, though. Yeah, I think all those mounted samurai have something to say about that. I think this is awkward, right? Like, Vortex, if he had Sacred Sites, he can force Corvinus out of his own base. But now that the Relic game is looking so sucky, he doesn't have a great reason to go for Monastery. There's still one Relic up for grabs. But Vortex, he hasn't scouted that area. He has literally got no clue on whether it's east or west side to begin with. This is the tricky part. It's so important to reveal the whole map. Maybe Vortex never thought that the relics would matter to him. Double digit on Onimusha now. I believe that puts you at the point where, I think when you're at 15, you one-hit kill, right? Yeah, because you hit for 22 and -6. So you go down to 16 damage, meaning you need, I think it's 13 is enough to kill a Sofa in one flurry. And Corv does know about the final relic. He's even scouting it to make sure it's still there. Push now coming in. Double outpost defense. That hasn't fortified them, and they're only arrow slits. Careful with the abandonment. Don't want to lose that. Want to keep the buff on the Musha. He's something to front line, but hesitant. It's going to be a one-low. Corv says, get the hell off my lawn. Oh, this is sick. He needs to buy the time for the trades. The beginning of that was pretty bloody for him. More relics on the way. He's staggering the wall lows. He's just trying to look for the good trades. You need to bait your opponent in deep before you wall the final one, though. He does it early. I actually think Vortex is not completely annoyed by that timing. But look at the gap. It is shrinking. We also have a Samurai switch coming in. Dive in deep. Onimusha are going to realize they got a little bit too close to pull back. The Mount Samurai overwhelms here. Yumi getting sacked. Vortex maintain the lead. The Samurai is an interesting switch choice. Somewhat tanky against the veteran Sofas, and also trades out well against the Donzo. But I think maybe the timing, ill-adjusted for it. Yeah, it didn't have enough breathing room for this. The mass racks on the north side is not delivering fast enough. Vortex finds his way in. At this point, you can just snipe down Samurai one by one. Village is also exposed. This looks like game. Yeah, look at the back! GG! Corvinus comes so close, but in the end, the Spaniard will not be denied. Semi-finals will be his to appear in. He books himself a day up against Beasty, but Corvinus makes quite the statement with the first midweek muster of 2026. Close series, but GG's. In the end, it is going to be a Spaniard emerging victorious. Here's another fun thought for you, by the way, guys. Sengoku didn't get picked, right? Just sitting on it the whole time. Was he worried about Sengoku versus Japan? Or was it like, what else could it have been he's worried about? French, maybe? This is an interesting detail overall. So... just double checking what that means. Because I don't know. So either the semis would play now or they play on Thursday. BC versus Vortex Live? That's what I'm trying to check on. It might be BC versus Vortex Live. Let's have a look. I'll ping them. Louis stopped to play? Yeah, I don't know why Louis stopped. I feel like he looked really solid in his time in KPMMs. Because he played a lot of KPMMs at the start of the circuit and into 2024. And then just kind of stopped. I've pinged Beasty and Vortex in the Discord channel. Oh, whoopsie. Wrong channel anyway. Oh, sorry. That's the victory music right there. I think this would be like Vortex's song, you know, for the intros. Yeah, okay, Vortex should confirm probably Thursday, because it's got to go in like 10 minutes. So, what do we do now? There is still one QFs that hasn't been cast. Which is the Wham vs Gento one. I do need to eat, though. I mean, the food's cold at this point. Wham versus Gento time? It's a BO5. This could be a long one. Couldn't it? It's going on YouTube? Some of them will, like I've said already. The problem is, like, I need I need a new editor, basically. I need someone to manage that, optimize titles and thumbnails. We had someone and he was doing great work, but like legit, the guy before Christmas was like, "Sorry, been gone," then went again, and then he said again like, I don't even know how long ago it was. Yeah, the last comms with him was like 17th of December, and the one before that was like 1st of December. It's just he's become very inconsistent. That's why there hasn't been many YouTube uploads. So I now need to resolve that problem, which is easier said than done. I want to get someone invested in working the channel to help it grow, so they see merit and reward for it. Because like I only have so much time with everything else I'm doing, so it's very difficult for me to find the time to manage that piece as well. Right. Well, can I train my nephew? My nephew wasn't doing a very good job. He just done, oh, like, I mean, I'll bluntly say it. I think I pretty much told him as well. He just done the typical thing that like a kid's gonna do, which is you offer them a good opportunity and they don't appreciate it for what it is. They just kind of take it for granted. The phone it in type thing, which just doesn't work. You just need like you need a hard commitment, really. All right, let me get the WAM Gento series. We'll get into that. So yeah, that was like, I mean, that was a wasted year of effort trying to get them on board with the plan. No, it's not the one who's shaving his hair. It was a different one. It was an older one that should have known better, sort of. Yeah, is what it is. Okay, so we got the WAM versus Gento draft. Let me get maps as well. I'm going to be so hungry by the end of the series. How are we doing? Not bad, not bad. How old is said nephew? I'm trying to remember how old he was at the time. Maybe 17. 17, 16? 16, 17. I'm trying to remember now. Teach the wife about it. Emma doesn't have time. We have 2 children. One of them is a baby. She just doesn't have time. It's like there's only so much I can do, right? Especially now that we're also doing fully edited down content, like taking an 8-hour stream and editing down to like a 20-minute video. And then like, you know, the agency, like literally I'm a man wearing many hats that like can't add another hat on. If I do, it will tip off. Enjoying the opening music doing the intros? It is pretty cool. We'll see if I get demonetized. I don't think I should. You know what this song's from, by the way? Did anyone clock it? Game 1 is going to be French versus Macedonians, by the way. This is an easy one. You guys know what this is from. It's home again. Yep, Heroes free. Castle music. All right. Let's get ready to hop into game. What's that intro music? It's just a weird one. Oh, wait, yeah, that works. It's time! Our Ukrainian gold to conk returns, this time against WAM, to see if he can slay the Canadian beast. Green Macedonians for Gento, but he's going to be up against none other than WAM, who's proving he's French-Canadian. Welcome back, one and all, and I'm quickly going to do this 1 second because I need to switch the UI on and off because Macedonians breaks the UI every time. Boy, oh boy, good thing it's not that popular of a pick right now. So game number 1 of this quarterfinal showdown between the two to see who's going to be going up against B, as we did confirm B beating Creator a little bit early today. Interesting one as well. Macedonians versus French. I thought you had dyslexia from it. I don't think dyslexia makes you read what looks like acrylic. I don't know. It's something about the way they've coded Macedonians, because it always seems to be Macedonians that causes this flip UI issue. Hence why we're going to have green on the right, blue on the left. Even though in-game it's blue on the right, green on the left. You want your points? Nah, I'm going to hold it in escrow. I got 30 days to pay out. So how does this one play? Because if you let it go to Castle Age, Macedonia is just ridiculous. Raw Knight versus Raw Knight, Ridari can win. The debate, the argument is that you shouldn't get to that point. You should get starved out before you arrive at that element of the game. And Wham, he has been leveling up his aggro. Like, the thing that we can praise Wham for is time and time again, every time we've seen him, he's got much better at these pressure point plays. Compared to, you know, Wham of 2024. Like, Wham of 2024, in my mind, was one of the more defensive players in, like, the top 16. Now, he's been leveling up that aggression. His early game presence has surged forward of many people in the top 16. Dear opening coming from Gento. I like this. I like that we're getting to this point, man. It feels like AoE 4 is healing. Pro Scouts is shrinking in viability, and we're seeing more people just consider playing out into the map. Ballsy to do against French, but, like, you know, you can walk back. You can prep wheelbarrows you're teching. Man, thank God Pro Scouts dies out before Red Bull Wallow. So, like, the thing that people have to remember about Red Bull Wallow is, like, every time that AoE 4 is included, it's an opportunity to try and put the best foot forward, right? Last time, it definitely did not help that it was a best of 5 grand finals. This time, had it been deep in the Pro Scouts meta, I think that would have made the game look really bad. Deer shoving was fun to watch. I think it got too exploitative. Like, deer shoving got to the point where it wasn't just advantageous, it felt like a prerequisite. Right, so Wham, sheep count, only 8. Wait, I feel like I've said this over Wham before. Usually it's 4. 8 is, I guess, feasible. Gento's up at 13. Like, this is the value of actually playing out to the deer. You just stay out for longer, so you should win the sheep game. A little bit surprised, actually, that we didn't see Wham go out into the deer. Especially considering that he went for wheelbarrow. So Hippodrome opening is kind of interesting, actually. That if you just go double Horseman with the Champion Scout, you have enough damage to easily snipe workers. It's a weird, cheap investment to be as threatening as the French Knight. Still, the strat, it has to be... Is it Horseman at Gemafa? There's no world in which you don't build spears here, right? Yeah, I guess we'll find out. Plays out onto the deer now. Okay. I'm getting more and more curious. Wait, is he going to spear Knight? That would allow Bog Math. Nah, I don't know. You'd have to 1-1-1 as Macedonians then, wouldn't you? Does scout the belt on deer. He didn't actually get that much value, did he? So he ate 2 of the deer, almost a third. It's decent, but not crazy. In fairness, though, he didn't invest in survival techniques, so, like, in a way, I don't know if that makes it better or worse. Wow, I'm just shoving. You know, you mentioned deer shoving. Of course, it had to be a Wham game. Like, Wham and Puppy Paw, even after all the nerfs to deer shoving, are still probably, like, the most consistent deer shovers, aren't they? It's not as good as it once was. You can't tug a deer pack all the way across. They're always about, like, this min-max, like, okay, just close enough to make a difference. Ooh. Gento. It's a fast castle build. Yeah, he's not hanging around at all. You need a lot of gold. I would say your gold is now your weak point for him to target. Both of your golds are on the backside, which would usually be a negative if this was like an all-in infantry push. But it's an all-in cav push. So much easier to get your troops around the back and then die. And Gento, the fact he's not building spears, I think we're about to see them coming, though. They're going to feel necessary here. But that does mean it slows down his tech timing, because if you're building spears, your problem here is you're over-gathering gold, not gathering food. So it doesn't resolve the problem, it kind of compounds it. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Gento adding in the marketplace. Dive in from the knights. Gento, meanwhile, is the one who gets a kill. Snuck on the gold. Outpost fortifications on the way. It's going to be arrow slits first. One by one, Knight's just going to be able to cycle in and out. Will turn on the Atgimafa. Gento a little bit ambitious there. Does end up baiting him in. Nice snipe on the scout. Okay, well played. Like, I think Gento navigated that very well, actually. And guys, you want to know the irony? I just said that he was going to have to start selling gold because he's over-gathering. Well, where did he just get idled? Look at the macro now. In a weird way, that fixed the macro issue that Gento was going to have. It's not ideal because it means you had idle villagers. But like, if you had to choose what was not going to be working, that is the ideal thing, I'd say. Wham. He can just keep diving, though. He's got Shiver on the way. These are fresh knights. This is the mistake I think he made. Like, the fact he waited until age 2 to pull out into this. You're seeing the punishment now. Second worker kill. Gento, I mean, he's starting to convince me, actually. He's teching, and he's shrunk the worker lead entirely. He's removed the extra production rate value. Has just enough spearmen to remain a threat to the Royal Knights. Especially with the arrow slits assistance, it's very hard to dive here, actually. And Golden Horn Tower is going to guarantee that Wham can't go in. I think we're about to see a very quick game, folks. Gento has done a solid one here, man. This has been remarkably clean. Reminder that, by the way, for those wondering who Gento is, he's ranked 80th in the world. He's a really good player. He used to be gold rank, but then he started playing in our micro map free-for-alls, which you can find on the YouTube channel. And after that, everything changed. Season 5 to Season 6, he went up to Diamond. Then Season 7, back down to Gold. But that was fine. He was calibrating. Because Season 8 saw him rise all the way to Conk 1. And he has continued to surge upwards on the leaderboard since. Last season, 98th finish. Currently posting his best in 80th place. And Ridari production does begin. I mean, what does Wham do? He has to tech? I think that's the only thing you really do here. Because normally if you build more knights like this, it's to dive. I don't know how you dive it. Not to hate, but didn't every player at some point start in gold? Do you? I thought you can finish a higher rank otherwise. Also, he went to diamond and then went back down to gold. So technically, he went back to gold. Checkmate. It still counts. Oh, look at this. Gento's even flexing harder. He had a 2K finish last season. All right. So you've been even higher. Look at this, man. We big him up, and he's like, oh, my head isn't big enough. I can still fit through my front door. Look, give me a sec. I'm going to fix that. This Ridari does not have a current solution from Wham. He's going back out into the... Oh, no. So this is a facade, really. Like, this Night Wave, he doesn't really want the fight, but he has to keep looking like he's in control. Because otherwise, just a few knights slip in, and all of a sudden you lose all of your French workforce. Good intercept. He did find the woodworkers. Freebie crossbows are going to come out to try and deal with that now. Ridari are being mirrored. Wonder if Gento could creep relics, because he's distracting all the knights right now with his own. We'll be able to go back for the wall. French is better? I don't think that's true. Ridari destroy French knights. It's kind of comical, actually. Because the thing you have to remember is that Ridari, attack quicker. They don't have a lance charge. They attack every 1.38 seconds versus every 1.5. And the base damage is already higher. And the movement speed is already higher. And the health is already higher. Bloody powerful. The French edge is meant to be, I will always outnumber. But not as convincing here. And these are feudal knights. Guys, like against Ridari, Castle Ridari. Especially with the TC fire there. If he could perfectly micro it, it's like, yeah, all my health bars are low, I win. But 2 knights go down. He took, I think that was the horseman. I only took the horseman with him. And it wasn't even the Hippodrome horseman, so we still have the +2 damage coming through. Best arbor, best eco. Like, you're thinking, so the problem there is you're talking 10-year plan without telling me how you even start your business. You know what I mean? Like, you're like, in 10 years, we will be worth billions. It's like, okay, but how do we get past the first year? That's the challenge. You can't just say, oh, arbitrary. That's like saying Chinese wins every game because hand cannoneer. It's like, wait a second. We've skipped forward. It's like Lord of the Rings. Like, yeah, Frodo has got this. He's going to slay Sauron and everything. Like, wait a second. Like, I've just watched the start of this. I don't, like, you're going to have to piece it together for me. Crossbows plus the Ridari, and uh-oh, he found the workers. Butchers 2 of them already. Uh-oh. Oh, that's going to be -5. Now, he did get a guild hall. Wait, no, he switched, didn't he? He went Royal Institute. Okay, now, this weirdly inspires some confidence. Maybe I'm delusional for it. But this balances things out a bit better. The tricky part is if Gento gets tier 3 health in. Or just damage. Vortex has been slayed. Goes in for the clash. Ooh, Akimath are not being targeted right now. And the Royal Bloodlines, it hasn't triggered just yet. Uh-oh, the crossbows. They're baiting a lot of attention. Gets another snipe. I think he's dead. Royal Bloodlines, and for what? I don't think that's Royal Bloodlines. I think that's just bleeding. Oh, God. Ridari taking a giant dump on French Cav. Hate the Cav upgrades are missing. It's legit the only thing you have. Yeah, it's like the weirdest thing. Out of all the choices, you could probably leave like melee infantry out. So Gento, our legend, is leading against Wham. What up? Put some respect on Macedon? No, put some respect on Gento. Get it right. Let's mark it up. Game 2. Where is he going to take us? Looks like we are going to Tuki Kakar land. It's going to be Pigeon's View. Oh, he got his Sengoku again. Run out of water. Alright. Let's get ready for it. So... Nice. All set up correctly. Don't have to worry about stupid UIs this time. And you guys know it deserves an epic intro after a game like that. Where do we go? I know. It's time. Game number 2. Gento, our gold turned conch, is in the lead. Rising star from Ukraine in 2026. Looking to begin the dream of championships by slaying one of the best out of Canada. Game number 2. He's Sengoku Daimyo, an infallible force of nature in the Pigeon's View. And in his way, the measly empire of the Byzantines. Can Wham get it back on course? Or are we destined to see Gento soar high in the skies with Japanese dominance? Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's game 2 of our quarterfinals here in the Midweek Muster, the first one of 2026. And Sengoku Daimyo, seen as always on a map where they just feel so at home. Pigeon's View. The boars, the stealth forest, the difficulty of finding and sniping those Yatai, and also a Civ that will not do it. This is a greedy baseline Civ opening. Byzantines and Sengoku both like to eat. They don't like to starve. I'm really good at these intros. Have I considered becoming a professional caster? You know, like, maybe I should consider becoming a professional caster. I hear esports in 2026 is a profitable endeavor. So I couldn't finish that sentence without laughing. You know what the dream is, guys? I want to just be able to go live and commentate anything. I want to be able to commentate a Spyro speedrun. I want to be able to commentate two idiots fighting each other in, like, Rust. I want it all. I'm greedy. That's the dream. We just go live and we just commentate like a Hitman speedrun tournament. Or like we go live and we cast like what? Someone's playing Schedule 1. Oh, the possibilities. So, what's the game strat here? Like, obviously, first things first for Wham. He's ringing in his ears. He needs to shake that off because Gento just slapped the crap out of him. Game 1 was a 15-minute finisher. Angry Vikings on horseback rode in to the French-Canadian village and beat them to death. Can the Byzantines fare any better? Because, like, this is another premium night Civ, remember. Sengoku are actually one of the tops. They mirror alongside Japan because although they don't get deflective armor, they get more health. And also, they more organically play into it. Because the horsemen and feudal feel a lot better. Could it already do that? Living the dream? I mean, the dream is like you just do that and 15,000 people are cheering it on. Like, look at this stupid game we shouldn't care about. He's casting Tetris. Stop. He's doing it. That would be fun. I'm trying, like, I actually want to get to the point where we can do that with different games. Just, like, load up a game, have a bunch of Twitches load in, and play something. I'm trying to think, like, what would be good games for upcoming. Keep my arm things on the horizon. You know, I want to run a peak tournament. I want to run a literal tournament for that game. Get, like, you know, 4 people in, but they're not working together. They're working against each other. Oh, that would be incredible. Coca Township now coming through. Grand Winery response. Everything just your normalcy, really. Nothing odd or out of place here in the second game. Looking at the spawn, Bad Gold is really nice for Byzantines. Deer as well. Oh, wait, what? I mean, it's deer. You're Byzantines. You don't really want it. The berries are really good as well, though. Gento also got the double stack back. Really nice spawns overall. Because deer is something you would actively look to eat. Beginning of the year, got Dream Big. Hell yeah, baby. Got like a few more variety streams to do. I need to really grind away at editing those down. I want to have like 7 or 8 videos ready to roll for the YouTube side. Then the journey begins. Wait, I haven't got that deep in peak. Is it a Scoutmaster? I didn't know about this thing. I played a few hours and I was like, I feel like this would have an incredible tournament. Why is no one making a tournament of this game? That's the thing I think like that gets lost on people is like good esports is just fun ways of playing games put in a competitive light. That's why like I didn't blame them for trying to make Fall Guys into a competitive scene. I think they just like they didn't lean on the memes hard enough. Like, okay, you know what is a great example of this? It's the Geo game, GeoGuessr. GeoGuessr is a pristine example of this. Like, be honest, when you first heard GeoGuessr was having an esports scene, you were skeptical. But it's actually created a pretty cool environment now. I think sometimes, like, the thing we lose track of when we think about competitive scenes and what works is how comical the idea of a competitive FPS like Quake was to, like, the football fans and everything in the early days. And when we humble ourselves and look back at it in that light, I think you get, like, a deeper appreciation of, like, oh, hell yeah. Like, if treated with the right respect and given a bit of a chance, there's actually a lot of games that could make cool comp scenes. Speedrunning, another example. Okay, so Silk Road coming in. Wham is going to be going for jabs. Interesting. I assume he's expecting Yari plus Yumi. Why is he not using the Shinobi? Because Shinobi got hard nerfed. Remember, the Shinobi don't have 100% uptime now. Substantially less. 120-second cooldown and only 45 seconds active. So you want to wait until you have a use for them. You don't just want to rush them. Man, but these Limitane are trying to rush into Gento's base here. Arrives on the forward gold. Doesn't need to wait for the javelins, remember, because Gento went for a 1-unit comp. And he's being a greedy mother ducker. You can see what the intent was. Oda clan coming through. So he's... Wait, really? I get that he wants archers. Higayumi's not entirely necessary against Limitane, though, no? Because it's more driven by your bonus damage. I would have thought he'd just lean into buffing his best unit, his Yari Cavalry. Because that also then sets up nicely to buffing Mountain Samurai. Need fun game modes, but also kind of skill expression. Exactly. Now, if you think of a lot of the concepts that became like the pinnacle points of known esports scenes, some of them started off very solidly in like a custom idea of how the game should be played. I think Wham's pretty happy with things. Even gets the forward outpost, so now he's on the berries on the forward side of his base. Yari are going to try to raid in there, but with the outpost already up, should be difficult. Reaction a little bit slow from Wham, however. I love that. He's like, no. Gathering's important. Only these two. Practically no downtime whatsoever achieved. Gento may want to up archer production here with the strat in mind. Yeah, second ranger is now on the way. Outpost to lock in the gold. Nice thing about this is the Matsuris kind of keep you a bit competitive with the increased gathering rate, but the Byzantines make it very difficult. He's already at level 4 system, so he's fully eclipsed the Matsuri buff. It just makes it so rough. Then you add in the production rates. I mean, in theory, like when you play Byzantine Sengoku like this, I think Byzantines are very happy. I think Wham's the best Byzantine player in the world. I don't know. I haven't actually thought about Byzantines recently as who's the best. He's pretty damn solid. I'll give him that. Probably like top 4-5 for sure. Like, there's some that really creep out in your brain. Like, I just think Poppy Paw is the best Abbasid player, full stop. He doesn't need to play it that much, but he's the best. And we were saying, I think, like, Corvinus may be the best Knights Templar player currently. It's between him and Anatand. Ottomans is the hard one to call. There's so many good players in that. Nice sniping. Gento gets the double. Punishes the 7 workers with only 5 garrison slots. Whereas Anatand been lately, he's taking up his career as a Dota 2 pro. I don't know. I think maybe he's just having a little bit of a break in prep. It's not a bad thing. There is such a thing as overdoing it, you know. Like, 2025 was a crazy year for him. Oh, this is a crazy fight. Wait, what? Oh, no. Please tell me he does have the scout. What's going on? That's crazy. Gento, after a great start to this series, puts himself in a pretty disadvantageous position now. Wham has military lead. He has military scare as well. On top of that, shall I highlight why Gento can't go Castle Age? Look at the golds. This is a horrible spawn. If he tries to go Castle, you can just starve his gold before he can get there, really. Like, if he can get Castle already underway, it's not as bad. Because Sake Brewery gives you a lot of gold income. But he's nowhere near ready yet. Wham doesn't seem to care for the all-in, though. Yeah, he's just going to attack. He's got, what, tier 4? He could go tier 5 system, which is now coming through. So he'll be producing javelins for free every minute and a half. Good find on the flank from Gento. Unfortunately, doesn't get the kills, though. Wham will go back to business. More mercs. Camera Riders to boot would be interesting here as well. Gento, where is all this gold going? Is it just in the blacksmith tax? I think he might be selling. No, he's not. Okay. Feels like he should have had more gold than this by now. Maybe the double wheelbarrow? That would make some sense. Who's Gento? You're just some gold player that took a game off of Wham. Really just your standard expectations these days. AoE4's a random game. You never know what's going to happen. Hey, that's technically true. The maps spawn randomly. So Wham, just taking a chill pill, playing to castle, rushes the veterancies. Remember, Dialecticus gets them very fast. And then I'm assuming it's just a death push. The problem here for Gento is, like, even if he felt his army was worth upgrading, he cannot mirror the tech speed of Byzantines at all. Sake Brewery, the staple of Sengoku. That makes everyone Sengoku from the game. They just can't keep up with this. Normally. We'll resolve the Fort Gold issue. He does also have back food. And the Attires have been farming up a storm here. 52, 41. He weakened one of them. And they left the one out on the board. A little bit surprised he didn't gamble for the second ball play, considering Wham has played defensive pretty much the entire time, bar that initial poke. Wham, veterancy's on the way. He's not dialecticing? Okay, he switched over now. So coming in fast. The Yari wave. I mean, this just feels like a futile effort every time, doesn't it? Tech up complete. Veterancy's queued. This is Wham's cue to go. Lines it up. It's about to be turning into a game of Tempil Yumi. This is looking to knock them down fast. So many spearmen. Also, Cataphract now getting added into the equation by Byzantines. Good time to think about playing Deer, maybe? Yeah, he's got a few workers on it. Gives him the extra pump into the heavy cav. Cataphract, one of the best heavy cav units in the game by far. Individually, sure. The cost is usually the question mark compared to some others. So he does idle them off the gold. Wait, what? Gento? No. A gentleman does not drink, apparently. He's not using the sake brewery. This is a sucky brewery. Okay, I think I see the clear way that this could now go off the rail fast for Sengoku. That's insane. Unbelievable. He's saving the infinite gold for later. It's true. You don't want to soak too much in infinity. You know, if you have an infinite or something, you don't appreciate it anymore. Okay, like guys, so like perfect example, right? I love Jaffa cakes. But if I got like infinite Jaffa cakes, I feel like it would sour it a bit. Gento is just trying to appreciate the gold. He's trying to relish in where he began, in the gold. And thank God he got on them finally, because otherwise he was going to be going back to gold. So sake brewery is now being used. Cataphract count is concerning me. Gento has 0 good answers to cataphracts. Notice I said good because I know someone's going to be like, Yari cavalry, wow. No, that's not going to cut it. Cataphract's going in. Yumi, the worst thing to have against this. He just can't kill them. Is he dead? Looking close too. The villagers. Wait, what? Where? No, don't. Just don't even try to walk back there. Is he trying to wall him in? When it's too much beer, sour beer though. You clearly haven't drank that much beer. It bloats you up, and then like you'll get a hangover as well. Like, are you kidding me? You chose like the worst alcohol type. At least with vodka, you're like, oh, I won't bloat, but I'll definitely have a hangover. Have I watched your streams? No, I'm sorry. Nothing below 200, top 200. Sheesh. All right, he got scouted though. Oh! Uh-oh. He has got a gate. I like the way that Wham is just playing wide flanks like this. He's got a cataphract reserved just in case there's a push. And no reaction. Gento, no! No vision! He's seen cataphract's going to give chase. Probably the best opportunity for the army to engage that Gento's going to get this game. Because the Limitane aren't here. The second wave of cataphracts is coming through, though. Wait, what is this split? He sends cavalry to deal with the cavalry, and he sends Yumi to deal with the javelins? Okay, turns around now. Jav's going to give chase. Villagers trying to get back to work. But I just don't think there's enough movement here. Gento, he's stuck to the spot like a rock, as Wham will rock his world on Pigeon's View. And no Shinobi at all. I don't know, man. This is not the Gento that I saw earlier in the week on Sengoku. I think we talked about beer. He's Ukrainian. The vodka is very cheap there. I can confirm. Oof. Quick strike back, 1-1. Wait, you're not Ukrainian? You're Hungarian? This whole time I've been lied to? You piece of shit. Wait, why does your account say it's from Ukraine? I can't believe you mislead me like this. Because you live there. Ah. Damn, there was me thinking like Gento was this manly man playing from a war zone, trying to become #1 in AV4. All right. On set. We need appropriate grim music. I think we got it. We were deceived. He is not Ukrainian. It has been confirmed Gento is just another standard run-of-the-mill Hungarian. Instead of being rank 1 Ukrainian, it means he's now rank 3rd Hungarian. But he's hungry for the wins. Can he do it? Can he re-establish the lead? Or is it just going to be an atypical day in the Canadian office? Welcome, one and all, to Game 3. Wham! With the Ottoman pick in the blue on front range. An NA dominant map, looking to take the lead. But in his way stands a marshal, a rally in the darkness, the HRE. Boys, to your corners. Let the fighting begin. HRE on front range, a minework dream waiting to happen. And what a matchup it could be. Could you guys just imagine? Taste the minework versus Ottomans in this situation. I'll have to see if he goes towards it. I think I've seen some players still just be tempted by the Aachen Chapel, but on this map, with how small the gold veins, the tree lines are, the lack of food, I don't really feel like Aachen wins you the games. If anything, it leaves you a little bit weaker in your timing, because on a map like Front Range, it is all about putting your foot forward very fast. So fast, in fact, you couldn't even see him moving the other foot for half of that. Speedy boy. HRE Spearman springing to action. Okay, now this is interesting. So Wham is going to react with more spears. He's going military school interacts. He's scouted this. He knows exactly what the play is. Was Gento going for an outpost rush? No, I think it was just about initial aggro. But this can make sense for like all pikes follow-up. Who's rank 1 and 2 in Hungary? Guys, come on. Do you really not know this? Guys, come on. Let me just at him to see if he's in chat. It's going to be a very upset with you guys. Did you guys completely forget about him? Like, I know he sounds more British than me, but I'm here to burst the bubble for you. Myriad is one of those darn foreigners. He's Hungarian. You all forgot that Mirad was Hungarian, didn't you? Poor guy. That's what happens when he just adopts the British accent. No, I'm pretty sure that you'll find Mirad is Hungarian. All right, so let's see if this particular Hungarian can get a good bite in. He's looking for the gold. Has been scouted moving out to it. Spearmen are on the way home. Now remember, he'll move quicker to defend this than the spear's attacking. Like, this is where it gets a bit dicey. Is like, if you get caught on even spear count, you have to be so much better on the micro because these spearmen are faster. I like how I've just burst certain people's bubbles. Like, oh my god, I didn't realize that Mirad's Hungarian. Well, now you know how I feel about Gento lying about his Ukrainianness. We were all deceived. Come on, mine work. Mine. It has to be, right? I'm not obsessed with mine work. It is that good. Because then you can play Horsemen or Pikes and kind of compete with Sipahi. All right, so anyway, we're going to have to see how Gento recovers the series in game number 4. I don't know, man. Like, Arden here. He has at least got 2 tree lines, right? Arguably, the placement could have been better. Because, like, why place it here and not here? Because then you get 2 tree lines fully covered. This is only partial. Wait, why are we building a lumber camp? Gento does know that the Arhen is a drop-off building, right? Maybe it's because he feels he needs more wood and he's going to run out of wood before that. It could be because he wants Broad Axe. Like, this is starting to look like a mass archer strat. Which does pose the question why against Ottomans. He did, in fairness, see Iraqs, but Ottomans are very happy to follow Sipahi. They love getting to Sipahi. And you building archers enables that. And this is definitely an unorthodox opening. Not even Goldie Silver? How dare you? He's the 3rd highest ranking Hungarian in AoE. Doesn't sound as impressive as #1 Ukrainian, does it? So spear count still being inflated on both sides. Wham is about to get the Imam point. I guess I can kind of see the value of the archers here. Not just because your opponent has spears. I'm sure he's going to go Sipahi. But like, if you don't have a range unit, you don't have a way of dealing with the Imam healing. Which you have to be expecting when you play against Ottomans. It's very quickly become the #1 play. Archery now being added in by Wham. Okay, so he's not even going Sipahi. In fairness, there's like horsemen to begin with. Spearmen to begin with, rather. But I would have thought his focus would be on his opponent's going to move out. Is it possible Wham scouted the Arhen and now is like, okay, there's a possibility of farms? Because then you lose some value with Sipahi, theoretically, right? Like, you're kind of better leaning to an army that can just attack straight up. Okay, no, it is going to be 1-1-1. There you go. Drummer boy has been prioritized. He'll be out in 2 minutes. Guys, it's not easy to train drummers, you know? KB gets some nationalities wrong so often that I'm starting to doubt that Vortex is from... Whoa, I'm not being blamed for this. Okay, like, no. Like, AoE 4 World says where he's from. This person at that stage doesn't have a Liquipedia page, so, like, that's it. And then on top of that, they don't correct us. Gento was, like, okay with it the whole time. He's just, like, sipping for a straw. He's like, yes, I am Ukrainian, smiley face. I can't believe I'm being blamed for this. You guys didn't know that Mirad was Hungarian. I'm not sinking on this ship, sailor. Okay, archers show up. He has got the imams. But we'll still end up losing on the spears. Now, remember, marching drills is one hell of a booster. Wham, however, does have the first Sipahi about to be revealed. He steers it wide, trying to hide the fact that it's there. Gonna get the spear blob intercept. Imam! Wham! Loses 1. Healing, not feeling so reliable anymore. That was quite the expensive loss for Wham. Sipahi gonna be able to chase through now. Scares off the archers, but you see the value of marching at least. Forward 2 just not really feeling that impactful, especially as the spears arriving. Unusual beginning to the feudal age now with the lack of healing. Like, he can still pull back between big fights, but it means he can't try to chain heal in the small engagements now. Marine secretly USA? No, you could have went with, like, Canada, and then you could have been French-Canadian. You're like, oh, yeah, like, yeah, Marine Lord, like, have you heard his accent? He's definitely American. Oh, wait, really? Wait, what accent is that? What? Maine. He's from Maine. No one knows what people from Maine sound like. Even half of America's not sure that accent sounds like. It's a safe one to guesstimate. Like, I'm pretty sure if you go back and play Silent Hill 1, the accents of those people are not Maine at all. Okay, so Gento should be thinking about a move out soon. Yeah, he's eating the deer, and then it's... You abandon farms? But that means you're, like, sacrificing what little wood you have into farms. And his strat seems to revolve quite a bit around archers right now. That may change, though, considering that Wham has scaled Sipahi. We'll be sneaking them in. Spearman, gonna sneak the south. It does ping the giveaway, though. Archers started attacking the horsemen. Main Lord, that makes sense. Yeah, it's like Marine Lord, like, he was trying to tell you where he's from. He's just dyslexic. It's an easy slip up. But none of us realized it. So that makes us the fools. Now creeping out onto deer. I mean, he's not being harassed whatsoever. This is going to be a test of Gento's ability to defend, really. In game 1, the defense was solid, but in some ways easier than the one here. Remember, he had that French versus Macedonian game. Imam is going to get sniped. That felt inevitable. A little bit surprised he actually brought the Imam all the way up. Drummer, sniped as well. Gento. Hold on. Where are the Sipahi? They're running wide. They still aren't here. Archers go for the trade-in. He's got Spearman on the way to deal with the one Sipahi, but that is Fortitude activated. A bit disrespectful to hang around him that long. And his own spear's held in reserve. Oh, no. Wait, what? Gento, a little bit of a scrappy fight there. Wham will be scared away. Like, militarily, his position isn't terrible here. Other conundrum you have, Wham is going to be able to play out into the pocket deer, the pocket berries. Gento, not so much, so he has to make a farm transition. Meanwhile, in Wham land, more attacks. Maine is the red-headed stepchild of New England states and the lobster. I like how you just get that and it's like, why do we keep... Oh, they have lobsters. That's why we keep them. Right. It's like, why do we keep Chicago? Deep pan pizza. And also air pollution. I don't... Sorry, Chicago. I've done you dirty on that one. All right, 10 farms. So double digits count now. This is where the food income starts to get competitive again. But if he's thinking men at arms, that's really expensive. I think right now Gento just needs raw count. And my concern is like he's using archers as the backbone of his army again. Because the men at arms are too pricey. And if men at arms are too pricey, so are horsemen. The problem with this is wood is very limited in front range. He's almost munched the second. He's only going to have a 4 tree line, which he won't be allowed to touch it. No, most people get told to touch grass. My recommendation to Gento is to touch it. Now, that can be used out of context, but that is not my fault. That is people's minds. What has the world done to us that a random person on the internet telling you to touch wood makes you go to that place? The birch trees. I want him to make this his birch. Right now, Wham is making him his birch. Yeah, burn from the wall. Outpost about to come up. They've got the emergency repairs, but... wait, 3 villages? No. Denial on the outpost. He's got the attack speed buffer. Could just go for the ranged armor here. Gento is going to have to fall for the spears. Spahi will look for the re-engage. And he just calls it. No, he can't hold on. GG. Wham, 1 game away from booking a date against B in those semifinals. Yeesh. It's all beginning to crumble, my lord. No more mistakes allowed, the Gento giant. Can he do it? Let's see what he's going to pick. Tundra. Order the Dragon versus Iabids. Oh, and that question earlier about, like, does it not being live spoil it for me? I try to do my best to, like, avoid seeing the outcome. It's not always avoidable, unfortunately, because for some reason, this many years in the AV4's competitive scene, the devs still haven't created a avoid spoiler type element, so that sucks. But we always try and do our best. So, like, basically, I don't look at key areas where I know it's going to have victory, defeat, and time. I just try and, like, click on the button as quickly as possible. Still, like, it's not a perfect solution, but we do what we can with it. Maybe if the devs actually added in tools which have been requested, instead of pointless things no one cares about, like an overview religious statistics tab that no one uses. You know this one right here, guys? I'm the only caster ever to use this. Because it doesn't matter. Alright, anyway. What's the perfect music for this? It's another Order of the Dragon game. I think I know what we... Like, what do we... Alright, here we go. The sun may be about to set on the Iabid Empire. Gento back up against the wall. We are here in the quarterfinals, game number 4. And wham, like a dragon rising, is looking to lock it in the 4th. Can the 3rd best Hungarian player rally and make a miraculous comeback? Or does his journey end here in the KPMM? In the green, as the Iabids, it will be Gento on the north side of the tundra. Meanwhile, wham to the south, with the Order Dragon in the blue, will emerge straight away onto the deer, guaranteeing none of this boring Pro Scouts bullcrap. Here we go, folks. Welcome back. Game number 4. Love this opening deer play. It's growing in popularity, man. Like, I'm so glad this is back. Am I the only one? I can't be. You can call your wife to click and then return. Wait, what are we talking about now? What's this tourney? Can we get a rundown? It is the most epic tournament you need in the Age of Empires 4 scene. Every single week, we invite up to 32 players to contest in a single elimination bracket that will run out starting Friday, ending Thursday with a live grand finals. Money on offer to the players, aspiring pros and pros alike. A fantastic battleground from which new stories emerge, Gento being one of them. A name that, outside of our humble communities, not many people would know of. But maybe, just maybe, he's 2026's Anatant. Oh, isn't that an interesting thought to cook on? Wow. If he's able to beat Wham, it would be the big statement. I mean, he had an impressive display up against Gully Deckle, only losing against Gully's infamous English build, which shudders when you think about it. Oh, God, that build. I'm wondering, are we going to get Dervish opening here? It would make a lot of sense. Could give you a way of contesting the early Order of the Dragon units instead of getting overwhelmed by them. Growth is not as good here. Yeah, loggy every way, and any way, and every day. Presumably, Wham's going to be thinking, Aachen? Oh my God, you want to do it, don't you? You... All right, what are the odds that he Aachen's here? It's such a good spawn for it, but he's going to resist temptation. Safe tree line back in the base. In fairness, yes. The thing is, if this was like a non-aggressive Civ and you were the attacker, there is a world in which you do this. It's the same logic as to why, like, in theory, a loose Grand Winery Macedonians can be good. But in this matchup, you're not guaranteed to be the attacker. Because with the logistics wing, Gento can play into just like 1 to 2 dervishes and harass you. So, Aachen at home. Minework's really just dying off for this Civ, isn't it? That's where the second TC goes. Well, if he's going to do it, he would have moved wood and stone by now. This feels like it's meant to be a horseman opening from Wham, I think. I would assume horseman beginning. We're just 2x into the castle age, the feudal age here. Man, we've been live, like, what, 7 hours? I am eating. I'm so hungry. By the way, if you haven't by now, subscribe and be sure to catch the streams live. You could be missing out on epic games like this where you could type in chat right now, I was here. Smiley face. If you don't put the smiley face, you won't really hear. Stables beginning as expected. Yeah, I mean, Gilded Horsemen can deal with Desert Raiders. But if Gento added like 2 to 3, it becomes a problem. It seems like Gento is going to add none. In fairness, this is fine though. You're safe on your gold. You've got healing from dervishes. I don't really know if the Gilded Horseman achieves anything for Wham. Unless he's going for like a feudal in time here. That would make it a lot more interesting. Because you can die for a very long time with Gilded Horseman. Gento secretly puppy the whole time. Yeah, of course, like the classic. He's like VPN'd into Ukraine to then remote access a device in Hungary. Just pretty much what every player does when they're trying to be secretive. And then when you have like Gento versus Wham in the grand finals of like the third big event of 2026, and then Wham just stomps him, you're like, oh, it was an intentional throw. The strategy all along. Have we got a tinfoil hats on? Yes, no, maybe. So Wham just one horseman into a tech play. Yeah, I don't know if it's worth it. I feel like it doesn't do anything at all. It might have just been just in case there's a Desert Raider player. So even then, I feel like Double Dervish doesn't care. Like he's literally achieving no forced idol off of this. The one upside you could argue for Wham is the dervishes are staying here instead of going for relics. But like they can stay, they've got a long time to go until they have to go for relics. Wham, of course, going to be prepping his own tech. Yeah, economy really good for OOTD when you think about like the alignment here. Gento over gathering gold by quite the lump sum. Why? Wait, gambling? Gamble. Come on. Go. You know you want it. Eat all that gold and gamble it away. This works out either way. It's either like a gamble awareness, don't gamble type situation, or he wins with it. It's like, then we just get like the gambling casino sponsor, like, you could have won this big. Burgrave does make a lot of sense. It's not worth trying to snatch relics because like the timing of getting the monks out, Burgrave just gives great savings and also gets you a real army very fast. This is so stupid. Is this where I need to just resurface my mana idea for healing units? Where if you don't have mana, you have a heavily reduced healing? So Eco Wing Industry coming through. No Gamba Wing. I'm heartbroken, shocked, disappointed, all the above. Yeah, but like, wait, he has like no food. This is a bit questionable right now, no? Like, what's the goal with this macro? Maybe he's just trying to straight veteran something, like spears. I mean, he's rebalancing it now, right? Like, he's got almost double the food income. But that's a lie because he's spending 150 food per minute on workers alone. So he's still pretty much at a flat food gold even, but surplus gold. Ah, guys, I know what it is. It's that you, like, buy the stone to afford free TC. We figured it out, guys. If you gather all the extra gold, you can then sell the gold to get stone, and then you go free TC boom. And, I mean, literal boom. What did they do? Definitely not huffing the hopium with that one. You just got to believe more. Monastery drop now coming through. Wham. Nice team sequentially, simultaneously getting crossbow, spears, and monks out. Free TC you never see. That's probably because an ad played and you weren't subscribed. Ah, that's a fair point. They build them fast as well, remember. I think that's the thing. Like, everyone just sees the faster build speed. They're like, oh my god, I need to build a town center. That's so fast. Hear me out. Here's my alternative. You build castles really fast as well. So why not just gather the extra stone and then castle drop the enemy? Win in 5 minutes instead of 20. Or lose in 5 minutes instead of 20. The point is, you win or lose a lot quicker. Relic's picked up now. Oh, and he's trying. Bless him. Soon I will have a kill. Okay, Spearman will get the kill. Might have to consider a drop-off. Wham, just actually ferrying him. Corralling him to the side. One stab, good enough. So great denial there. Also, he's now plopped 2 relics on one location, which makes it easy for the Wham to camp this now. 5 spearmen already. Ay, ay, ay. I think we might have a 3 relic game for OOTD here. Is 4 feasible? Maybe. He's got his scout in position to watch it. Alright, when you go Dervish and then lose to Burgrave on the relic game. This doesn't sound very good in practice. Wham. Ooh, good fight. Archer count very low. Good as Spearman. They have not been upgraded beyond Harden, but it's about to happen. Veterancy's ticking in. Yeesh. The Giga Boys. So Gento now just trying to steer into archers, but not a good sign when your opponent has more gilded crossbowmen than you have archers. And Wham's walls are on the way. They're just gonna have that safety net at home. Makes sense when he sees Camel Lancers coming. Doesn't want to have to split himself between defending and attacking. You're either doing one or the other when you have infantry comps. It's why most of the meta has remained heavily heavy cap based. Bumba. He's going to be pulled. I love that with the Prelate, yeah. Just let the Gilded Crossbowman heal it all. Or tank it all, rather. Wait, who wins? Crossbowman wins, right? It's tight. It's very tight. No, that's cheating. That's cheating. The ball was going to win, damn it. You scumbags. There were 2 of you in that one guy. You ate your twin and embryo, and you still needed another ate his twin and embryo person to help you. This the dishonor of dragons. This is why we have to steal their gold. They can't be trusted. Sorry, repatriate their gold. There we go. That sounded more authentic. Okay, so it looks like Gento can still make it a free relic game. That's good. That's really good for him. Wham, what is the game strat now? We've got Gilded Men-at-Arms getting added in. Very tanky front line against everything that Ayu has here. Sukuna? Hey, who the hell's Sukuna? Oh, that's right. I still haven't watched Jujutsu Kaisen. Whoops. Interesting that's where your mind went and not The Office. It seems I have increased the amount of weebs in my chat in recent times. God bless. Camel's trying to sneak around the back, but the walls are going to eventually make this pretty impossible. Just kind of goading him towards a direct fight. Now, remember, Gento still has the stone, so he can think about 2 TC. Might want to consider it soon if he's going to, though. I'm wondering if Wham's goal here is a win condition in Imperial or just all-in castle. With the numbers as they stand, I think you just send it, no? Especially with snipes like that. Double Camel Lancer snipe big. Almost a third. Yep, gets it. Nicely done, Wham. playing a little game of duck, duck, goose here. Gento forgot to duck. So -3 cam lancers. Builds the lead nicely. Out of all the units you can snipe, the premium one to go for. Archer ball is a decent size. The problem is the Gilded Crossbowmen, you can't easily trade against them. And really, they're the only reason the archers exist. It's really meant to be about the spears, I think. But the problem here is like the Gilded Crossbows with 6 tower range. You can't bypass that. Like if they edge the range, the men-at-arms engage the lancers, the crossbows stay at long range. And the whole idea is the men-at-arms won't die to archers, but the camel lancers will die to crossbow. And you would have to run through the men-at-arms with archers to kill the crossbow, which means you die to the DPS of the melee. It's a really crappy hand that Gento's drawn himself here. Spiral Switch is intriguing. Feels weird against OTD usually, because it just takes so many hits to kill one unit. And that's why I like the way that Wham's playing this now with the prelates on the front side. Like, he always tops off any damage done, making it feel impossible to poke at the army of the dragons. Breakthrough opportunity here. Wham, looking like he's actually going to come home, and has started to add in horsemen. Okay, that... So we got Gento going archers, Springles. Now he's going crossbows. Literally everything here is going to be countered by horsemen. How did Wham read that far ahead? I don't think he necessarily did. I think he just saw the archers and was like, let's contest that. But if he does actively invest into it, it will be the ideal counter to everything that Gento's did. Oh, man. Guys, Emma's cooked gammon tonight. I'm so looking forward to that food. The nourishment. Although it's going to be cold. Damn it. Well, I'll just, I guess, another microwavable. I always thought that you couldn't microwave elements of pig. You see bodkin bolts? Never. Aachen, baby. Efficiency. Spy Warriors tech on the way. Another big buff. Isn't there certain parts of pig you can't microwave or rather reheat? There is, right? Gammon isn't one of them. I could have sworn there was. Isn't it like just the pork? Pork is the one you can't reheat, right? This is a very slow part of the game. Let's speed it up a bit. This is too much Bing chillin'. We need to get to the Bing killin'. Horseman count going up. This is looking worse for Gento. Why wouldn't you? Okay, I could have sworn there was something about pig that you can't reheat. Maybe I'm wrong. Isn't there a meat that you can't? Oh, wait, no. You know what? Chicken you can't, right? Well, you can't microwave chicken. Actually, that's not true either. I don't know. I could have sworn I heard it was something. Horseman maybe a bit overzealous on the timing, but he can afford it. Gento with Springles and Springles emplacements. Yeah, but crossbows can snipe those. Like, this is over. He's just gone. That is not even close. Oh, my dear God. They are so tanky. All right, just your good old-fashioned, cheesy, gilded men-at-arms that can never die. The dream is dead. A Ukrainian turned Hungarian has been turned into a corpse. Yeah, nothing dying there. Okay, so 3-1 victory, which means drum roll, please. Wait, let me put the music back on. The epic music will help us. It's perfect. We have got a confirmed lineup. I can't be asked to update the bracket. You expect too much of me. But we have got Vortex versus Beasty, semifinals 1. B versus Wham, semifinals 2. Don't tell me we ain't stacked. We deliver, baby, every single week. Stack up like that? Yes, please. Thank you very much. So those will be happening on Thursday. We'll get the exact time lined up. Usually, I'd say we aim for like 1 or 2 live time And then on Friday, we are, of course, going to have the variety streams. We've got some interesting ideas brewing. I need to line up the exact one I want to do, but should be able to confirm that soon. I've also got some crafty gear that's going to be on the way soon for some different concepts. We literally have one that involves not looking at the game. Going to be interesting. But thank you very much for watching, guys. What I'm going to do now, YouTube side of things, I salute. I must go. Au revoir. Twitch, hang around. We'll find someone to raid. But make sure you join the Discord, by the way. Also, actually, one final big shout out about the charity. We've got funding efforts underway to raise money for a local cancer ward that helps treat the people that have cancer, of which my mother is included in people getting treatment on that ward. So we want to do our part and try and raise a little bit of money for that local wing. Feel free to go through and donate if you've got a little something you want to spare and give it across to a good cause. They are currently at almost £200. Shout out to Neko. I see you coming in with the dono, as well as Tyler. You absolute legends, and Steve as well. Keep it up, guys. Keep raising. Outside that, make sure you join the Discord. ! Discord. Go check out the Discord. We recently added in a nice trivia bot. So there's some interesting trivia getting posted every single day. See how genius you are at knowing all the answers to the different games. Also, it's just a quick way of keeping up to date when we're posting things, whenever we're posting things. We always let you know there. But that's going to be it. YouTube, farewell. Au revoir. I will see you all Thursday. Twitch, hang around because we're going to find someone to